Hello, my name is Tyler, and we are trying to do something big today. So welcome to the very fast Festive 500, where we are going to try to ride the 500 kilometers or 310 miles in under 12 hours. It's going to be a doozy. We're already 30 minutes in and we're rolling. I've got different camera angles, a little side shot, what up? I've got the front shot, what's going on? I got this side shot, hey boys. I've got all sorts of little graphics to pop up. I am going to promote some stuff, try to slang some kits. Look at that nuke dude, what up with that kit? I'm gonna wear this base layer during it, okay? We have other kits. We have the whole entire VC Classics collection. Look at these kits, dude. Last chance to get these bad boys. What up? Even the flannel kit, get out of town. Okay, so what's the goal here? Well, the goal was originally to do the world record Zwift ride by any means possible in 24 hours. That was the original goal, okay? The plan was to ride 24 hours and do 1,000 kilometers. Now that was very doable when the pacer bots were flying on Tempest Fewett. I'm going to explain a little bit about this game and what this is and what I'm talking about, because if you've never played Zwift, you're like, what is happening? So I'm going to also try to read some chat questions. I also have this ability, I think, to, how do I look at this thing? Alrighty. So, I'm going to pop out the chat. Dude, it's literally raining inside here, so that is worrisome. All good. I have leaky roof. Better than a leaky gut, I guess. Alrighty. So, I've got the YouTube chat up now. And if I can remember which... Oh. Nope. Here we go. Alright, so... Look, there's someone right here trying to do 1,000 kilometers as well. Bro, everyone's doing big boy rides on Zwift this week. And so... what is the... There we go. The goal. Okay, so... The goal right now is to ride 500 kilometers, 310 miles... in under, which the current record is 11 hours, 45 minutes. That was just set like 3 days ago, okay? It was set because they used the same loophole I was gonna use. I was gonna use this loophole of the robo-pacers. So, let's talk a little bit about the game. What is this? Well, so this is a game called Zwift. It's dope. I love it. It's not real road, okay? Sometimes people are like, bro, it's not the real road. Get on the real road. It's like a different discipline to me, and I love it. I truly love Zwift because you don't have to think about anything. But I have so much food around me right now. I mean, I got blueberry muffins. I've got cinnamon toast muffins. I have an air fryer for burritos, dude. I've got 15 burritos my wife made me. And so if I can remember how to, no, there. So I have this suffer menu. Now, I don't know if this is gonna work. I tested it several times. Ideally, the way this works is through Super Chat on YouTube. You can donate some money. And so if you donate $1, it's like $1 to $3, I'm gonna eat a carrot. So you can like make me do dumb shit, you know what I mean? So eat a carrot. If you donate between like 3 and like 8, I have burritos. So if you wanted to team up and just like smash 15 burritos in my stomach and then watch me puke, that's a thing you could do. And I hope this works, that if someone donates, there's like a cool animation that pops up. Donate $10, and it's like around there because I didn't know if like fees, so I think it's like $8 triggers the sprint. Okay, so $10 makes me sprint for 10 seconds. $15, I can't sit for a minute. $25, I sprint for 30 seconds. And if you ball out and you really want to make me suffer, $100 gets a ramp test. Now, just so someone's not disappointed, I tested this. I can't do the official ramp test in Zwift, which I really wanted to, because then it would have showed what my FTP was, which would be funny to like show a declining FTP. So either way, I have a custom workout built that ramps 20 watts every 20 seconds, and then once it gets above 400, goes every 10 seconds. So I'll set the trainer to erg mode, ERG, whatever. And dude, KK says, oh, dude, there it is. Okay, I got to sprint for 10 seconds. Sick, dude, it worked. Yes.
$12.62.
Okay.
To watch
so,
you
10 second sprint.
Sprint for 10 seconds. Let's go VC.
Take off the ERG.
The animals. Flexed biceps. And green heart.
Let's. Oh shit. Okay. So now we're at a 20-second sprint.
Sudol is paying
Damn it.
$9.99.
Damn it.
To watch you suffer.
Okay.
Sprint for 10 seconds.
Well, that kind of backfired instantly, huh? Okay, there's the first 10 seconds. And keep in mind, I'm doing a 12-hour ride. Oh no, dude. What the hell? Okay.
Chris Weinorp is
Shit.
paying $9.83.
Oh boy. This was a bad idea.
Sprint for 10 seconds.
Okay. Whoa. That was a bad idea. Oh boy. Did Chris's go through? What is can't sit. Okay. Can't sit for a minute. Damn it. Oh boy. Okay. Wow. All right. Rough. So now, what I should do, the audio cuts in and out when I go to the pee break. So I have a pee break that plays music, so you don't hear me peeing. Tommy, there shouldn't be ads running. Oh fuck, dude, I just dropped my chain. Oh no. Oh, come on. Okay. Okay. My towel dropped. Sick. My towel dropped and got in my chain. All right. All good. Okay. So now what we can do is teleport back to our pace group. Okay, people are saying so many ads. There should not be so many ads. Let me see. There definitely should not be ads. So let me see real quick. Okay.
CB Skate says eat a burrito for $4.99. Eat a burrito.
Okay, yes, dude, I get to eat a burrito. Dude, I'm so stoked on the burrito. Okay. Let me know, yes. Let me know if the ads calm down. I turned them off. Okay. Dude, a warm burrito. A warm burrito from the air fryer. Sick, huh? Yes. My wife made these. They're breakfast burritos. They have about 300 calories per burrito. Okay. So watch this. So right now we're getting no draft, right? I'm also going to answer a bunch of questions, tell stories. It's going to be a hoot. I promise to make this entertaining. So right now, boom. Okay, so I can teleport. Now here's the thing, here's the catch. Those 10 seconds do not count. Those 10 seconds don't count. They don't count towards miles. So it's not a free 10 seconds. It's not like I'm making ground. So actually, if I don't have more than a 10-second gap, essentially, I'd actually lose time. But teleporting around is gonna be how, dude, this burrito's bussin'. Thank you, babe. Chorizo, sweet potato, white potato, fava bean tofu. Okay. So, other things of note. The average speed I need is ridiculous. So, yeah, I need 26.9 miles per hour average speed. Now that's to break the current record, and that was set by a guy who did the full 1,000 kilometers. He did it in like 25 and a half hours, okay? and he was in the fastest pacer group. It was so wild, and this is what I planned everything around this. I planned on using this pacer on Tempest Fewett, who was rolling at like 26 to 27. So all you had to do was just stay in. No climbs, no nothing. Like, dude, 230 watts. I would have been able to do 1,000 kilometers in under 24 hours. It would have been hard, for sure, but doable. Well, Zwift changed their bot schedule, and every day it's gotten harder and harder. Every day it's been like slower. The bots are slower. So this bot, she's the fastest bot. They're all women. So Constance, man, who gave me the burrito? Because that was awesome. I have 14 more. So this is the fastest bot, running at about 4.2 watts per kilo. And if this bot was on the flat course, bro, no problem, no sweat. But I have to do a shit ton of watts. I have to do a shit ton of watts and not even average the speed I need. Why did my heart rate go out? So I'm using my Apple Watch, which doesn't totally work that great. Like, it cuts out, but my chest strap failed like right away. Yeah, let me know how the stream quality is. I mean, dude, I definitely worked on this and tested it for a while. Everything looks good on my end, but who knows? Can you break down what you use and how you set up your streaming? Yeah, I screamed at my computer many, many, many times. I'll post on Instagram what I see. It is the most Jimmy rigged, like not good setup, dude. But okay, so I can go to workouts. This is another little like hack I use. So I actually use a workout and I set it to erg mode. And so what this does is it sets, like you can see in the top left, that's 245 watts. Now I can adjust that. But essentially, if I go below 245, oh man. Okay, I can't sit for one.
Justin
Okay.
Ben says you can suck it for $20.
All right.
And now you can't
All
sit
right.
for 1 minute, no need to sprint for me. Thanks for sharing your story. Happy holidays to you and yours. Hope you got that time in Disney with your kids after CA2MX. I'm still halfway through.
Yeah, really annoying about this heart rate, but it is what it is. Okay, so here's the supper menu. If you would like me to suffer, I have carrots, I have burritos. I'll sprint, I'll stand, I'll sprint long, and I'll even do a full-on ramp test, which would totally hurt. Okay. All right, almost done with my 1 minute stand. Oh, I should do that. This is the stand angle. Okay. All right. Okay. Bam. Nice. Okay, so the streaming setup, I have a laptop, which is this camera. I have my full-on like Sony DLSR, which, bro, it took me like 5 days to figure out how to get that set up. Then I have this webcam over here, so you can see me like stand and stuff. And I'm using OBS, which is a free software with Stream Elements. So Stream Elements has like the pop-ups you guys have been seeing. And then in OBS I can set up okay. Sometimes, Mom, my nose strip is coming off. Justin, no need to sprint for me. Thanks for sharing your story. Happy holidays to you and yours. Hope you got time in Disneyland with your kids. Bro, Disneyland ripped. Disneyland ripped so hard. I have never had so much fun. And, you know, so if you watch the Great American Coastline series, which I really, really appreciate you giving me so much of your time to watch that. That was a really big project. And doing it as a 10 episode series, the problem with that is it won't do very well with going outside of your audience. Okay? Because people don't like to find episode 1 or episode 10. Okay, here we go.
Stephen
10 second sprint.
$9.99 to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds, just because more cycling users should stream.
Okay, neat. That is going to get very difficult. Man, I have to keep resetting my watch. That's okay. So, this series isn't going to go outside my audience. Doing a one single video would have done better, total unique views. But dude, the story was just too big, you know? It was just way too big. And I felt like this is the only way to tell this story right. And so during that, I told my daughter, I'm trying to get this watch to connect. I told my daughter that at the end of it, I would take her to Disneyland. And she did not let me forget about that. I mean, she told me over and over and over again. Is there any way to get this Apple Watch to connect? It doesn't look like it. Of course. That's okay. Man, I had 3 options too. 3 heart rate options. And none of them are working. It's like it needs to see my face.
Ash says
It's like-
eat a burrito for $6.
Oh, yes, dude, eating a burrito.
Burrito power.
Okay. Burrito number 2. Going down the hatch. Yes. You're in control of my eating. I'm going to talk more about Disneyland. Ah, crap.
Constant now is paying $9.99
10 seconds, Brent.
to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds. Don't do anything for my donation. I own you from the Canada-Mexico
Okay.
web series.
I appreciate you, Constant, now. I'll still give you a little sprint. I really appreciate you. So, we have 15 total burritos. My wife made them all last night. We have soy rizo, fava bean tofu, golden potatoes, sweet potatoes, and some like vegan cashew cheese. Holy smokes. So during that Great American Coastline, my daughter, she didn't want me to leave, and dude, it was breaking my heart. And I thought about putting this in the video, but before I left the night before, dude, I just had a bad feeling. I had one of these feelings like I might not come home. And not like that I'm going to war or something, but the amount of car interactions. Hey, there's my wife. She's on the chat. The amount of car interactions I was going to have was just like, dude, it's just luck. It's just a matter of luck if you don't get absolutely piled by a freaking diesel. So I made this video like to my family the night before, was just saying, you know, I love you guys so much, and like address each one of my kids and my wife, and like in case for something happened and they found my GoPro and they watched it. So it was like a really weird start to that trip. But what happened is it made me so hyper aware of getting hit by a car. Okay? So I think that helped. Like there was never really any close calls. I like had my head kind of on a swivel all the time. Anyways, so then every day I didn't get ran over, I thought, awesome. And so the closer I got to Mexico, dude, the more I thought about my family, the more I was just like, okay, I'm gonna get hippy dippy. So I say I'm a family man, and people, we all say what we think we are, what we hope to be. Like, what is your identity? And I talk a lot about family, but what if that's a front? What if I'm lying to myself? Now, let me explain. There are times in life where you find out who you really are. And a lot of times on the impossible routes, bro, I found out I was a bitch. Like, I was not very mentally strong. I thought I was mentally strong. I thought I was the mentally strongest person on the planet. But in the very first one on Hawaii, when I was having a complete outer body experience, at the station, I was like, bro, I'm weak. And then in Death Valley, I was like so pissed, and I was like kicking bushes and just I mean, if you watch the whole Impossible Route series, you could see this evolution of me as a person. And so I went into this trip what? Did the stream just go away? Like that chat for some reason, sorry. Okay, sorry. The chat for some reason just totally disappeared on me. Back to... Thank you for clarifying to not sprint. I'm gonna need all the power that I can get. I really appreciate you, Chris.
Sprint for 10 seconds. Don T sprint. JB wouldn't dare do this. Well done. Happy New Year.
Okay, sorry. I thought the stream had crashed. So I went into this with like, I want to be completely isolated by myself, no safety net. And that was really scary, dude, because, bro, I don't think ahead, I don't plan ahead, I just hope for the best, dude, you know? And sometimes that works out. But it's like, bro, my luck is about to run out at some point. The other thing is I really wanted to find out who I am as a person moving into my 40s. So I turned 39 a couple days ago, and so it's like, okay, I'm kind of having this like life crisis. So I head out on this trip, and what if during the trip I don't want to come home? What if my wife texts me and I ignore it? What if I really like being by myself? Well, that would be some like really hard questions to deal with. Look at that. Someone subscribed. I made this. So I wanted to see what my true heart was. And I know that sounds goofy and lame, but like
likes to watch in a creepy way.
I proper wanted to go into a dark place where it was like, okay, what's really in here? And dude, very quickly I was like, the love I had for my wife and my kids was so, and it's stupid to say genuine, like that sounds like it's not genuine, but I put this clip of me crying, dude, like, I just wasn't expecting it. That wasn't me trying to, like, I just bursted with tears of joy, which then my wife made so much fun of me, dude. Like, my wife's a badass, and she's so alpha and mountain woman, and so she kind of like laughed at me, and I was like, bro, why you laughing, dude? You know what I mean? Why are you laughing at me? But I just, during the trip, felt so grateful that I have worked really hard to like manage these kids that love me and my smoking hot amazing wife for so long. And so it was a really, really special moment to look inside yourself and go, yeah, this is me, dude. This is me. And when I got done, I didn't put this in the video either, but when I got done, I felt something. I felt I had found something. All the other to rejoice in that, you know? And if you haven't watched episode 1 of The Impossible Route, but it was an amazing 7 days. Jeremiah changed my life during that. And then to celebrate, I did a power skid and broke my greater trochanter, dude. Like straight up, bro, 0 miles an hour. I'm coming to the RV, project done, 7 days of the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Roll in, do a skid, and I hit some oil and just whack. Bro, so embarrassing. So embarrassing. So, I didn't find what I was looking for there, and then every one of the other impossible routes, I think I was trying too much. I was trying to have this, like, special thing. Yellowstone, the snow one, which I think performed the worst. It got the least amount of views. But that one I actually did find something there because we truly faced a life and death situation at the top of that observatory. Jeremiah got really pissed at me for that one. He was not happy because it's called summit fever, and people I just want to double check. Okay, so it's called summit fever, and people get it on like Everest and stuff, where they are going, they're so close to the top, and they just push through, and they end up dying because then they can't come down. And that's kind of what happened. Eat a burrito. I gotta finish this one, dude. All right.
Adasha KB says eat a burrito for $5.
Let me finish this one. I was lagging. So we got to almost to the top, and Jeremiah was like, let's turn around. And bro, I was so pissed because Jeremiah has done this to me so many times where he's like, you can't make it, I'm gonna make it though, but you can't. And so dude, I like, and I'm not trying to talk shit, but by him saying let's turn around, I was like, I'm making it, I don't care. I am absolutely gonna make it. And he got real mad because I did kind of put us in a bad situation, you know. If we like what would happen if we died, right? That would have sucked. So I found something there, but on this most recent one, dude, I came to the end and was just like, I'm good, my life is fulfilled. And I can't really explain like what that is like, because I don't really know what it was I was searching for, but it's like I found myself. Zero Gaming says you can like both. For sure. I believe that by spending sometimes I get crap for this, but I believe that spending time away from the family makes me a better family man. It makes me miss them. It makes me appreciate them. And so if I just like never spent time away, I don't know what kind of family man I'd be. But I tell you, like I said, I found this just inner peace, like I know who I am. And it ripped, dude. it absolutely ripped. Okay, so 2 burritos down. Going on our 3rd burrito. I gotta, like, if you donated for me to do the thing, I gotta do the thing. I am also gonna change periodically. I hope you don't see my wiener. Dude, that shirt is soaked. I'm gonna lose so much water. All right. What do you think? It's like my lifting shirt, bro. All right, so someone said they did it in 13 hours. A lot of people have done it between 12 and 13. The difference, man, when you start to get into that really fast bit, like 26.9, like this, what am I supposed to do? You know? So part of it is that I can like cheat and you know, teleport to my OMG team at the top of some climbs. I feel like maybe I could use 1 or 2 of those, but that feels a little not in the spirit. So ideally, I think the only way to break the record is to get some of my teammates, hit up Tempest, and just water. Clem said he did it in real life, which, bro, I'm a bitch doing it on Zwift, for sure. Okay, so Jiffy keeps asking this same thing over and over. I talk about my physique because obviously I'm getting accused for some things if you see any of the comments, but like, let me try to explain like, all right, I'm naturally a big dude. I put on weight so easily. To be a cyclist, when I set my mind to something, I can really achieve anything. Okay? I was fat when I was young. When I lost my motorcycle business, I got super fat, got up to like 220 pounds, not in a good way. My appetite is insanity. So I think that if people see me and go, bro, I've only ever seen this guy as a skinny cyclist and now he's got arm muscles. What happened? I was never supposed to be a skinny cyclist. I was eating once a day. I wasn't eating any protein. Like that wasn't a macro I tracked at all. And I developed body dysmorphia, where the skinnier I got, dude, hey babe, if you're listening, I need you to come to the warehouse. I need you to charge something, because this watch is not working. It's like I have to be staring at it. It's like it has to look at my face to... So I wasn't tracking protein. I was in a caloric deficit all the time, and I got body dysmorphia, which means that I saw myself as this like hunk, dude. Like, I would see my body in the mirror and I could not see how skinny I was. I never saw it. And so I thought I looked good. I thought I had abs. Like, I was like, bro, I'm like a really good looking dude. And now when I look back at the pictures, dude, it's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing. I'm like, dude, how could I not see that? And my wife, she would say, you look like you have cancer. And I was like, bro, my watt per kilo's sick, dude. I would hear people say, you need to eat something. And I would just hear that, dude, I'm a dope cyclist. Like, this is sick. And I existed that way for most of my time on YouTube. And then what changed it was I wanted to become a national champion. Okay? So I started looking at how can I do that? Right? Now, I was never meant to be an athlete, dude. That's not me, okay? And I just felt like people didn't give me any respect for the physical accomplishments. It was just like I can tell a good story, but I'm never in the conversation of like a good cyclist, right? And so I was like, put my mind to something. If I wanted to be 5 watts per kilo, 6 watts per kilo, I gotta get skinny. And I did that. Messed me up, dude. Messed me up big time. So then I was like, okay, I'm gonna be a national champion. And what discipline has no one competing in it, right? Like, where is the best possible way for this to happen? If the stream is lagging, I'm gonna try to mess with the settings here in a little bit, and I'll see what I can do. So, for ultra distance, your raw power is way more important than your watt per kilo. So, this was about 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago. I made this change in my mind and started tracking everything I ate. And for the last 3+ years-ish, I have gotten 180 to 300 grams of protein a day. Okay? So that was huge. Tracking protein, eating more often, but like, bro, I'm a straight up food addict. So it would be like saying, hey, you're an alcoholic and you have to take 3 shots a day. Like, that's rough, right? I mean, it's not hyperbole, that's how I am, dude. I think about food from the second I wake up to the second I go to sleep. I never feel full. I want to eat. That's why I got so much food around me, dude. This is gonna be sick. So, I started putting on weight and I went from 150 to 160. I put about just under a pound of muscle on in a year, or a pound a month in a year. And then I just kept going. Next year I did another like 10 pounds. Next year I did another 10 pounds. I add weight so easily. So it's not hard. Now, being lean, that's difficult. So if I didn't track my calories, what you would see is me just getting fat. You'd be like, bro, this guy went from skinny to being fat. Who cares about TRT, bro? You need Ozempic. But I didn't do it in a way of like mass bulking. I like kind of main gained, if you will, if you're a fan of Greg Doucette. So I had a small caloric surplus every day for years. And then I would go on these little mini cuts and go when I got a little too fluffy. And then I would go and I cut down. And like, I posted this on Strava in a place, but I said, I'd almost rather people think that I'm blasting all the gas than how psychotic my mind really is and how much time I put into trying to have the most mid physique ever. Bro, I'm tracking calories all the time. Everything I eat. It's so hard. If you ever track calories, like I don't know how you are with food, but like every single day I'm pacing around in the living room because I'm so hungry. Now I'm not starving myself, that's the difference. My macros are hit, but my mind wants it all. Wants all the food. That's why doing this kind of shit, where I'm gonna burn 12,000 calories, dying. Spicy. Spicy. Yeah, Jack, we are definitely gonna smash Tempest. And I need to do it before I gas out. I appreciate you, Alejandro.
Alejandro Young says eat a burrito for $4.99. No need to sprint tie.
I really want to make it out to Miami.
A token of appreciation.
That'd be
BC
sick.
rock. Come to Miami one day. Ride
I've been to Florida one
Light
time.
Brown skin.
One time as an adult. I want to go back. It'd be super fun. I like tropical weather. All right. So, okay, let's do, I'm gonna spam this here for a second. Yeah, I don't know about the ads, dude. Like, I don't control that. I said no. I said no ads. So I'm really sorry about the ads. I'm not trying to milk anything here. That's not really my MO. But so in the chat, I linked our kits. So over the years with Eliel, I just want to answer this question. Andrew said, if it wasn't for ultra distance sport, I'd be 400 pounds. Tracking calories and working with a dietitian has helped a lot. Dude, that's awesome, Andrew. And like everyone has that darkness, I guess, that vice. You know, some people that vice is gambling. Some people it's alcohol. Some people it's drugs. And during this 12-hour stream, I will go deep into my alcohol and drug experiences. Kind of a cool thing, cool story. But I've kind of done it all. I like altering my brain chemistry. I don't need to. Food-wise, though, bro, I lie about it. I hide it. Okay, like, this isn't good, and I'm aware of it. But I'll try to sneak off into the kitchen. Because, like, okay, this is how psychotic I am, dude. I'll tell my wife, because there's future me and there's present me. Future me really wants to have a six-pack and be shredded. Future me wants to say fuck it and eat thousands of cookies. So present me has to team up with future me and go, okay, yes, this is going to be enjoyable now, but you're smoking future you. And sometimes I lose that battle, dude. And I'll sneak into the kitchen and I'll like just start eating something. And then this is what happens, dude. I black out. I straight up black out. I will get like fuzzy. And then I lose all control. And I will eat indefinitely. So the other thing of why I put on so much mass, but it's not even quick, dude. It was in over 3 years. So it's like, it's not like it happened yesterday. So I can do a 5,000 to 7,000 calorie surplus per day if I lose control. Are not good. So I tell my wife, I use her as a, because like conscious me, you know, like future me, or present me, I know I'm weak. So I tell my wife, hey, don't let me eat. Don't let me eat. I'm gonna tell you why I should eat, and you need to not let me. And so then she kind of like cracks the whip on me a little bit, and she helps. Okay. Let's I'm gonna try I'm trying to mess with this stream settings. All right. I don't know if that did anything, but I adjusted the bit rate and something else. Okay. I am sweating all over my phone. That's okay. All right, I'm gonna plug these kits here, and then Let's do some questions. I do need to make sure I'm drinking. I'm also here we go. I'm gonna track all my calories. So how many burritos have we had? 3. We also had a full tray of Abe's blueberry muffins. Which was 1,200 calories. Jeez. There we go. So this right here, 1,200 calories, bro. That's wild. That's wild. Okay, so far we've done 1,972 calories, 70 grams of protein, 256 grams of carbs, 74 grams of fat. One second. My wife was gonna come over and try to charge, because I have this armband, and I thought it was charged, but it's not. And the charger's over there. So like maybe I could do a coffee break and run over there real quick. Okay, I'm gonna plug something, so beware. But I worked with Elio, the cycling kit company. They worked with me from the get-go. Okay? Like, it was really, really cool. Before any other sponsor, any other person gave me a time of day, Elio worked with me. And over the past 8 years, we've done a bunch of kits. So, they're always short-lived, like 10-day pre-orders. So we re-released, and I'm going to link it in the chat again. Here it is again. But so check it out. Dude, what? Look at that. This is one of my favorite ones, dude. This base layer, like 90s kids, whatever, 90s kids, let's have fun, ride bikes. The bibs, bro, they're just out of reach. They're so sick, okay? Next one, bam. Dude, this one, I don't think we ever released it. So this is like an unreleased kit that we were floating between. Pretty sick, right? Here's this one. This was one of the best sellers. This Fruitopia. The arcade kit, which was one of my all-time favorites, but it didn't do very well. I'm not sure why. I think it looks sick, dude. That white one is so dope. But like also, you know, you don't want to spend a couple $100 on a kit, bro. Base layers. Then we have the Fruit Fondo, which is actually from the kit I'm wearing in game. But we didn't recreate the jersey I'm wearing, but those are the bibs I'm wearing. Sick. When we launched it, it was only in women's, so I didn't get to run that one. But now it's in men's. Sick, huh? So you can go to Eliel Cycling and pre-order one of the kits, dude. Tom says, or Pat says, do you plan on making moto content? So if you don't know, I'm the biggest fan ever of motocross. The sport of motocross and supercross is something, dude, okay, there's food, is all linked to like happy times, and then there's motocross, which is also linked to happy times. My mom bought me a little podunk moto when I was 8, okay? And dude, I sucked, but I just loved it. I don't know what was about, like why I loved it so much, but I was so into it. And then my grandma would take me riding every weekend. And I was never very good. I never won anything. I could jump well, but I just wasn't fast. And so I spent my childhood riding bicycles, well, motorcycles in the morning, motorcycles on the weekend, bicycles during the week, and eating all sorts of food. So riding bikes and eating food is my love language. It's like what makes me feel like a little kid. And I'm so grateful that I've found that and have put it in a box. Okay? So like, say drugs. Someone's like, bro, I really love drugs. I love, hopping on them Norcos. But then that just like slowly deteriorates and like messes up your life and you slippery slope and stuff. And for me, food is like that. I could be 600 pounds living in the basement of my mom's house. But I've built all these boxes around myself. One, chose ultra distance, so I'm burning hells of calories, right? I became vegan, which is, look, I love animals, okay? Animals are sick. I do it more for health and my own personal boundaries. So, bro, I know what bacon tastes like, okay? I can't control myself. I can't have a slice of bacon. It's not gonna happen. Tri-tip sandwich? What? One? No. Dude, I have to build these boundaries. I have to make sure that I don't get out of control. And so that's another reason why I went vegan. But like moto and bikes also tie back to just these really happy times. And now what's so special is that my son and I get to ride in the same places that I rode, the same towns. Tulare, Madera, Porterville. I mean, these towns don't mean anything to you, but like, it's so insane that when I was 8, 9, 10, 11, I was riding dirt bikes, and now I'm riding dirt bikes with my 9, 10, 11, 12-year-old. I'd like to make more content about it, but one, oh shit.
Lon Baker paid $99.99.
Okay.
Which is
So
their
that is,
entire life savings to watch
a
you
full
burn.
ramp test
so
here.
Burn baby burn.
Alrighty.
Do a full ramp test. Love your work and sharing your adventures.
Okay.
The Carly Coast series is epic.
Okay. All right. So here's the crap. Okay, I got it. This one. Okay, so there's a suffer menu, and you can make me suffer. You can make me eat burritos or carrots. I'm going a little bit over, and I'll set it to erg mode. I just don't want to get dropped off the group. So this FTP test, or this ramp test, increases watts every 20 seconds until 300. We also need to set the bias to 100. Okay, bam. So now we're on erg mode, which means I have to do the watts, or else like if I don't do, okay, right now it's 320. If I go above 320, my cadence ramps. If I go below 320, my cadence drops. And you can get to a point where if you can't hold your cadence, like above 40, it locks up. The trainer locks up. So we got an amazing human that wants to see me suffer quite bad. And we're just gonna go through this test. Now, I gotta kind of focus here. This is hard. So now it's gonna go to every 10 seconds, it ramps up. Jan says, are you planning to ride 12 hours with a constant heart rate? No. Nope. Come on. I don't think my heart rate is working. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, heart rate, come on. Come on. Come on. Dying out. Yeah. Okay. I got to 580. I got to 580. I couldn't go any faster. Oh, dude, gnarly. Okay, who was that? Lon Baker. Thank you. Holy smokes. So, flick back over here to the suffer menu. Dude, that was gnarly. So, I have super healthy, organic purple carrots. $1, eat a carrot. I've got burritos, Which actually, I'm gonna warm some of these boys up. Oh, shoosh. Okay. Oh, did I get dropped? Dang it. Dang it. See, I gotta stay with this pacer. Wasn't paying attention. That's where the erg mode, the workout helps. Because you don't have to pay attention. So like, okay, so watch. Workout, zone. Then I just adjust. I adjust my bias to 240, then set it to erg mode. And what this will do is it just keeps me, like I can look down, I can look anywhere. It doesn't matter. And I'm essentially gonna stay I'm still recovering. I can stay in the group and not fall off. Also, I feel like with erg mode, what it does is it kind of hacks the system, and it's like it keeps your speed really high. So if I wasn't on erg mode, my power would be all over the place. Up, down, left, right, you know, no good. So your speed falls. So then you surge. Okay. I do deserve a burrito.
Radical Netrunner says eat a burrito for $5. You deserve a burrito. Good luck, Tyler.
Yeah, buddy. We're warming them up right now. Thank you, Radical. That will be burrito number 4. And we're tracking our calories. So let's add that in. I'm gonna smash a muffin. My wife is calling me. Yes, babe? Okay, thank you.
Chris Benson says sprint your balls off for $25. Please.
Alright, Chris says
now sprint for 30
don't
seconds.
sprint.
Plaza no sprint.
And
just a thanks for the
I
great
will.
content.
I will oblige. But I really, really appreciate you, Chris. Hot burrito. Hot burrito. Let's flick back here. Okay. While I eat this amazing burrito that was gifted to me and made by my wife. Oh. We're kind of getting sticky wrap, all good. I want to talk about the support here. Bro, I'm pouring sweat. It's actually crazy.
Josh
I
Warren
appreciate you.
says eat a burrito for
I appreciate you, Josh.
$4.99. You are the reason I bought a road bike.
Is that
Thank
Josh
you.
from Monterey or no? The last name sounds familiar. Okay. So let's talk about the, dude, I gotta focus. Sorry. Road Warrior says mostly solid food. Yeah, mostly solid food. I used to be a liquid food, liquid calorie only. And if I'm racing, like I need to be cracking 100 grams of carbs per hour, then for sure I'm gonna go mostly liquid. But something like this, all right, well, Josh, Wisconsin's awesome. I like it there. So, something like this, where it's primarily zone 2, unless you make me sprint, it's primarily zone 2. The mental boost of eating, like we've already talked about how psycho I am about food. Dude, it's like, it helps me so much. See, I didn't have erg mode on and I fell off. Okay, erg mode, please stop. Okay. Jason, on Zwift, I'm V. What am I? What is my name? V.C Adventures. So for this, what's like primarily zone 2, the eating real food, I look forward to it, and it like paces how much is going in my system. So if I race 4 hours, 6 hours, dude, you can just fire hose calories into your stomach. But when I'm gonna eat close to 8 to 10,000 calories today, well, I need to like slow it down. I need that to slowly enter. Now I can maybe get too carried away and potentially wreck my stomach. So I got to be careful.
Guillermo likes to watch in a creepy way.
But during the Great American Coastline, I ate so much solid food. And it was amazing. I really felt like I never once cracked. Like mentally, I had low points, but for the most part, dude, I felt great all day, the whole time. Bro. Four burritos down. Well, if you want to ride with me, just teleport to the Constantine bot, and then you're in my group, you know? Okay. You know, I wonder if it's under my real name, Tyler Pierce, TYLERPEARCE. That's my real name, and my Zwift is connected to it, or my Strava. So maybe that's it. Okay. Uh,
Keyprift says eat a burrito for $4.99. I struggle like you with food, you're always inspiring,
about
keep
this
it up
chat?
bruh.
For
Chat,
some reason
let's
the
see some more burrito
chat
donations.
keeps closing.
Flexed biceps, flexed biceps.
Thank you, Keep. I struggle like you with food. You're always inspiring. Keep it up, bruh. Let's see some more burrito donations. You! I'm down to have another. I gotta finish this one. It's a little hard to focus on everything. So I'm a little scatterbrained, but I'm telling you, it's actually really helps. Like you would think live streaming and writing and eating and doing all this stuff, I mean, it's kind of difficult, but it eases my brain. Like there's no boredom. And so I honestly think this 12 hours is gonna freaking fly by. We're already at 2 hours. See, I'm bumping my bias on erg mode. So this is what's hard about this course, is that there's climbs. And so the world record on Tempest Fewett with this bot, that's not that bad. But see, like, I don't want to do this. I don't want to surge so much, you know what I mean? I messed up. Wasn't paying attention. Dude, how did it get that far ahead of me? Shit. I have got to pay better attention. That is gonna crack me, dude. Okay. Yeah, I know I could teleport, but then I'm gonna lose that average speed. Like, well, I guess I'd lose the time. Dude, get onto the freaking group, dude. That hurt. All good. And now I fly by them. Cool. All right, we're good. All good. All right, which one is... Here we go. So, the goal is to ride 500, is to ride the full Festive 500 in under 12 hours. The current record is 11 hours, 45 minutes. And that's what we're trying to do. Now, how possible that is, man, I don't know. And I'll explain that when I set out to do 1,000 kilometers in 24 hours, that was the original plan. It was going to be very hard. It was going to be very hard, but it was totally doable by using any means necessary, right? Coffee breaks, teleporting, erg mode, all that. So you could, like, the coffee break, like you can see this person's got a little coffee above their head. It's like every 15 or 20 minutes maybe, I'm not totally sure, you can take a 3-minute coffee break, which means your guy stays in the group, okay, stays here, but you don't have to pedal. So, like when I have to pee, I've got a little pee jug here next to me, and I'll use that coffee break, and so for like 3 minutes I don't have to pedal. Now I guess you could do that a lot. Okay, every 30 minutes. So every 30 minutes take a 3-minute break. So far I'm at 2 hours, I haven't done that yet. I think I'm gonna save those for when I really, really start to suffer. So far, so good. Okay, don't get dropped here, bud. A couple questions here. VC, I think the vegan diet has to do with the I'm hungry all the time. No, not at all. Let me explain. For one, I wasn't born vegan, okay? So like, I've had a problem with food my entire life. The first time I had an issue, my mom made me this like crazy huge spaghetti dinner, and I ate every single bit of it. Garlic bread, meat, whatever. That person made a funny joke. And then I ate it all, and then I went into the fridge and I ate an entire thing of ice cream. And I was like 8. And she was like, I think you have a problem with food. And I was like, what? And I've tried carnivore. Before I went vegan, it was called Atkins at the time, and I tried it. Because I would try anything to try to stop the hunger. And so sometimes people say that. They're like, well, it's just because you're vegan. And so you're not getting proper nutrition. but that's not it at all. Now, intermittent fasting was the only thing that like cured that hunger. And so for about 3 years, I only ate once a day. I ate one meal a day, dinner. That was it. Now, like, if I did like a bike race or like a big, thing, obviously I'm not gonna not eat for 8 hours on the bike. But for the most part, I just would fast for 18 to 20 hours a day. And I'm telling you, the weirdest thing, the longer you fast, the less hungry you get. And so it was very strange. Also, like, high carb just makes me even more hungry. So like if I eat a lot of carbs, I don't feel full. That's why I switched to like more satiating foods like protein. The fava bean tofu's ridiculous. 265 calories and 65 grams of protein. So the more protein I take in, the less that hunger was in my stomach, but it's my mind. It's my mind. So there's a lot of times where I am not physically hungry, but I can't stop thinking about food. So anyways, no, my hunger has not to do with a plant-based diet. It's more of a psychological thing, but also when I was 150 pounds, I actually wasn't that hungry because I wasn't eating. It was really strange. And intermittent fasting was cool for a while.
Underscore says you can suck it for $20.
What does your
And
lifetime
now you can sit
FTP
for 1 minute. What
gain
does your
ramp
lifetime
look like?
FTP
Personally,
gain slash
I've been
ramp
riding for
look
2
like?
years.
Personally,
From
I've been
160
riding for 2 years
to
seriously,
235, but
from
my gains have slowed.
160 FTP to
My goal
235
is 210,
FTP,
220,
but my gains
but
have
seems out of
slowed.
reach.
My goal is a 210 to 220.
I mean, nothing is out of
but
reach.
seems so out of reach.
It's just a matter of
What was your exp?
how much it means to you. What are you willing to do? What are you willing to sacrifice to get that? So I'll tell you my FTP story. I actually did a whole daily vlog series on it back in 2019, something like that, 2021. I think it was one of the final Train Like a Pros where I was really training like a pro. Stood for a minute. Thank you, sir. So, dude, I dedicated myself to an FTP. That's all I cared about. That's what got me body dysmorphia. Because I was like, well, dude, if I can maintain the same power but lose weight, my FTP goes up. And so I was training and training and training. Dude, I was riding through Yosemite, just staring at my power meter, not caring about what's around me. And I ended up getting peak, it's like 5.4 watt per kilo FTP. So I did, it's like at 152 pounds, I ended up doing 395 for 20 minutes. Like whatever that is. It was crazy. And I'm telling you, I was so bored and I hated it. I was like, dude, this sucks, man. Like, yeah, I'm seeing crazy power numbers, but bro, I don't really like riding anymore. And so, and then you'd go to crits where guys like Jeff Linder, who have a 220 watt FTP, out sprint you and just smoke you. And it's like, well, shit, what's my awesome FTP even doing for me? Because then you go to climbing races, the sprinters don't go to those, and then you get 115 pound kids who are doing 8 watts per kilo, and you're like, cool, sick. So what I'm saying is, it's not that important. I think that you can find a lot of other ways to become a strong rider than sheer FTP. You can become a smarter rider and conserve better energy. You can try to get more aero. Dude, probably one of the most underlooked things. You know, here's me like all broad-shouldered. And then you see guys like Mark Tucker, who's so tight in like this. I'm in his draft. Dude, Mark Tucker, I'm in his draft and I'm doing 430 watts and he's doing 300. I'm like, I don't even understand. I don't even understand. Yeah, when I won Climb to Kaiser, which I think was in 2018. Yeah, I was really skinny and had a really big FTP, but like what I'm saying is, what do you want to sacrifice? Because it takes a lot of work. You know, I don't know how long you riding. You riding 4 hours a week? 6 hours? You know, if you start riding more and you focus on like every pedal counting, because a lot of times people do like junk miles and they just go out and they ride around. They go hard if they want to, they go easy if they want to. But if you stick to like a training program, you'll actually get way stronger, way faster, and it feels way easier. It's kind of wild. The last thing about your FTP is obviously the weight comes into factor. And I really don't want to promote getting skeleton thin, but you know, if you're 35% body fat, you definitely, with a little bit of calorie tracking, bro, you could lose 10, 20 pounds of just sheer body fat, not lose any muscle. Now it's when you start getting into like, when you're already so lean, you have like 8% body fat and you try to freaking get lighter, you know, like that's not good. But a lot of people have a little bit to lose, a little extra to lose. So that's a really long answer in that, one, don't really worry about your FTP. Just enjoy bikes. Maybe find a different discipline in which FTP isn't as important. Like you can go have adventures. Who gives a shit about your FTP? The other thing is track your calories, eat protein. What's his name? Michael Pollan. He has so many good quotes. And he was asked, what is the best diet in under 10 words? And he said, eat real food, mostly plants, not too much. Like if you do that, you're crushing. Radif, how many Canyon bikes do you have? Or do they sponsor you on some of your rides? Bro, Canyon is amazing. I'm gonna get that burrito ready. So, I can't thank Canyon enough for what they've done with me. I feel like they didn't have to support me. And to be honest, after Jeremiah and I kind of split on the impossible route, I didn't really know what we were going to do. And I sort of thought like, man, does Canyon really have a reason to like keep me on? And I don't know, sometimes I get real in my head about that kind of stuff. Like, that I really want to put out good value. I want it to be a win-win situation, right? And I just didn't know if I could provide value. Like, dude, I've already told so many stories. What more can I do? And so, coming into this year, bro, they stepped up. And 100% without Canyon, I am not doing this. I don't know what I'd be doing. But the people at Canyon really feel like a family, and they've just been so good to me. So, how many bikes do I have? I have a lot. I have a lot. But I've been with them for a while. And so, not to get like too super into it, but I can talk a little bit about my deal with them. Dude, I'm a snot factory, bro. So when the deal first started, this is a cool story. Bear with me. So I started YouTube in 2013, 2014. And I had no idea what I was doing, bro. No idea. All I knew was I really like this sport. And when I go to YouTube, there's nothing here to watch. There was no GCN. There was like grainy videos of the Tour de France in French. And I'm like, bro, I don't know what the hell this is. And I didn't understand, I didn't know how to like be a part of the sport. So I was just always looking up anything, dude. Anything. And that's where Duran Rider, Harley, like, bro, he's the only one really making any kind of content. And even though his content, for the time, you know, the quality's not very there, it didn't matter. It was like, there's a dude talking about bikes, I want to talk about bikes. I want to take in every bit of it. I want to hear everything I can. Hey, my boy Sweet's in the chat. What up, Sweet? So, I saw this window of opportunity. What if I made content that people were searching for? And at the time I was building websites. And so it would take a really long time. I'll talk about that aero bar setup in a second. So it would take a really long time to build a website, and then I would have nothing to do while I tried to get a new client. So I had all these like ups and downs. So in the downtime, I just started learning how to make videos. And I made some of the dumbest videos, bro. If you go way back, you're like, what is this, dude? What is this? But nothing else was out there. So I kept putting out stuff that no one else was doing. Then when people started doing what I was doing better than me, one second. Someone's asking in the chat here on the burrito counter. DC Rainmaker came in and started doing reviews way better than I could. And I was like, all right, well, what else can I do? So then I started doing the crit breakdowns, and that like got real big. Like no one was doing that. No one was putting out their thoughts. And so I had success with that. And then Jeff came in and started doing it way better than me. And so I'm like, sick, dude. I gotta find something different. And so then I was like, okay, I'm kind of I'm an editor. I'm a good editor. Not so much of a good bike rider, but I can tell me a story, you know? So why don't we try to do some kind of like documentary? Let me try to stretch my legs and really do something cool. And so the climb to Kaiser was a really big fondo in my area. And when I was coming up in the sport, that to me was like pinnacle. It's like, dude, just finishing this is awesome. Winning it, bro, you get in the local newspaper. Like, it's just so amazing. It's just, I really like put that on a pedestal. And so then I hired a film crew, you know, to put together this film, pitched to Canyon's marketing company, and I said, hey, I'm doing this project. So they sent me a demo bike, like a loaner. It's a Canyon Ultimate, and it was just supposed to be for 2 weeks, and I was gonna send it back. Funny little side story, they send it to me, I take it out of the box, and I hang it on my garage door, like the saddle on the garage door, and it doesn't have wheels on it yet. I turn around and the garage door starts to close and just smashes the bike into the ground and took a huge chunk out of the top tube. I almost snapped this bike in half within 5 seconds of getting it. So could you imagine I go through all this, I get the bike from Canyon, and then all of a sudden, I'm like, bro, I just snapped it in half. Thank you so much, Andre. I don't know why it's not popping up the alert. Is that a sprint? $10? Sprint 10 seconds. Okay, ready? I got a $10 donation. Ready? Go. Cool. Yeah, so could you imagine? That would have been a shitty relationship. Shitty start to relationship. Hey, I need another bike. I broke it in half. So then I went on to make that video. I won. Crazy. Insane. Never would have thought I would have won that thing. And I actually got disqualified because it's no support. You're not allowed to have any like hand ups. You have to use the aid stations. Well, I got permission from the event promoter, and the bicycle club, in which was like help putting it on, to make sure no one thought I was cheating. The person driving the follow car with the camera crew was a part of the cycling club putting it on. So I had like a third party, unbiased person driving that would say, hey, he cheated. Okay? And for some reason, dude, it was really strange. People got really angry and they just started making shit up, dude. Saying that I was taking bottles from the car, that I held onto the car, that I got in the car. And one woman was like, I saw him holding onto the car between, right before Shaver. And so then I go, well, that doesn't make sense because I left the film crew at the top of Kaiser to get shots of second and third. So no one was, I didn't have a car then. And she said, well, you must have had two. I said, I have two identical white Jeeps? Come on. Anyways, they DQ'd me from that event, which was a real bummer. Totally felt like just betrayed by like my local community. Since then, it's been okay. And the people that have taken it over are really, really nice. This guy, Cody Hill, it's amazing. But yeah, it was a really weird thing. But the video did really well. And so then Canyon saw that and was like, sick, dude. We'll keep giving you support. And I was like, right on. And so I got to keep that bike. And then every year my deal got a little better and a little better. And now this year, it's the best deal I've ever had. And like I said, I just really can't thank Canyon enough. So the bolts of it are that I get essentially 2 bikes a year, and then I can demo bikes. So over the years, I've just kept my bikes. I haven't sold any. So I have a lot. All right. So people are asking, here's the suffer menu. So if you're just joining, let's kind of talk about it. I've got carrots. So $1 to like $3, I eat a carrot. That sucks. $5, I eat a burrito. I'm at 5 burritos, I think, so far. 10, I sprint for 10 seconds. 15, I stand for 1 minute, like I can't sit for a minute. So like if you guys wanted to team up and make me stand for the rest of the 8 hours, whatever the math is. $25, I sprint for 30 seconds. And $100, I do a full ramp test, which I did do, and I got to 580 watts. Which was gnarly. So that's all done with the, yeah, how much for a tomato? $1 million. Tomatoes absolutely suck. Man, I hate tomatoes so much that I genuinely feel like it's an inside joke that everyone is trolling. Like when someone eats a tomato like an apple, I'm like, are you messing around? Like, there's no way you like that. Some people like it. Okay, let me explain a little more. Let me explain a little more about this. So, what's the goal? Ride the full Festive 500 kilometers. I guess it's 314 miles. We gotta figure that out. As fast as possible. Current record is 11 hours, 45 minutes. This was just set a couple days ago. Okay, so before the pacer bots for the Festive 500, it was like 12 hours and 30 minutes. Now, because on Monday, the pacer bot was insane. On Tempest, rolling 26, 27, 28 miles an hour. Well, I missed my window, dude. I had totally planned on doing 1,000 kilometers in 24 hours, given that I could ride with that pacer bot. Well, every day, the pacer bot on Tempest has gotten slower and slower and slower. So now this one that I'm with, it's not enough. It's one, super hard because I have climbs, and it's not fast enough. I think we average 26 miles an hour. I need 26.9. So I truly don't believe I'm going to be able to break this record. Just because the amount of watts I have to do. Like right now, not so bad. Hour 4. Hour 6. Hour 10. That is going to be rough. So now, you guys use chat? You guys use Chat GPT? If you're not, you should. The things chat can do is insane. And I have been really messing with it a lot. And so they don't have an average speed. I can't see my average speed on here until I finish. So I don't really know if I'm on track or not. So I asked chat, I said, averaging 26.9 miles per hour, I want you to break down what distance I have to be at every 20 minutes. So it gave me this, it printed out this chart. Isn't that crazy? Chat did that. So let's take a gander. At 2 hours and 40 minutes, I have to be at 71.73 miles. So I am like right there. But the problem is I'm only going to lose speed because I'm not going 27 miles an hour average on a lap. So I'm going to have to do some dirtiness, like, okay, like right here, if I teleport, like, let's try this. Let's try what I'm going to do here. Teleport. Okay, so I skipped that climb. And now I'm with Genie. So, how much cheating is that? You know, like, but now I just ran right into this freaking climb. So if I can switch my pacing around, see, that was a bad trade-off. So now let's go back. So like this is the only way I'm going to be able to try to keep my average speed up. With teleportation. My current average speed is 25.9, okay? Are you sure? Yeah, I think I'm higher than 25.9. I should be in the 26s because the chart shows at 2 hours and 39 minutes, 26.9 is 71.73. The problem with the teleportation is you lose 10 seconds. Now it doesn't count, you don't gain distance, and it doesn't eat up time, but your total time is different. So now like, what is real? You know what I'm saying? Like what is the, how do you justify? If I finish at 11:44 at 500 kilometers, but I used teleportation 5 times, that's actually an additional 50 seconds, but I wasn't making up distance. Okay. I looked up to see if there was like third-party apps to connect to show average speed. I couldn't find anything, but all good. I'll figure it out eventually. Just burritos and muffins. Okay. And dude, our average power right now is actually kind of wild. It's kind of bonkers. $267. But let's also talk about how Matthew Left Hand, the new absolute monster of ultra. Matthew is the current ultra distance national champion. I could not defend my title because it was the same day as Gravel Worlds. And I didn't have a crew. I didn't have a budget. I had no way to get out there. But I did have support and I could do the Gravel Worlds. So it was the same day. So I ended up doing Gravel Worlds instead of Ultra Distance Nationals, and Matthew went on to win that. But he recently just did every single road in Zwift, every world, every road, every climb, and he averaged 266 watts for 24 hours. Bananas, dude. Bananas. That kid is legit. And I ain't got nothing for him, man. So, and he did that 24-hour thing a couple days before I had planned to do my 24-hour thing. So then I was like, well, shit, dude. He kind of blew me out of the water. Like, I gotta do something super cool. I gotta do something better. I can't do something less than him, you know? So we do this, and everything was going to be fine and grand and great with the Tempest Fewett bots But look, when life gives you lemons, eat them. Okay, here we go. Carrot.
Garrett Raymond says eat a carrot for $1.99.
And it's
Let's
like a.
see how many carrots
This is like
you
a
can
proper
eat.
carrot, bro. Purple. Thank you. Thanks, Garrett. Oh, that's not as good as a burrito. That is. Very not good. I mean, it's not bad. I like roasted carrots. And I do have a air fryer. I could roast this. Okay. Carrots are weak sauce, bro. So right now, we are at what are we at? We've had a couple muffins. We had a carrot. I'm typing in my food here. Okay. Oh no, not another carrot. Oh man. All right, breathing and eating carrots is a thing. Okay. Is that enough? Is that enough carrot? I have orange ones too.
Miss Nirm likes to watch in a creepy way.
I can't show my mile per hour average. It doesn't work like that.
Crisp 978
Okay.
is paying $9.
I think you meant to give me the burrito, but you made me sprint.
To watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds, wash the carrot down with a burrito.
Dude, I have like shards of carrots everywhere. dude, the heart rate. For some reason, man, the heart rate. I'm using the Apple Watch because I had a chest strap and it was just reading like 50 beats per minute, no matter what I was doing. And obviously, that sucks. And people are gonna be like, dude, you're cheating, you're on an e-bike. And so I couldn't use the chest strap. And then I have this little guy. Okay. Another sprint. 10 seconds, go. There you go. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the 10. Okay, I gotta get to that burrito. Someone donated a burrito. Now they made me sprint, but they said have a burrito. So I'm gonna go ahead and read between the lines on that one. Okay. The indoor setup, they're all very, very similar. That hurt. They're all very similar. So I would say get a direct drive, whatever that is, Saurus, Wahoo, Tax, something where the chain goes onto the cog, not a wheel onto the drum. And then get yourself a rocker plate. So I have a Saurus rocker plate. You see how it moves side to side? It even moves forward and back, right? This rocker plate is hands down the best possible thing you could get for your trainer setup, because you can stand and it moves side to side, and then when you sprint it goes back and forth. It rips, dude. Rocker plate, direct drive. This chat bar just keeps not totally working. That's okay. Okay. Okay, so this is a really cool question. 4 keys. Are you able to maintain healthy hormone function with all the volume you do? And no. No.
AMB
How has your max heart rate gone over the years?
2929 says
It's
into
down a little bit.
$1.99. Heart, how has your
Eating a
max
carrot
heart
for you.
rate gone over the years?
But now I'm gonna choke. When I was in my 20s, 220 max. Now I'm like at 195. But so the hormone health. The 2 years I did 4 impossible routes a year, plus all the other stuff, I wrecked my hormones. So I did ultra distance nationals in Oregon, 32 hours, 37,000 feet of climbing, 110 degree weather, jumped in a car, drove from Oregon all the way back home to jump on a plane and go to Washington to sleep in a freaking tree while we did an impossible route with Andrew. That kind of stuff, the back-to-back, just murdered me, man. And so I went and got a blood test to see like what was happening. So I did it after Unbound, where like I kind of felt like I was on the verge of the muscle thing. Whatever it is when your muscles start to eat themselves. And my testosterone was smashed, estradiol was smashed, everything was just crushed. And then so then I tried to not do as much volume. I tried to way back it down. I tried to recover, because I was always one to think, bro, you can sleep when you're dead. Push, push, push. Ride, ride, ride. Go, go, go. Rhabdo. Yeah, that's it, rhabdo. So at Unbound, in the mud apocalypse, what ended up happening was I had planned to do a certain pace, and I got stuck in that mud, and I didn't eat. So I was out of food and out of water for hours. And just like, I mean, I've done some hard things. I could feel my body eating itself. Eating itself. It was not good. That was one of the only times I ever DNF'd or quit. Because I was like, dude, I'm gonna like permanently damage myself. And there was a couple times where I felt like I had a Epstein-Barr, massive fatigue, like this weird feeling where my whoop would not show. Like resting heart rate's fine, HRV's fine, but I would just feel terrible. This was a couple years ago. So then I really tried to put prioritization in recovering and protein, like 200 plus grams a day in protein. I honestly haven't missed a day of protein in years. And the science used to be 1 gram of protein per kilogram of body weight. And what they showed was like anything more than that wasn't really beneficial. But then new science came out, targeted more towards endurance athletes, and actually has shown 1 gram per pound or 1.5 grams per pound still has a benefit. So right now I'm weighing 180 to 185 depending on the poop of the day. Totally lost my train of thought. I'm weighing between 180 and 185, and I'm getting in 200 grams to 250 grams of protein a day. Now, That's not hard to do when you eat 4,000 or 5,000 calories. Dude, eat 2,500 calories on a plant-based diet, that gets difficult. And so what I have found, outside of just smashing like protein shakes, like I don't want to just eat protein shakes, I want real food. So I've been using this stuff called fava bean tofu from Big Mountain Foods. Bro, 65 grams of protein in 265 calories. So I'll do 2 packs of that fava bean for like breakfast, and that's 130 grams of protein for 500 calories. It's so insane. Yeah, so for me, the best vegan options for a protein, if you're looking for macros, is fava bean. The best for complete amino acids is soy tofu, but that some people can't process soy very well. Quinoa is a complete protein, but is pretty bad on the macros, like calories per protein. It's not great. A couple other questions here. What's better to retain fitness, zone 2 or threshold? I mean, personally, you need both. But if I want to like get good, if I want to get like fast, I do a lot of short intervals. 3 to 10-minute intervals, either slightly above FTP or slightly below FTP. I find more gains from short duration, high intensity intervals done at the right watts, right? Not like you start off on an interval of 400 watts and then the second one's 370 and their third one's 310, the fourth one just keeps falling. That's not good. You want to be able to nail, like if your 5-minute power, say 370, you can do 370, 370, 370, 370, 370. That to me, give like 2-3 weeks of periodized, focused, high intensity interval training, I feel way better. Zone 2 is good for your core, like mitochondrial efficiency, but it doesn't make you any faster. Like you go on a group ride and someone starts to hit it hard, your zone 2 training isn't gonna do anything. So, you know, I like zone 2. I like just cruising around. But if you want to get faster and better, because the higher FTP, the bigger your zone 2. But it doesn't really work that way the other way. Like you can't go and do hours and hours and hours of zone 2 and have your FTP go up. All that does is allows you to have a bigger base to where you can actually do more intervals. You can achieve a greater peak. But just because you do a lot of zone 2 doesn't mean you automatically get a higher FTP. But also, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Do I ski? I tried once. No, thank you. I couldn't get my feet to stay together. One foot wanted to go that way, one foot wanted to go that way. It was scary as shit. Now I can snowboard. Skiing? Yikes. Thank you, Steven. Appreciate you. Ooh. Thanks, Joe. Yeah, dude. I'm gonna spam out this kit here in a second again. So, I've had a really awesome opportunity to work with Eliel and make a ton of kits. And they're only open for 10 days and then they go away. And often people go, man, I wanted that kit. Now, they are expensive. The kits are pricey. But here's this amazing one, the 90s kids. Like, bro, the base layer is so sick. Such a sick base layer. Such a sick kit. What else we got? 90s, 80s vibes. This is like an unreleased one. Sick bibs. This one was like one of our best selling kits. It's like tropical fruit. So dope. Play bikes. The arcade. I loved this one. The white. Bro, the white looked so sick. I wore this one on the Sea Otter trip. Then we've got the Fruit Fondo, which is actually from the collection that I'm wearing now. In game. And then the flannel. Bro. Flannel. You. So, if you're not into wild kits and you want to hide your wild side, those base layers, bro. Those base layers. The flame kit. Bro. Dingle Dongle has the freaking monopoly on the flame kits. I'll let him keep his jam. Yeah, dude, we're gonna be all over the place with the chat. We'll talk about psychedelic mushrooms, FTP, burritos, muffins, sexy time with the wife. I'm 6'2". I'm 6'3" with my Hokas. So I cheat. I'm an absolute fraud. I love being tall. I straight up, like, I'm not a super fan of me. I'm pretty like down on myself a lot. I think I hold myself to a really, really, really high standard, and I kind of think like everything I do is doo-doo poopy pants. And so like finding things about myself that I like that sounds so, bro, get a therapist. But there's a couple things I really am proud of. One, I'm 6'2". That shit rips. The other thing is my hair. Dude, my grandpa, so you get your hair gene from your mother's father, okay? So your grandpa on your mother's side, if he has hair, you have hair. And my grandpa on my mother's side died with a full head of hair. Dude, bro, I have a widow's peak. I have extra hair. You know what I mean, dude? I have extra hair. Look at that. That's so funny. People are like, oh no, dude, I'm balding. And I'm just rocking extra hair over here, dude. Love it. All right, dude, this is getting difficult. Okay. What's in my bottles? Fluid. That. Yummy. I'm pretty much using electrolytes though. I only have, like, out of the 6 bottles I have, I only have 1 with calories. I have 1 with creatine and amino acids. That's a weird one. Dude, this pacer group is flying. All right, let me talk about this. Okay, so the the ramp test. Okay, a traditional ramp test has you go up whatever it is, 20 watts every minute. But to do the one that was built into the game, it makes you sit through a 5-minute introduction. Okay, so I couldn't do that. That's like so annoying. I didn't want to just sit through the 5-minute introduction every time. So I built my own ramp test. And I'll show you. So if I go here, workouts, do you see? So here's all. This is the ramp test I built. Oh, wait. There you go. This is the ramp test I built, and I'm not doing it right now. I mean, I didn't set it to erg mode. But if you really want me to suck, you can have me do this. And it goes up 10 seconds, 20 watts every 10 seconds. Now, go back to that. Now the way a ramp test works is, or at least the one in Zwift, it takes your 1 minute best power. So the best power you can hold for a minute. So say you did 580 for a minute. Well, yeah, that's putting your FTP through the roof. I didn't hold 580 for a minute. I got up to 580, but that was every 10 seconds. So I built my own FTP test for it to be a little more exciting. So far, we've only had to do one FTP test. And it's just only going to get worse. Jason, shout out to VC from Brazil, come do an impossible out here. So I'm a huge fan of Brazil, because I did jiu-jitsu for 7 years, and I love the way they talk. I can't do it, but the Brazilian accent to me sounds tough as shit, because everyone I've ever heard with a Brazilian accent has twisted my body into a pretzel. Derek says, killing it, dude. Still waiting for that Sea Otter footage. So I did a race at Sea Otter. I did the Masters gravel race. I got third. And I missed the podium. It was a real bummer. I have so many stories to tell that I just don't get around to editing them. That's my huge downfall. Like, if I could just suck it up, Buttercup, and just put out content, I could put out way more. Maybe I'm more successful. But dude, sometimes I don't like the story. I don't like how it played out. And not even that it's not that I didn't do good or whatever. It's just sometimes I don't know. I feel like there's not a cool story. I should have known better to use this watch. It's like, for some reason, to broadcast my heart rate, I have to be staring at my watch. And then the second I pull it away, it disconnects. Could I not get a video editor? No way. One, they're very expensive, and I don't really make like enough money in this to justify that. That would be just straight up, I'm paying to put out YouTube content. But the other thing is that they're my stories. I want to tell them. I don't want an editor. You would tell, you would know a difference. You'd be like, this is just a whatever video. There's no story here. I truly believe that the edit is my gift. Like, that's the thing I'm good at, not the riding of the bikes. And maybe some people can't tell the difference. Maybe it's like, I can't tell the difference between your stuff and anyone else's. But I can. And when there's an editor involved, they weren't there. They don't really know what it felt like. So all they can do is go off the footage. And I'm telling you, man, if that's all you had to go off of, you'd tell a weak story. So, no editor for me. I don't want to. They're my stories, man. I want to tell them. How much training are you doing daily? I mean, I fluctuate, man. It's just kind of like when I have time. Editing the Great American Coastline. I mean, I didn't ride for like 10 days. I just edited all day, every day. I kind of procrastinated on that. I should have started way earlier. So that's my fault. But I do, on average, about 2 hours, an hour to 2 hours a day, and then try to do something big on the weekends. So, yeah, like 10 to 20 hours a week. 20 hours a week would be like, that's what I would like. I would love to do 2 big 5-hour rides, 6-hour rides, Saturday, Sunday, but you know, I got the family, and sometimes I ride motos with my boy and, you know, hang out with the fam. Like, I don't want that to get in the way. I've trained upwards of 35 hours a week, and I didn't really see much of a difference, to be honest. I feel like a sweet spot is like 15. Like 15 hours is really good. Disneyland ripped. Disneyland was so awesome. So, what's funny though is that we were gonna go on Saturday, and then we thought, well, I think everyone's gonna go Saturday. So what if we go Monday? What if we're the smart people? We're so smart, and we're gonna go Monday. No one will be there Monday. Everyone had that same idea. So everyone was there. And now, we did the park hopper pass, where it's kind of cool. You like check in on the app, and then it will tell you when to come back. So you can only use it so many times, but dude, we hit every ride we wanted to and didn't have to wait in a single line. You have to plan it right, but we nailed it, dude. My daughter was just beaming. I mean, she could not get enough of it. And like, I just put myself in this mindset of I've been training for the last 10 days riding from Canada to Mexico to be able to have the endurance to go 10 hours. And I told myself at Disneyland, I set this line in the sand. This is what I do with parenting, and it really helps, is before I go into anything, okay, I set a line in the sand and I say, I'm not going to suggest us leave until she's ready. Like, I'm here till my daughter wants to go home. And so then what that does is it honestly changes your mindset, and you're not always like, okay, you know, like we've done a lot, like we should probably go. It's just, what's next, baby? What's next, baby? What's next, baby? Just over and over and over. And it was so cool. And gotta get back on. Yeah, her favorite ride was the teacups, actually. Pretty chill, easy ride for her to be her favorite. And then there's this restaurant. It's outside the park in between California Adventure and Disneyland. And it's like a burger shop, like a burger and milkshake shop. And they have pretty good vegan burgers and good milkshakes, vegan milkshakes. But then they have like these insane milkshakes, you know, because my kids aren't fully vegan. And dude, like one of them comes with like an entire slice of cake on top of it. It's just so ridiculous. Dude, how did we get dropped again? Okay. Dude. Ow. That hurt. Okay, you gotta give me a second. Oh boy, that was hard. Can you give us the Fuller food quote again? The Michael Pollan. So Michael Pollan, who, this guy kind of changed my life in a quote that he said. This is before I was plant-based. And he said, eat whatever you want, just cook it yourself. And I was like, bro, I can do that. I can do that. You know? Easy. So then before I was vegan, I was cooking bacon cheeseburgers. We'd do like full-on turkeys and chickens and whatever. But touching the food, handling the food, it does something to you. It changes you. Like if you just buy shit from the store and never cook it yourself, never touch it, you're disconnected from it. So by cooking whatever we wanted, cookies, you want cookies? Cook them yourself. You'll see there's a shit ton of sugar. And then you go, man, I know how much sugar I used. Maybe I shouldn't eat 10 of them. Changes you. But he recently was asked, can you sum up the best diet for the most amount of people? Now, caveat here, I truly believe there is not a single diet that works for everyone. Everyone is different. Everyone's genetics are different. Everyone's life is different. Like, my wife does not think about food 24/7. She actually needs food. She doesn't eat. She's just not hungry. So for her to be healthy, she needs to eat. So she needs a different kind of diet than I do. She needs higher caloric density. I don't. So if anyone says this is the best diet for you, hands down, well, I don't know. I don't know if that's true. But Michael Pollan said, eat real food, mostly plants, not too much. I was trying to skip that climb, and dang it. I tried to skip that climb with A group and messed it up. Went on to this climb. Wow, wow. And that quote is really, really cool. Eat real food, like not very processed food. Mostly plants. That doesn't mean all plants. It just means most of the volume is fruits and vegetables and grains. And then not too much. Like caloric restriction. Don't overeat. Like scientifically, that's going to be your best bet. Let's go back. Let's go back. Ooh. It is nice to get a small little ease up. Okay, I'll answer some questions here. Build your perfect burrito. My perfect burrito is a breakfast burrito. Soy rizo, potatoes, maybe a little bit of the fava bean tofu, or like tempeh, like bacon kind of, like crispy tempeh on like a grilled tortilla. That's what's up. Breakfast burritos for the win. Okay. So I keep using this erg mode because I don't have to pay attention to the group. I just have to pedal. Any cycling YouTuber creators you respect? I mean, I really like Chris Miller. I feel like me and him have a very similar life, even though we're so far away from each other. I like Chris Miller a lot. I really like EJ. He's been really nice to me, really kind to me. That's probably it. Thought about a cookbook, totally. I've actually tried to do a cookbook a couple times. I get a little too in my head about it. So I have a website. That I'm trying to dial in. So it can be like evergreen. So it can always, like I can update it all the time. Come on, dude. This heart rate is just atrocious, man. A freaking technology, bro. Like, work. It won't work. And I don't understand. I don't know what the problem is. I don't know why it disconnects and then doesn't read. All good. Doesn't matter. Don't need to complain about it. But heart rate tells the story, you know? Heart rate really tells what I'm doing. All good. Man, the Dust Bowl was so much fun. The Dust Bowl 100 was seriously one of my favorite races I've ever done. Because it was like proper racing. Just non-stop. Constantly. It was quite insane. And I like banging bars, I like racing, I like tight turns. Yeah, you can draft in workout mode, for sure. And I'm using workout mode and erg mode to just keep the power steady. I swear it keeps my speed steady. Now my Apple Watch is very accurate of the heart rate. But when it connects to Zwift, see, it just goes off. Like, I have to be looking at it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. And then I have to close out the app and do it again and do it again and do it again. Whatever. It is what it is. I don't know what to do about it. Oh. I'm about to take a tinkle. Dude, I can't believe we've done 100 miles. I'll talk about Whoop. So no more Whoop, but I love Whoop. Okay? Whoop was amazing. The problem is that when I tried to put on weight and when I tried to get a better physique, when I tried to get a six-pack, calorie in, calorie out was king. That was everything I needed. And Whoop wouldn't do it. Whoop wouldn't integrate to apps. I could not track my calories. So I had to get an Apple Watch. And even though this heart rate's sucking balls here, it does not suck on the watch. It just doesn't connect to Zwift very well. And so I have an app called Athletic and then an app called Macros. And so I put in all my food in Macros. Then Athletic tracks all of my burn and then gives me a real-time Seco on my wrist, which is really cool. So right now, I can tell you I am 222 calories in the hole. I'm in a deficit of 220 calories, which is really cool because I've been eating muffins and burritos. And so, based on what I've burned and based on what I've put in my tracking, I'm always made aware of what my surplus or deficit is. So I can constantly track it and go, okay, I know, actually now we're at negative 350 calories. So 350 calorie deficit. So today we are trying to not be at a deficit. We want to try to stay fueled this whole ride, which is much easier said than done. So I might as well eat another muffin. Average fiber, I don't know, I don't track it. I eat so many vegetables. So like, your boy's poops. Quite amazing. Oh yeah. Yeah, boy.
Ride beside
Burrito
says
time.
it's a burrito for $5.
It's burrito time. Gonna get out the burrito. So if you're just joining, here's, I hate when it does that. I gotta go here, and then I go there. Cool. So if you're just joining, you can make me do things. Please don't make me eat a carrot. They're so wildly hard to eat and ride. I almost choked like 6 times. Okay. 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 Oh, man. Oh. Okay. Dude, it hurts. Some of those climbs, man, just brutal. Yeah, if someone hit me with the FTP test, the ramp test, like on the last mile, I mean, I'll do anything for money, but that would suck. So you can see you can make me do stuff. So Mr. Ride hit me with a burrito. Alright, burrito number 6. We've eaten 1,500 calories in burritos so far. 379 grams of carbs, 112 grams of protein. I have like a rubber mat on the ground. Here's the thing, dude, is that my snot production is just, should be studied by science. The amount of snot that comes out of my nose is absolutely insanity. So, it's really just water. Still, I know it's gross, but... David asks, do you get any pre-race, pre-event anxiety? Oh, for sure. There's been a couple rare occasions when I don't have anxiety. And that's when I just know I'm tip-top. Like, unless something outside of my control happens and I just crash and burn, like, I don't know, get a flat or something. But if like physically I'm dialed, then I'm good. But if I know that I'm gonna be in for a really rough day, it's hard. Like this, man, I kind of tossed and turned all night. I mean, maybe you think this is boring or like, what's the point? But live streaming for 12 hours, like what if I only made it 30 minutes? What if I completely implode? What if I lose it? What if I start crying? That's embarrassing. So like there's a lot of pressure to like stay entertaining, but also like there's a lot of pressure to keep motoring. Like I don't want to suck in front of everyone. I've live streamed some crit races. Dude, I swear every time I end up racing the worst race I've ever raced. It's funny. Yeah, so the, oh my chicken pie, what is in my eye? That was just on the fly because I was descending down to the 1. It was so beautiful. Perfectly paved road. and I had that thing in my eye. And so I was descending and I was going, oh my. Oh my. And then I just got so happy, and then I started singing, and that just came out like, I don't know where the chicken pie, like I was maybe thinking of my wife makes these vegan chicken pot pies that are really, really good. So maybe I was thinking of that. So it was just like, yeah, just in the moment, which was cool. And then my wife was like singing it around the kitchen. She just that got stuck in her head, which was really funny. All right, dude, I think we're on pace right now. Like, we're not sucking so bad. I think we still, oh no, I don't want a carrot.
Matthew Contreras says eat a carrot for $1.99. Eat a carrot.
It's really hard to swallow these carrots and breathe. I should have done baby carrots. The full big boys was a bad idea. I mean, I do cook. I love cooked carrots. I just thought this would be funnier. Thank you, Jason.
Jason McCoon says eat a carrot for $2. Don't worry, be happy. Ride on. You got this.
Okay. Are you going to keep rolling after 12 hours? Let's get through 12 first. The thing is, like, okay, I know the stats. I know my numbers. I don't think I can do 250 watts for 24 hours. How do you deal with wanting to stop and pushing through pain and boredom? I like this question because I have a very hippie answer about it. Hey, look, someone's wearing my kit. Okay. Dude, it's rough. It is rough going. This is hard. We've done over 100 miles in sub 4 hours. Okay, so how do I push through when everything says stop? And I've made a whole video about this called Future You. It's on like my main homepage of YouTube. I try to exist in a future state that is not here. I try to make that future state so real. Appreciate. I don't know what these are. These are like tips. They're like different than super chats, so it doesn't make a pop-up, but I really appreciate you. I don't know what knock is, but I'll take it. So, I exist in a future timeline where I am not doing this. So right now, this actually started 5 days ago. Say, I started my mental prep 5 days ago. The dinner I'm gonna have with my wife and kids tonight, that's why I don't really want to go over 12 hours, because I've kind of been locked in on this, like, I get to go home tonight. But I'm thinking about the fire crackling. We're gonna watch a movie on the couch. We're gonna play a board game. We're gonna laugh, we're gonna hug. Live, laugh, and love, man. And it's just like, I just think about when I'm suffering, when I'm in the hurt, when I'm in the dark, I pretend that world is real. I make that future me, that future space, so real that it's already happened. And so it's like, it's right there. You know how when you see a finish line with whatever that is, if I said, go out and run indefinitely, you'd be like, what? And you would jog. If I said, I want you to run 10 feet, bro, easy, run 10 feet. You'd sprint. That's kind of what I do, is that I exist. This future me is so real and it's right there. I just gotta touch it. And so it's like, okay, my legs right now, pissed. I'm actually feeling a little dizzy, which isn't super great. That's a little concerning. So I'm like really trying to drink a lot of electrolytes. I'm losing a ton of water. And so that's kind of scary a little bit. And so in that moment where I'm having doubts, I just go and I sit on the couch. I'm looking at the fire. I'm playing a card game with my daughter and my wife. My son's talking to me about motos. We're eating a bomb-ass dinner. And that's it, dude. That's how I get through hard shit. And it works every time. Now, the problem is it's called disassociating. So you're not in the moment, which is not good. You don't, like, there's living in the moment, which is nice, right? You want to live in the moment. You hear about how good that is. But if I lived in the moment right now sucks balls, dude. So, like, I don't want to live in this moment. I want to live in a better moment. But then what has happened is that I've gotten so comfortable disassociating with anything that's uncomfortable that now I use it too often. It's like a superpower. It's like a superpower, but I've been abusing it. So anytime I'm doing something I don't want to do, I disassociate and go into the future. And so my wife sometimes is like, hey, where are you? And I'm like, oh shit, not here, you know? So beware, it's a slippery slope. It can help you out of really hard times, but it can also diminish those hard times. And sometimes you need to go through those hard times to come out better. It's like a caterpillar. You ever do the caterpillar thing with your kids? Where you buy caterpillars and you put them in their little terrarium and you watch them cocoon and turn into butterflies? Well, the butterflies that don't struggle, they die. If you help the butterfly out of its cocoon, its wings aren't strong enough. Which is like such a hippie metaphor, but the butterflies that survive are the ones that struggled. So sometimes, bro, you gotta eat that bag of dicks, man, to get strong. Ooh. Okay. I think I'm gonna pee at 4 hours. Iman, my stomach is getting a little full. I think I need something else. I have so much to eat. Crap. I think we're on track. Does anyone know what average we're under? We're off. Oh no. 107.6 at 4 hours. So we're right there. But I need to somehow make up some time. I need to make up some time. Okay, so I'll be honest, I'm terrified to take this pee break because I'm going to pee in a bottle right here. I'm pretty sure all I have to do is hit a button and it will play some music and you won't see my wiener. But what if I'm wrong? What if I'm wrong and I live stream my absolute unit of a hog? That would be embarrassing. Okay, the average is 26.3, so we need to pick it up. I think I need closer to 27. But maybe not. Maybe I'm wrong. What do I need? Yeah, it says to do 11 hours and 30 minutes. I would need 26.9. And if I'm at 26.8, I'm doing pretty good. I'm doing pretty good. I can't throw a towel over the camera because I have 3 cameras. I have this camera, I have this camera, and I have that camera. Bro, you're gonna see my ding-a-ling in freaking 3 dimensions. Ding-a-ling tesseract. All right, so I need to I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till there's a climb. Try to get the most out of this coffee break. Hopefully hit this button. Hopefully it blacks out the screen with a cool little... Here, let's test it. Let's test it. Tell me, does this work? Okay, I was talking during that. Could you hear me? No, right? Okay, cool. That works. All right. So I'm gonna wait till this climb here. I could get to the bathroom. The bathroom is right back there. It is possible, but I have to go under this sheet. I don't know. I'm a little worried I'm gonna slip and fall or something. I don't know. You ever pee in a bottle, dude? It's like kind of better. It's a good feeling to pee in a bottle, dude. Okay. All right. Time to pee. I will be back. Bladder empty. I even did a wardrobe change. All right, we're just finishing off. I take this last 15 seconds before we start pedaling again. Okay, cool. We did it. We did it. We did it. So I use a software called, or a program called Epidemic Sound, and that's where I get all my songs from. Synthwave, I don't know why, dude. I mean, you can tell, like, 1980s is just my jam, man. I don't know why. Hey, have you ever had these? Yo. Strawberries and cream. Get out of town. Get out of town. Yes, please. The little Mexican wedding ones. So good. All right, I'm gonna scan. Scan these in. Cool. Nice. So now, I look a little pudgy right here. I put a shirt. I was getting some sweat dripping down. And here's a gross story. One time when I did a 12-hour trainer ride, the sweat dripped down and went into my pee hole. It was uncomfortable. Like, it did not feel good. And so, you live and you learn. And as I keep sweating, like, I have this shirt, you see? And it kind of like blocks the sweat. Jeez, dude. It's getting harder and harder to bridge those gaps. Yikes. All these cookies. What up, cookies? So, you can get this base layer at leocycling.com. You can also get the bibs and the jersey. You can also get that one, and that one, and that one, and that one, and that one. Yo, Oops. Hotkeys. Yeah, no, it's super easy to join this group. Before you even start, you can go to the Pacer groups, the Pacer bots, and just join Constantine. Teleport right here into the group, and then you're riding with us. Oh boy. Oh boy. Pain. Is this upside down? I think it is. Gross. I wiped my face with the ball rag. Sick. Yeah, so I made a custom workout, and I just said zone 2 or zone 3 for 2 hours, and then I adjust it. The erg mode and custom workout, I swear it holds your average speed way better. Now, if there was no climbs, dude, if this was on Tempest, I'd be rolling, no problem. But there's three little climbs on this horse that definitely hurt. Definitely hurt. My trainer moves so much because it's on a rocker plate. So it moves side to side and forward and backward. It's the Saris rocker plate, and it is worth every dollar. This thing is amazing. I'm the freaking CEO of snot. I mean, dude, we're a third of the way done. That feels good and bad at the same time. Well, thank you, man. I appreciate, I mean, if you come on the stream at all, period, I appreciate you. I know watching a dude sweat his balls off for 12 hours isn't really the move. Dude, I get lost here every time. Thanks, Will. Appreciate you, man. I don't know, man. It's like some people don't get it, but watching someone suffer in real time is kind of cool, you know? Because you sort of, you know, you're hoping on one hand I succeed, that's cool, but also there's a little bit of side of you that's like, I sort of want to see this guy self-destruct. And that sort of keeps you watching, you know? Ooh. Boy, I like standing. I really like standing. I don't know why. So right now what I'm trying to do is use my glutes. So I've been using my quads a ton, right? And so right now I'm kind of like arching my back and pushing with my glutes, relieving some of the pressure from my quads, trying to let them recover. You know, something about where this is going to have like less than 20 minutes of stop time. Settle the debate. What's easier, turbo or outdoor?
Says eat a burrito for $6.31.
Boy,
settle the debate. What's easier, turbo or outdoor for R500?
I think it's different. To be honest, I would probably rather go outside. I'd rather do a 300-mile one-way ride. You get to see way more, but it's going to be longer. You know, it's going to be 15 to 20 hours. And I guess personally I would respect outdoors more, you know? Cause like, bro, I'm not really going 27 miles an hour. You know what I mean? If I was on the real road trying to go this speed, I'd have to be so tucked in and just hammering. Like I'm doing 29, like, you know what I mean? Can't do this in the real world. But with that said, dude, the mental anguish of not moving, you know, riding so far and not going anywhere is really difficult. That's sick. I'm watching while learning a new song on the piano. You know, that's how I roped my wife, dude. by pretending I knew how to play the piano. I learned Silent Night. I learned one song, dude. Silent Night. And then, like the second night she came over, the second time I saw her, I was like, bro, I'm so in touch with my sensitive side, and like played Silent Night on the piano. And she was all googly-eyed. That was it. That's all I knew. Never learned another song. Totally forgot Silent Night. We are going to get my daughter piano lessons though, which is, I'm really excited about that. I think my daughter would super dig learning to play the piano. Thank you, Steven. I appreciate you. Dude, I am absolutely soaked. That would be super cute to relearn Silent Night, and then like on one of our anniversaries, like take her to a restaurant that has one of those open public pianos, and then just start busting it out and playing it. That's a good idea. I'm gonna do that.
Da Bosnian 24 likes to watch from the bushes.
Let's get those electrolytes in. Let's get those electrolytes in, boy. How did my body, I'll talk about that. How did my body adapt to the 9 days? It was actually 10 days. 10 rides. Official record is 9 days because the first 24 hours, like 25 hours, is 1 day, 1 hour. So the official record was 9 days, 13 hours, but I did it in 10 rides. So, because I was so on top of my food, and I never got depleted, I never had to ride hours without food, hours without water. So like the impossible routes, a lot of those, dude, were in the middle of nowhere. And I just had, like, I couldn't eat or drink. And so you just crack. But with this, I was able to stay fueled the whole time and it'd be totally fine. So my body like got stronger as every day. Now what was strange was the fat accumulation. So I started, I really wanted to have like a sick physique going into it. So I really worked super hard to like have somewhat of a six pack and be kind of lean going in. So you can see that on day one, everyone's like, oh, TRT much. But then on day 10, no one's saying shit. Because like, dude, my six pack just evaporated because my body was holding on to so much water. It was holding on to any sort of fat like in my stomach and my man boobs. But every other part of me was so incredibly lean. It was actually wild. So, like, my legs, my arms, my V to D was just, it was crazy how lean I was. But like each day, my metabolism slowed. And it was kind of like, hey man, what are you doing to us? And so it held on to fat and water in such a strange way. So even though I was negative 22,000 calories, I was at a 22,000 calorie deficit for the whole trip. I just retained so much water. I was so puffy. And then I rebounded afterwards. I was so hungry and I couldn't, because I was eating 7,000 to 9,000 calories a day. And then when I stopped, I couldn't really stop eating that. You know? I tried my best, but dude, I kind of lost control, man, and like I was eating about 5,000 calories a day after the ride. And so then I blew up. I put this on Instagram like about 2-3 weeks after the ride. I looked like freaking the Michelin Man. I was just, I posted a picture of it and someone was like, bro, did you get pregnant? I mean, I was just eating uncontrollably. And so then I kind of just had to let my ghrelin hormone like come down and reset itself. And then I went back to counting calories. I mean, I was still counting calories. I just knew I was eating over. And then I got pretty shredded again for a little bit. And then I did that edit for 10 days and kind of lost a little bit. But my body adapted great, and this is what happens when multi-day projects, like after day 3, your body sort of just goes, okay, this is what we're doing now. And it just feels okay. Just feels good. But it was weird that I was at a 22,000 calorie deficit over 10 days and lost my six pack. That was annoying. You spoke of missing JB. I mean, I don't know how much I was worried that I couldn't tell a good story without him, because he's so different than me that it's really easy to guarantee a good story when he's so different. So I was getting worried that it was just going to be super boring. But like I said in the video series, I am so happy with my decision to go solo, and I would not have grown as the person with JB there, because I would have leaned on him. And I promise you, there would have been some button of heads. It would not have been great. Did your zone 2 change during this ride? Like the coast ride? No. I mean, I never really went that hard, to be honest. Like, I was focusing a little bit more on storytelling, a lot more on storytelling. I wasn't that focused on, like, going hard. And so I was probably more like high zone 1, low zone 2 for most of it. I mean, I came out of it with a sick base, you know. My fatigue and fitness were through the roof. I mean, those kind of projects, multi-day projects like that, they change your DNA. They change you. And so it's so good for your longevity to put that amount of stress in to yourself. Okay, to find me, Dan, you go. Here, I'll show you. Go to this right here. Teleport A, and you'll come right here. Hey bro, that guy that was running next to me was running. He was cooking. Now, like, maybe this sounds like an excuse, but if I wasn't gonna film it and I was gonna have, like, let's say I go for it supported, full TT bike, unlimited hand-ups. You have an RV where you can stop whenever, however you want, and you just race it. And you essentially go like 18 to 20 hours on, 6 to 4 hours, 4 to 6 hours off. You could do it in probably 6 to 7 days. Like, you could do 300 miles in a 24-hour period. You could definitely do 250. 250 to 300 in a 24-hour period. Like, no problem. But that's you not carrying anything. That's you not taking out the camera. That's just your head down and drilling it. And that's like cool. There's cool parts to that. But I don't want to get cocky here, okay? But I believe that at the time, there's no one else on this planet that could have done what I did. And that's like, oh, super douche. Oh, you're so humble. But the Instagram in real-time content, plus the YouTube, plus the photography, plus the calorie counting, plus the writing, plus the navigation. Bro, I may not be the fastest cyclist, but I'm the fastest cyclist with a camera in his mouth. And the way I was able to stay connected with a story every day and not let it slip, because, bro, that's the difference between me and other like high-level cyclists. I'm not a high-level cyclist, but like the difference between me and some of these other guys is like they don't focus on content at all. They just focus on riding. And that's their thing, and that's cool. But I'm not good enough to lean on my results. So I gotta tell a good story. I gotta do something different. I gotta be a special snowflake. And so I was so proud of what I was able to do with that project. I was so proud of putting the final version together, like reliving it with everyone day by day by day. I know I was late on the last one. Look, I procrastinated, man. I should have been working on that project the second I got home. And I kind of just put it off, thinking, oh, I'll get to it. I'll get to it. And then I never got to it. God, I want to hit that coffee stop so bad. Don't. So I've done daily vlogs in the past, like every year in December. I've done like 10 to 20 videos a day. And in the past, I have done a video a day while filming the next day. So I assumed that I would be able to do a video a day. So then I started working on the project, and because there was cell phone clips, vertical and horizontal, then there was the GoPro, then there was like a couple shots from people who gave me their clips from their phone. Multiple days. I had to organize all that. I had to sort all the footage. And then, bro, it took me 4 days to do the first one. And I was like, oh, I'm in trouble, dude. Oh, shit. And so then, like, But I was so proud of the project that I didn't want to just like mail it in. I didn't want to just be like, who cares? Just get it done. I wanted it to be perfect. And so then, man, I got into a point where like I blew through my buffer because I wanted to leave a buffer where I could have one up at 4:30 in the morning and already the next day is ready, so I could take 2 full days to do the last one. Well, I ate through that buffer, and on the last one, dude, I, no joke, edited for 18 hours straight. It was sick. Yeah, so I want to put out a video, one more about the Great American Coastline, because I didn't do a final budget or calorie. I want to go through the full budget, what I spent, you know, from start to finish. I want to show everything I ate. I want to show how I rebounded. I want to talk about the bike setup, the navigation. So I am going to do another video and talk a little bit about all the gear I used. I don't have it next to me, but I have a media mod for the GoPro. So it's like an external mic that attaches to the GoPro. And it's unbeatable. It's unbeatable. It cannot be beaten. So, I was actually just watching a video from Phil Guyman just the other day. And dude, the wind noise was like, yow. And then it made me really appreciate like how I have no wind noise because of that mic. Now, it takes 30% of the battery away and it closes off the battery door. So then you can't really swap batteries without taking the whole case off. So then I got this like dildo looking thing that's like a handle, but is also a battery bank for the GoPro. So then with the tripod handle that I stuck into my chest, which was so perfect, I essentially didn't have to charge. I only had to replace the battery in my GoPro like once a day. And I was pretty much recording all day. That's the other thing is, I never know when something cool is going to happen. And the thing about my videos that I think are special is all the little random shit that happens that no one else gets because they're not recording. Like, I'm essentially leaving my camera on for an hour at a time. And then I'll just capture these moments that are like, bro, that's so genuine and authentic because it just happened. But then when I get into the edit, that's what takes so long, right? So Francis Cade, you know, he did the Thailand trip. Years ago, he did this big like West Coast ride, which inspired me to do Death Valley. They came by and hung out with me. It was so sick, dude. Such an amazing. And I got to see Francis Cade work, and I got to see how he does it. And bro, that guy is the most efficient vlogger of all time. He essentially edits while shooting. So he will turn his camera on for that specific shot, turn it off. That's that. So then when he's done, he just takes whatever's on the card, dumps it on the timeline, and it's essentially done. He adds some music. He does S&Q mode, which means it shoots in super slow-mo on the camera. So you don't have to, it just automatically exports in slow-mo. And so I watched him make a 12-minute vlog in 40 minutes. I was like, bro, what? Now, the downside is that when he did the Glacier Point vlog with me, bro, there was so much story that he did not get. I mean, it was like bare bones, right? The most surface story, just because he wouldn't, he would never take the camera out. And so there's pros and cons to it. And he gets his shit up. He gets it on time. He puts out a lot. That's the difference. You said you want to tell the story and you don't want to outsource it. Could you maybe outsource the raw cut? I never thought about that, actually. But that is a really good idea. If I just sent all the raw files to someone and maybe made like a second channel, like VC's dailies, and they're not nearly as good or polished, but they're out. I wonder if that would work, because I have all the footage, and then it's just like, it's a second channel, so you know what you're gonna get. I don't know, man. Great idea, Max. I'll talk about JB here in a second. I gotta be really not a dick about this. But I get that question a lot. So I'm sure he has a different side of things. And I have publicly praised JB 1,000 times. So trying to get this. My wife is on her way, and I'm gonna have her charge this other strap. Because this just is not working. Like, do you see how the heart rate works now? It only works if I'm staring at my watch. And then as soon as I put it away, then it goes off. Okay.
Not again likes to watch from the bushes.
Okay. All right, I'm going to back up with the JB story all the way to the beginning. I wish I had a slideshow queued up for these. That would have been cool. Damn, I'm thinking of how I can do that on the fly. Okay, so way back when, before Canyon, I had an opportunity through Cliff Bar to go and do a gravel race in Vermont. Cliff Bar was the supporter behind it, and they were paying me and one of my friends, Tony, to go out there and do the really cold one. It was so cold. And I think it was my first ever gravel race. Okay? And this is what's so wild about life. You never know what's going to happen, right? You never know. Rasputitsia. It's like a weird name. Raspututs. So, this is before Canyon. Cliff Bar. And I don't know if you're like OG fans will remember that. I hate saying fans. Sorry. OG viewers will remember the crate of Cliff Bar granola I got. Literally a pallet, bro. 1,900 pounds of granola. It was awesome. And in one of my first ever daily vlog videos, daily vlog series, I had this wall of granola build. It was like an inside joke. It was so funny. And I never addressed it once. And I laughed my ass off. So okay, Cliff Bar brings me out. Specialized is supposed to get me and my friend a bike. And this was going to be like my first introduction to Specialized. And maybe if this had all worked out, my life would have been totally different. In not a good way. But Specialized sent the bikes to New York instead of Vermont. So we show up day before the race and we got no bikes. So I'm trying to figure something out, and I had, like I said, I worked with Canyon on a project for the climb to Kaiser, but I had nothing official, no contract, right? And so then I see the Canyon van and they were doing demos. So then I roll over and I say, hey, you know, Cliff Bar brought me out. We don't have bikes. I'm doing a video. You know, it's good exposure. Would you help out with a demo bike? And it was Jeremiah Bishop, two-time national mountain bike champion and mountain bike legend of the East Coast. But I didn't know who he was at all. I just thought he was a dude who worked for Canyon. So then he hooks it up with a bike, just for me though. He didn't actually get one from my friend Tony. Tony had to get some like clapped out rim brake thing that didn't work and his pedals fell off. He had a terrible time. Sorry, Tony. So you can watch this video. I think it's called My First Ever Gravel Race. Anyways, okay, so Jeremiah helps me out with this bike. I make the video. I put the part of me asking Jeremiah in the video. And then I got all this backlash about how dare I not know who Jeremiah is? How can you call yourself a cyclist and not know who Jeremiah is? Like, just, I got shit on. And I was like, bro, I don't know who he is. I don't follow the sport like that. And so then I felt all bad. Like, was I a dickhead? You know? Was I supposed to grovel at his feet? You know, I don't know. So then I messaged him on Instagram and I said, hey man, I'm just now finding out about you. And I took it as like, bro, this is super cool that you're like a legit bro and you didn't come off that way. You didn't come off douchey. You didn't come off stuck up. Like, I didn't know you. Like, he didn't have that aura about him. He just had like a cool, chill guy, whatever. So I was like, hey man, I'm really sorry that I didn't like know who you were. And oops. So then we started talking, and so then he was like, what if I brought you out to my fondo? Because he saw my video and it did well. And he was like, I'll bring you out to my fondo. So then he brings me out to Vermont. We hang out for 3 days. I ride his fondo, and we kind of become pretty cool. Now he's a really, really accomplished rider, and for the most part, he doesn't talk a lot about his history. He doesn't talk a lot about his past. He, opposite to me, makes zero excuses for anything. He just doesn't talk about his emotions. He's like a elite racer mentality. So, kind of hard to tell about his past, but from what I understand, him and Lance Armstrong were sort of on the same trajectory. Like, it was between him and Lance on who was going to get a spot on the American team. And well, one doped, one didn't, one made millions, one got bitter, you know? And so he got really, always kind of had like a chip on his shoulder, which, how could you not, about how fucking Lance Armstrong cheats and it doesn't really affect him, you know what I mean? Like what's the lesson to be learned? He cheated, he won, hell, he got lots of money, he's still relevant. So I think Jeremiah was like kind of had a chip on his shoulder about like he played by the rules and what did that get him. So he was always really competitive and just, it's what drove him to crush. So then we you know, talked a little bit, and then he had a project idea where he was going to do the world's hardest Strava KOM. And that is in Mauna Kea. Now, everyone always says, world's hardest, world's tallest, world's biggest, world's. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know how you say it's the world's hardest. It's big, it's a big KOM segment, but anyways. So he says, hey, do you want to come out and film me do this big ass ride? And I said, no. I don't want to film you. I'll film us. I want to be a part of this. And about 2 weeks before we flew out to Hawaii, this guy on the island the Big Island tours, he said, hey, I know you guys are about to do this thing, but everyone does this. So many people have done this segment. I know of one, and locally we call it the impossible route because no one has ever done it. And there's the east side, the west side, or you can start in Waiapia Valley and go up the gravel side of Mauna Kea. Now, maybe someone has done it before, but there was no proof. So no one had claimed anything. And so it was like, bro, that's sick. And so we coined this idea, the impossible route. I loved that idea. I loved that name. And we set off, me and him, on this insane adventure up Mauna Kea. I was wildly underqualified for something like this. Okay? Wildly underqualified. And so I did my best. At a certain point, Jeremiah, he was like, I gotta make sure I finish. And I said, dude, you can go, go ahead, like whatever. And so he left. He got to the top. And I had this complete and utter outer body experience at 10,000 feet where there's one side of you, there's another side of you, and they are arguing. And often you think that's you, all you, okay? I was able to step back, and then there was three of me. The observer, good guy, asshole. And I watched them have an argument. I watched them have a full-on argument where one was like, bro, stop, quit. You're killing yourself. And the other was like, don't do that. You're so close. And it was the trippiest thing. I was just watching and watching. And then I thought, what if they got on the same page? What if instead of you wake up early and you go, I don't want to wake up, and the other part of you goes, nah, dude, come on, you gotta. What if you woke up and said, it's time to wake up, and the other one goes, yep. It's like, bro, if you guys could get on the same page, life would rip. And it honestly changed my life, that one moment, laying on the ground at the visitor center on the side of the volcano. And one of the things that came to my mind in that moment was, in the cosmic time scale, so hippie, the fact that I get to do this is so incredibly rare. So think about all the planets, all the galaxies, and then think about across time. Dude, think about across time. Not just where, but when. This is a very special moment. I can't give it up. So, I make it to the top at sunset, literally like one of the most spiritual moments I've ever had in my life. And then we went on to get a budget to make 4 more of these episodes. So Impossible Route Season 1 was born. Death Valley, Virginia, Montana, and Colorado. Let me get over this hill. Let me get over this hill. Okay, so we get this budget, and at this point, we're not partners yet. And when we did Death Valley, I felt like there is no possible way I could have done Death Valley without Jeremiah. Like, he booked the videographers, he booked Bijou, he planned the routes. I mean, just like, what is clicking? He had like spreadsheets and like binders for everyone. I mean, dude, he crushed it. And that was such a cool project. And so afterwards I was like, okay, man, I think we're on to something here. Let's do something with this. And so we went 50-50 partners, right? And that's when it kind of started to get a little rough, just because logistically I ended up having just the brunt of the work, just how the cookie crumbled. And I was kind of hoping that the work I put into it, he would match with like sponsors, like going out and getting a lot of money, selling it, pushing it, right? And to be fair, he did some of that, but just not enough to make it really sustainable. Like, season 1, we took home a tiny amount at the end of the year, which is still like, whatever, bro. You make money to ride bikes, like, that's sick. But just the sheer time involved. If you break it down cost-wise, I was making like $3 an hour. So I started to build a little bit of resentment and bitterness. My fault. And in season 2, it just didn't get any better. I was hoping, again, things would change, that we'd find a big break, that we would somehow, I don't know. But at the end of the day, I was so happy with the projects and so happy with the films, and they were so good. Like, I kind of look at it as, if you don't want to worry about money, don't worry about money. So I just didn't worry about money, and then it just got to the point where we just didn't have enough money to keep it rolling. It just, they're very expensive projects. They don't get enough views to turn any sort of profit. on ad revenue. Jeremiah did say at one time he assumed I was getting 20 grand a month on ad revenue. So that made so much sense. Like, oh, bro, if you think I'm making 20 grand a month, I can totally get how you might be pissed. But that's not the case. That's not the case, dude, at all. To be fully transparent, I make between $700 to $3,000 a month off ad revenue, depending on how many videos I upload. So, you know, that like 3 grand is my ceiling. That's like put in 300 hours in a month and you might make 3 grand. So anyways, and then it got like weird. It got like, I think he got a little, and I'm just talking for him at this moment, but it seemed like he maybe didn't like that I got a lot of attention, which I'm not like that. I'm not into attention. People say I'm narcissist, dude. I'm not at all, bro. It's not what I'm in it for. Like, I'm actually kind of shy, and I don't want to like be famous. It's like it's not a goal of mine. But I could see that sometimes people would reference, oh wow, VC, and then that guy. You know what I mean? Not a lot of people put him in front, which I think, you know, potentially could have. It would make. I could understand his frustrations, and we talked a lot about it, man. Go underneath. Pull up. And so then after Bolivia, man, it just, I mean, if you've watched Bolivia, dude, he came in wanting to kill me. And
$500, get you a ham
he came in just like, yeah, wanted to roll me into the ground. And I felt like that was kind of the last bit. Like we were adversaries. We weren't friends in that moment. And it was a great video, though. I mean, I loved Bolivia. Was, I think, my best work. And I loved that Jeremiah was the way he was. It made a great story, you know. But look, we also did so many amazing things together. Name another duo that made 11 films off a budget, like off no budget. So like I can't even begin to like say how much he changed my life and how amazing those memories were. So it is what it is. Everything has a life expectancy, and I think we went way beyond what anyone thought we were going to be able to do, and we achieved some great things. But our personalities just started clashing too much at the end. And you could see in the comments, like the last 3, people are like, dude, these guys just fight all the time. So that was no good. Hi, baby.
You got so much food.
I got so much. Yeah, I know. Okay. All right, my wife is here. Look at my. There's my wife.
Just want water?
Yeah, fill them up with water and electrolytes. There's those orange tabs right there.
One each? How many?
2 each. Yeah, Steve, the guest star was definitely something I wanted to do all the time. I wanted that to be the thing. That every episode we had someone new. And we kind of did that a few times. And I would love to do more of that. I'd love to get, like, average Joes and tell this story of just overcoming obstacles. Because, like, once you do cool things, it gets hard. You have to do harder and harder things. But if we reset it with just, like, 3 random dudes from Wisconsin, that'd be a sick story. I really want to do that. I need to find a budget for that stuff. But I would love to do, yeah, man, I'd love to do different stories. Like, imagine if I did the coast rides, like these big, like 5-7 day adventures with like a new person every day. Wouldn't that would be kind of sick? Okay, so the goal, let's talk about the goal real quick. God, I gotta go, keep doing that. Go here, then there. Okay, so the goal is, I thought the record was 11 hours, 45 minutes. I guess it's actually 11 hours, 36 minutes. So, I'm close, but I'm gonna need to go somewhere else. I'm gonna need to get a big group and go to Tempest Fewett and crack out like a 30-mile-per-hour lap. Like, I need to bump my numbers up, because this pacer group is only 26 miles an hour. I need 26.9. Thank you so much.
You don't have any more taps. You want me to go get more?
Yeah, there should be some more. Or actually just in here. Do 2 scoops.
What do you need help with? Do you need like something plugged in?
Oh, yes. Okay. So, there's this weird charger where your sun skis were. I guess it's not charged. So, there's this weird gray, it's the same color, and it's like a super strange charger that hooks onto the side. Let's just see if we can charge it.
What?
Yeah, the Tempest. Okay, so I'm going to say this again. I got to keep reminding people. The original project was 1,000 kilometers in 24 hours. I did a test on Tempest Fewett with Constantine, and it averaged 28 miles an hour. So I was like, bingo. We can do this. And then they changed the bot. And then they changed it again and again and again and again. So the guy who set this record of the fastest 500K did it on the bot I had planned to use. He did it on Monday, I think. Well, now the bot schedule sucks, bro. And it just is what it is. I could have just canceled the whole thing, but that sucks. So it went from doable to hard to impossible to do 24 hours at that pace. So then I was like, okay, well, let me switch to a 12-hour ride, which you think is easier, but it's not as long as 24, but it's way harder because now our pace has to be way higher. And this guy set this record on this really fast pacer. Now I'm not complaining. I was trying to use the same loophole. He just did it before me. And now it's no longer available. So the bot on Tempest is like rolling like 23 miles an hour. It's just way, way too slow. So what I did was I had two of my OMG teammates give me a ripping 30-minute lead in. We got our average speed way up, and then I've just been sitting in this group, but it's not flat. It's not easy. This has been quite difficult. But I am absolutely blown away that we've gone 5 hours so far. That's crazy, dude. It honestly doesn't feel like that at all. And it's all because of you guys, like you just letting me talk into the void. You guys have been feeding me burritos and carrots, which totally suck. One guy made me do an FTP test. So to back up to that, here's the suffer chart, suffer menu. So $1, I eat a carrot. I have organic purple carrots. They're very hard to eat and breathe. Then I have burritos that my wife made. 15 of them. I think we're down 5 burritos. So a great mile per burrito. $10 gets a 10-second sprint. $15, I don't sit for a minute. I stand, which I like standing. So it's actually not so bad. $25 a 30-second sprint. And then $100 I'll do a full ramp test, which I only did one so far, and I got up to 580 watts, which was pretty cool. Ryan, are you going for the 12-hour? Look, the Guinness World Record is not, because I don't have, okay, 10-second sprint. Ready?
Stephen A is paying $9.99 to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds. Let's go chat. He ain't doing this for free.
Yeah. Boom. Dude, we got some snap in our legs.
I don't see it. Are you sure it's over there, or do you think it's somewhere else? There's a weird one. But
Oh, look in my center console.
in the car?
Yeah. Ow. Okay, that hurt. So, the Guinness Book of World Records, I've tried to apply. It's really, really hard. But the stipulations is kind of insane. And to actually get an official record, I have to pay someone to come and sit right here and stare at me, which I tried to do. So I tried to, oh man, no, I don't want to.
Eamon says eat a carrot for $2.62.
Yeah, yeah, no, charge it in the, not here. Thank you, Eamon. Nice little carrot. Hold on.
Jim Wolf
All right.
says you can suck it for $15. And now you can't
1
sit
minute.
for 1 minute. Good luck, brother.
Okay, anyways, I applied for 5 different Guinness records. And they never got back. It's been a couple months. You know what's wild is sorry, this is hard. What's wild is it's like $5 to submit your application. If you want to expedite it, how much do you think it is extra? 20 bucks? 100 bucks? What was it, 1,000? It was like $1,200 to expedite it. It's like, wait, $5 for one application, $1,200 to expedite it? Okay. So, we did not do like an official Guinness Book of World Records. Also, I'm kind of using like loopholes. So I'm using the coffee break. I'm using erg mode. I'm doing anything I possibly can. And so I don't really know how that works. You know, if I do a teleport, there's too many like loosey-goosey rules. And I'm not that into like it being official. I think the live stream, like you watching me do it, dude, you know, like here's another camera angle, you know, look at my bike. Look, there's my wife. Amazing. We're doing it in real time, boys. I want you to turn on the fan. That would be sick. I have not had the fan on this whole time. Yeah, no, just leave it.
Stain W is
I'm
paying
gonna wait for it to hit 30,
$10.50
and then we sprint.
to watch you suffer.
Oh no,
Sprint
double
for 10
sprint.
seconds. Sprint like you're on the Champs-Élysées, my dude.
Double sprint, okay. 20-second sprint.
Dimitri K is paying $9.83 to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds.
Okay, that's hurting.
That guy said that someone did it from Germany. He had to have multiple cameras and multiple witnesses, 2 recordings, lawyers.
Beach for me 2007 likes to watch from the bushes.
Well, I have, yeah. It is what it is. '58 and sunny in Bass Lake. Why on the turbo? Bro, I love the trainer. I don't know why, but I just dig it, dude.
Is that what you just met? Was in the same car? Or no?
I don't know. Eric. Okay, in my car is a SRAM battery. It's plugged in. It's on the passenger seat. Just pop the battery out and bring it to me, pretty please. I'm actually so surprised at how Thank you, Brad.
Brad Finn says you can suck it
I
for
appreciate you, man.
$19.99. And now you can't sit for 1 minute, burrito on me. Happy New Year.
Oh, you guys are too kind.
Eamon says eats a burrito for $6.29.
I'm gonna throw a burrito in the air fryer.
Have a burrito on me, Tyler. We'll be jumping into
I
Z
have-
with you soon. To hang on
I have
as
an
long
air
as I
fryer
can.
next to me.
Keep smashing G.
Okay. Let's see if I can pop that burrito in. Boom. We're gonna have a hot burrito, boys. Thank you.
I brought hash browns also.
Okay. Cool. Yeah, man. Okay, so in the chat you can see Volker. If you're on Instagram, you've probably seen like a lot of his stuff. He's kind of the #1 dude that's doing like trainer content. So I watch a lot of his stuff, and bro, Volker helped me out so much planning this project. Going back and forth with, you know, what I was supposed to do, how we were gonna do it. So man, he really he gave me a lot of his time, and he just did this at like 12 hours and change. So that's the thing, is like everyone used this super fast pacer, and I should have done it earlier, you know what I mean? I should have done it earlier this week. I just wasn't ready. I wasn't prepared. All good. Doesn't matter. You know? Undoubtedly, this is a harder course and a harder way to do this, so that's kind of a flex. But to be honest, I thought I was going to be done by now. Like, I was going to be cracked. Ooh. Be very, very careful, babe, with all the cords. Okay, so I want to talk about the support, because it means so much. It means so much to me, because I don't really, like, I don't do ads for the most part. You know, it's very rare that my video is sponsored by anything. And I just don't like doing sponsored content. It makes me feel not good inside. And so, again, oh no.
EJ's training camp paid $100,
EJ!
which is their entire life savings to watch you burn. So burn, baby,
Oh
burn.
boy.
Do a full ramp test. Sorry,
Yeah,
smile.
okay. Alrighty. Thank you, EJ.
And you just said what?
Okay, watch out. I gotta have it on this camera, because if you, I don't know if you want to be in it the whole time. You can if you want. I was just giving you a heads up that you're in it. Okay. This is the second FTP test FTP ramp test of the day. Once it gets around 240, I'll set it to erg mode. I just don't want to get dropped off the pacer group at the moment. So it will go up by, oh, wait, I had the bias set way too low. Got it fixed. There we go. Okay, ready? Here we go. ERG mode on. So what this is doing is I have to do those watts or the trainer slows down. Okay? So if I go below 320 for too long, my RPMs will just fade. If I go above, my RPMs go up. So it's a way to sort of lock in the power. Once we get to 400 watts, it goes up by 20 watts every 10 seconds. I got to 580 on the first one.
How long do you have to do it for?
I go until I can't. I'm a little shelled at the moment. It's all right. We got this. Come on. Come on. Dude, I'm dying out. That's it. Okay. That does it. 580. How do I end? Oh, gnarly. Oh. Oh. Okay. Oh. Yo, that was brutal. Can you cut me up a new shirt? Find me a cool shirt. Cut the sleeves off.
Our says eat
I
a
had
carrot
those
for
pink-
$1.80.
I don't know. I just used the knife in there.
A large?
Yeah, or a medium. Okay. Have a eat my carrot, man. You know, we just did our FTP test. Jersey. I'm a medium. This is a medium.
Are you gonna eat your pie?
Yeah, I really want to. Oh. EJ told me that he was going to do that.
Radical
right.
Netrunner says eat a
Let me-
burrito for $4.99.
let me get my burrito.
Another burrito for another
Let me get my
crazy
burrito.
sprint.
Winnie, can you help me out? Come around behind me. Careful. There's a burrito in that air fryer. No. Right in there. Yep. Thank you, baby. Thank you. All right. Burrito number 6. So far, we're at 600 grams of carbs, 145 grams of protein, 180 grams of fat for 4,500 calories. Thank you, Volker. Appreciate you. I was training pretty good coming into this. So for the last 2 months, I've been on it. And I got my FTP up to 368. It's pretty sick. Had 180. Oh, dude. So the Rattlesnake Gravel Grinder. That's such an amazing event in Texas. I'll be there with the family all week. I'm doing a big free ride, a t-shirt ride, man, Texas, Sweetwater, Texas, Sweet River. I can't recommend that event enough. It's doable for anyone. The course really is not. It doesn't have some death-defying murder climb. It does have one steep little section, but anyone can do the 100 miles, you know? And the Texas hospitality out there is amazing. So, if you're looking for a really cool event to do early in the year, Rattlesnake Gravel Grinder would be, definitely look into it. Oh man. Okay. Thank you.
Ultimate Runner says sprint
Sprint
your
my balls off for 30 seconds. Okay, we got this, dude.
$49.99.
We got this.
Please. Now sprint for
Ready?
30
We'll start at
seconds for your great efforts
now.
and awesome channel. Headed to get that kid now.
Ow. Thank you. Appreciate it. Trying to get this watch to connect, but this just won't ever work. Do you know if that band is charging?
Yeah, it is.
So I've only used one coffee break so far. Thank you, David.
David
stand
Nascimento says you can suck it
for a minute. I actually like standing.
$19.99. And now
I
you
like
can
it.
sit for 1 minute. Get it VC.
So Tommy, that podcast with Mr. Flame, was probably more like tongue-in-cheek than anything, but I'm really stoked that he allowed for us to go deep. He could have not done it. He could have not done the podcast. So I'm really grateful that he did. And I hope I came across well. I feel like I can talk well. But I think that he also doubled down. He doubled down on that attitude, that persona. Thank you so much, Ryan.
Ryan Liddon says eat a burrito for $7.02. Eat a burrito or not. Just want to show some support.
Okay, Rick. This is a game called Zwift. These are all real people in the real world, except for that red robot with that icon over its head. That's a pacer bot. You do get draft. Your bike also affects it. So if you, I have a full disc and aero bike, which makes for me getting more draft. You can do climbing bikes as well. Your weight is really the main factor here. So you put in your weight and then you push on the pedals, and that gives you a watt per kilo. And that kind of dictates your speed. But the bigger the group, the bigger the draft. And that's why I'm able to even at all remotely consider doing 500 kilometers in under 12 hours is because the group dynamic here is quite impressive. I do have a suspension fork on my grizzle. Love it. Love it. The rocker plate I'm using is the M1 from Saurus. Look at this movement, bro. Get out of town. Get out of town.
Can you have like a little note, like the notes on there, or no? You like have little notes, like a different window.
What do you mean? Why no TT bike? Because you don't get draft on a TT bike. So that was honestly originally the original plan was going to be to try to do the fastest 24-hour or like the farthest 24-hour ride on Zwift unassisted, no group. And if you ride a TT bike, there's no draft. That started to sound less and less cool. Like, there's something very motivating by being in the group and just getting whisked along and being a passenger princess. This guy says, I'm a weirdo like most vegans. Cool. That's so funny, dude. Jay, that's awesome, man. He says VC brought me into cycling. He's doing his Festive 500. Man, when I hear stuff like that, that like someone got into this sport because of something I did, dude, that's so amazing. It just makes me feel like what I do isn't totally ridiculously stupid. Like sometimes I get very like, what am I doing with my life type stuff. And so when I hear stuff like that, it honestly gives like, makes me feel like I have value. So I really appreciate it. Can you Google this and see why does the watch disconnect from Zwift? Like it will connect for a little bit and then I look at it, it's like I have to look at the watch and then it says connected. And then I have to close down the app, reopen it, and then often it still doesn't.
Because Lyft currently does not officially support Apple Watch connectivity.
Okay.
The connection can be unstable and prone to dropouts.
Okay.
So it says Bluetooth signal from nearby can disrupt it.
Okay, all good. I went on your Glacier Point ride in 2018. You were in zone 3 for 22 minutes. I was in zone 3 for 3.5 hours. And the Glacier Point in Yosemite, which I'm a criminal. I'm banned from Yosemite for 3 months and have a misdemeanor on my account. So that's crazy, huh? That's so funny, dude. So that was kind of a crazy thing, you know what I mean? Getting in trouble and having to go to court and figuring all that out. They were going for jail time at some point, and that was super scary. And so I did this video where I went in the back entrance into Yosemite, and there was a lot of miscommunication or like misunderstanding on what it was that I was doing that was illegal. People that were thinking that I was like sneaking into Yosemite without a pass. And that's I have a pass. That's not everything I did was legal, except for the 5 seconds I rode on Mariposa Grove. So the second my wheels went off the perimeter trail onto the hiking trail, that was it. And I did get off and ride my bike, or I got off and I walked, and that was actually what saved me quite a bit, was that the prosecutors brought up in the court my video, and they said, look, right here, he says, I don't know if this is legal. I should get off my bike and walk. And the prosecution was saying that that was showing that I intentionally knew I was breaking the law. But the judge said, well, actually, that sounds like... I really appreciate it.
Biron says eat a
Erwin,
burrito
thank you
for
so much. I will take a bite of a
$4.99.
burrito just...
You don't have to kill the burrito, not if you can't eat it now. I just want Ted to contribute.
So then the judge was like, this sounds like he realized he was breaking the law, and he stopped. So the judge was awesome. Like, I was super scared because you never know what's going to happen. And they essentially said, it's not really what you did. It's that you showed thousands of people how to break the law. Not that you were breaking the law, but maybe they would break the law. And so, like, I totally understand, you know, if a bunch of people ride into Mariposa Grove and mess up the trail, like, that would suck. It's not my intention. My intention wasn't to, like, promote misbehaving, you know? But yeah, so they were like, we got to make an example of you, and they kind of came down on me hard, but then the judge was pretty cool. And so I have 12 months probation, 3-month ban from the park, which they could have banned me for life. You know, so I'm like really grateful about that. And misdemeanor and a $350 fine. So, you know, in the future, don't film yourself breaking the law. It's been a while since you've ridden Unbound. It's only been 1 year. I took 1 year off. I did 4 years in a row, 5 years in a row, 4 years in a row. And then I couldn't get in. So they didn't really like what I had to say about the mud. I kind of blasted them. And so I don't know if it's just a coincidence I didn't make the lottery, but I didn't get an entry. So I couldn't even go if I wanted to this last year, which ended up being like the best weather ever, dude. Such a good year for it.
Okay, we gotta go.
Okay, I love you so much.
Do you want this or do you want it left on?
Is it on?
Hi,
Yeah.
I made you some drawings.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
That looks so beautiful, baby.
The cutest
Oh,
one
sick.
is this one. This is the cutest one.
Yeah.
Do you think we could swap cars with you?
Sure.
'Cause my brakes are bad.
We can hurt
Okay, I have.
both.
Let's see if this heart rate. Let's see if a new heart rate will work.
Love you.
Love you, babe. Thank you. Is it gonna work? Uh, hmm. What's up, Ride Bold? That's Will, right? Will's your real name? Ride Bold? Dude, the body's holding up crazy good. I really did not think that I would be feeling like this at this moment. Eric, I had a Wahoo chest mount. And for whatever reason, when I got on this morning, it just read like 60 beats per minute. It would not read anything higher than 60. And obviously I'm not doing 60 beats per minute. So my chest strap took a dump this morning. Tried to use my watch. That doesn't really work. Had this backup plan. And it wasn't charged. I did charge it and it is blinking. So I'm not totally sure why. I don't know. Don't know. Don't know. Maybe I need to connect it with my phone first. Let's try that, huh? Pairing complete. Firmware update, okay. So maybe I need to update the firmware. We'll see about that. Dude, let's talk about Oh, hey, there it is. It's working. Sick. You. All right, buddy. We're back in the game with the heart rate. Yes. So, the Koros Dura, if I can give you my... If I can give you my full review of that computer, you know, when it first came out, it did not get raving reviews. And Chris Miller, dude, Chris Miller, and I really like Chris. Dude, he hammered them. He kind of put them on blast. And so they sent me one, and I started messing with it, and it was like out the box. It was just not really the move. It was just too new. There was too many like issues with it. It's like they shipped, you know, not a. The heart rate only went out because it's finishing its firmware update. So it's restarting right now. So it's like they shipped it in like a total beta mode. You know what I mean? And over the months, it got better and better and better. And okay, there we go. Are we working? Are we back? We're back in it. Sick. Okay. So every month it got better and better and better. And bro, the Koros Dura's battery life. This is, I mean, I said this in the video. This is no freaking joke. I did not charge. I have not charged my Koros computer in 6 months. I don't even know what to tell you about that. So, okay, for me, battery life is king. And the way that the Koros works is that it's got a really, really good solar panel, but then the computer never shuts off. So like, it's always in standby, and it's always charging. So now, in the winter, maybe that's not going to be the case. But I just have this like little like table out on our patio. I'd get home from a ride, I would just leave it on the patio, and it would just charge from the sun. And so when I rode from Canada to Mexico, I started the ride at 86%. The battery was 86%. I ended at 27%. And I never charged it once. Thank you so much. Let's pump a little
Bruce
sprint here.
Games
We'll wait
Rides
for
is
10
paying
seconds. Bruce, I
$10
appreciate you.
to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds. Cheers on the epic Great Pacific Coast FKT series. Loved it.
Ooh. Okay. Appreciate you, Bruce. So, the battery life on that thing, because you never have to worry that it's going to die. Now, it doesn't have all the features a Garmin has, but also my Garmin 1040, the solar, it just doesn't work. So, I didn't put this in the Coast series because I didn't want to talk. I don't like talking good about products by talking shit on products. So excuse me for kind of doing that here, but my I needed to make sure that I recorded every ride. Right, I had to have without question, each day had to go onto Strava. Because if I was going to submit it for the record, you have to have a GPS, multiple GPS confirmations. So I did, one second, let me reply to him. So, shoot, dude. Dude, it's so easy to get flicked. So I was recording the rides with my watch, my Garmin, my Coros, and the Garmin InReach. At the end of day one, I end the ride on the Coros, and then I go to end the ride on the Garmin, and it bricked itself. Completely, like factory reset. And I was like, bro, that's scary. You know what I mean? Like if I had just trusted in the Garmin, it would have ate the ride. Now, I've had a ton of issues with that 1040. So like maybe it's just my unit isn't good. At Gravel Worlds, it bricked itself 10 minutes before the start. I tried to load the route and it just froze. And I even took it to Garmin. I was like, because they were there, and I was like, hey, what up? And they were like, oh, we've never seen this before. And I was like, it kind of happens a lot. So the Coros to me is the jitterbug of cycling computers. It's so straightforward, so simple. And therefore it works. It just works. It's fast, it's responsive, and they're doing more and more with it every month. But like if you need battery life, I mean, it's just that's it. And for me, when it's like shopping for a computer, battery life, S tier. TC, thanks, man. Dude, this I'm actually blown away by the pace I've held. This is actually like kind of insane. Yeah, my heart rate has been between 130 and 150 this whole time. But now we're on a legit band. I don't know how accurate it is right here, but your boy's bicep is just too big. I can't put it here. Okay, the average is 26.3. That's not great. So I need to find a group to go to Tempest and just blast some speed. I kind of feel like we should do that at the very end. Like the last hour, just empty the tank. I think that's what I'm going to do. Miss Korea, the Coros hooks up to power meters very, very well. It's, yeah. Because the chorus is so simple, there's not a lot that can go wrong. So in the chat here, I don't know if you can see, but that guy Matthew, left hand, he is the current ultra distance national champion. He took over that title that I was not able to defend this year. And that dude is a freak of nature. That guy, he did 24 hours and averaged 266 watts. I can't even comprehend that. That guy Matthew Left Hand is the future of ultra. And that is that. Look, my daughter brought me these little like homemade little crusty pies that my wife made, and then she took a bite out of one. Well, my wife is such a good baker. This is how crazy my wife is. We have wild elderberries growing up here. Now, elderberries are poisonous if you eat them, so you have to like boil them down. And my wife will go and forage wild elderberries, boil them down, and make it into a jam. Homemade elderberry jam. Manuel, I am weighing between 180 and 185, but I will say at the end of this ride I'll get on the scale and I got to imagine I'm going to be down 5, maybe 8 pounds of water. I have just been squirting. The racing doctor, what is your fueling strategy? My fueling strategy is to track all my calories and to try to go 1 for 1. If I burn, so right now it's like 5,600 calories. That feels a little high, to be honest, but maybe, I mean, I've been cracking some power. So I'm at 56 out. I want to be 56 in. I need to bring in about 100 grams of carbs an hour and about 20 to 40 grams of protein an hour. Okay. All right, so the goal, oops, I keep doing that, dude. Hey, you want to buy this kit, or this kit, or this kit? Go to eliocycling.com. So the goal is to try to go under 11 hours and 45 minutes for the full 500K. That's the goal. The problem is the pacer bots. They're just not ideal. Like the pacer schedule is not ideal. So if we sit in this group the whole time, our average should be somewhere around 26. We need 26.9, which is insanity. So what I'm gonna have to do is break off this group, bump that the average speed up, and then come back to this group. So Matthew, the current national ultra distance national champion, who also did an insane 24-hour ride last weekend. You can check it out. He did every single road in Zwift in 24 hours. This is absolutely insanity. So I'm going to jump to him on Tempest Fewett, the flat course, which if this pacer bot was on the flat course, forget about it. Forget about it, dude. We're smashing this record. Oh boy. I mean, hanging with this A-bot on the flats is not so bad, but kicking up on the climbs, that's proper, dude. It is proper. Just popping into the chat, the kit drop we did with Eliel. So we've got this super sick kit, 10 days. We got this super sick kit, 80s vibes, the fruit kit, the arcade kit, that one, and flannel. Yo, what up? Sick, huh? The kits are expensive. So like, pick up a base layer, you know what I mean? Okay. So like I said, I need to bump up my average speed. So what I'm gonna try to do here yeah, check out that flannel. So the green and purple jersey is so sick. That's like just one of the, it's such a dope kit in person. Okay, I'm gonna hit another little pee break. I'm gonna hit another pee break, and then I'm gonna jump on to the flat route with Matthew and hammer. So we're gonna wait for this group to hit a little climb so I can get the most out of my coffee stop. I've only done one coffee stop so far today. That's actually insane. Actually, I should skip, that's what I should do. I should skip the climb altogether. So I should take my break now. I appreciate you, Brad. That most recent Great American Coastline, it's just such a special project to me, man. It just changed my life altogether. Okay. I'll be right back. I'm gonna tinkle. I hope that we don't get a 3D image of my wiener with all these cameras. So, I'll be right back.
HDP says eat a burrito for $4.99. Half of a burrito for you, bro.
Why is that camera? Crap, dude. I don't know why this camera's not. Huh. No one saw my wiener, right? That was kind of strange. This camera's not... And now I'm like afraid that it's gonna... Like it froze while my wiener was out. So I'm like afraid to go back to it. It's like frozen. Huh. Wardrobe change. Also, someone did donate right when I was gone. I saw while I was peeing into a bucket. I did see that. I really appreciate the $5. That muffin, boy. I'm gonna have to try to figure out how to fix that camera. I don't know why that happened. But we have 2 other cameras, so like, you know, all good. All right. I'm absolutely doing rock cobbler. I would not miss that for anything. No way. No how. Okay. All right. We're going to switch to Matthew. All right, we're going to switch to Matthew. Because right here we go up this little dirt climb, I think. All right. Ready? All right. Hopefully we can get a group here. But we have to average 27 for it to make any sort of difference, you know? Yeah. Dude, Matthew's ripping. Sick.
Max Theo Schultz likes to watch in a creepy way.
Thanks, Mike Way. How do you know which group person to jump to? You kind of don't, to be honest. I was messaging Matthew. It'd be really cool if it showed what the speed was, and then you could jump. You could jump when it was high and jump when it's low, you know? So right now, I left the Pacer group, and we're riding with Matthew Left Hand, who's an absolute savage. Just did a massive 24-hour trainer ride last weekend. So, like I said, to do anything cool here, I have to not only stay with that A pacer for 12 hours, which is very, very hard, but then I have to go above and beyond. I have to find a way to go faster. We have to bump our average speed. So right now, what I need to do is sit on Matthew's wheel, but this hurts. You know, like in the A pacer group, I'm like 210 to 250. Here I'm just sitting at 295. So I am paying the price of this extra speed. This actually hurts quite a bit. If I'm making this look easy, it is not. This is extremely difficult. The amount of muscle contractions, focus, and just suffering endurance is quite a challenge. I'm gonna try to do something on Instagram here for a second. Ooh, dude, we have so much food. Okay, look at this. We are live streaming our attempt to ride 500 kilometers or 310 miles in under 11 hours and 45 minutes. We're at hour almost 7. Come watch me. He's live streaming. You can donate and make me eat carrots or burritos or sprint. It's a hoot. I'll see you there. Oh my goodness. Okay, this hurts. This is quite painful. Oh crap. Okay.
Chimichanga is
All right.
paying $9.99.
We got it. We'll sprint.
To watch you suffer.
Let's wait for it
Sprint
to tick
for 10
over.
seconds. You got this, man. Thank you for the years of stoke and
Crap,
inspiration. Smiley
I'm in
face.
erg mode. There we go. Ow. gnarly. Ooh. Dude, I'm like whistling. I'm like a whistling diesel out of my lungs right now. Current pace 26.57. Sick. I know, man. Yeah. My 500 watt sprint at hour 7. It's not great. It's not great. The legs are smashed. Ooh. Okay. Oh. Okay, focus. How much for a full gas effort up Mont? Oh, crap. Okay.
Productions is paying $9.99 to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds, sprint on brother. Let's see you on the Tour de France 2025.
There, I almost hit 700. How about that? I almost hit 700. Oh my goodness. Ooh, this is painful. This is something else, huh? I gotta do this Instagram post here real quick. I can't type, dude. That's so funny. Matthew, hold up. Sorry, I was looking down. Dang it. Okay, thank you, Dave.
Shachevich is paying $10 to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10
Let's
seconds.
think of a dad joke.
No sprints or tests. Just tell a dad joke that will make your kids cringe.
Okay, here's this super dumb joke that my grandpa would always tell. He would tell this same joke at every family function. You've probably heard it. So he goes, this newly wedded couple is pregnant and they're about to give birth. And they get to the doctors and the doctor says, hey, we have this new technology that can shift part of the pain from the woman to the man during birth. Would you like to try it? And the man's like hesitant. He's like, I don't know. But sure, let's start off at 10%. So the woman's giving birth in labor and they shift 10% to the husband. And he's like, oh, dude, this is chill. It's no big deal. Bump it up. And then, so they bump it up to 20. And he goes, this is totally fine. And then he bumps it up to 50. And he goes, what are you guys tripping on? There's no pain at all. So they bump it to 100%. The woman feels no pain during labor, gives the baby, and the dad's just like stoked. He's like, I'm so tough, I'm so strong. They take the baby home. They get home, and the mailman is dead on the doorstep. That's the joke. That is the lame dad joke that my grandpa would tell every family function.
Joshua Spear says you can suck it for $19.99. And now you can't sit for 1 minute. Excellent live stream.
Oh, thank you so much, Josh. I really appreciate it, man. I'm telling you, this the support that I received both on the coast trip, like, which was just unbelievably insane, and the support here, it really, really goes a long way. Like, you know what I mean? Like, the support here doesn't just buy me a nice car or something. I don't know, you know? It's like, it puts food on the table. It gets my daughter dance lessons. You know, it's like, it truly, truly, truly helps. So I just want you guys to know that, like, even if you're not supporting, donating, just the fact you're here watching a dude sweat his balls off for 12 hours is phenomenal. I really, really feel the love. Okay. All right, Matthew, I think I might have to go back. This is brutal, dude. I was hoping we'd have a huge group, but it's just Matthew, just drilling it, dude. This is hard. I gotta go back. I gotta go back, dude. This is gnarly. I mean, I'm just doing 300 watts, like, that's really, really difficult. Sorry, Matthew. At hour 7, I just don't quite have 300 watts in me. I mean, like, I could keep going, but, like, it's really, really touch and go, you know, and I can't completely fail. Like, I can't crash. And I can't crack. That's what I'm trying to say. Know what I mean? Oh, dude, I dropped my charger. Okay. All good. We'll figure it out. Okay, I gotta mess with Instagram for just a second. But I also gotta not get dropped. Hold on, I know this is boring. Hold on, I'm sorry. Trying to post on Instagram here. Geoffrey. I never know how to say that. I really appreciate you, man. Crap. Okay. Oh. Okay.
Sugar
Stand.
Spikes says you can suck it for $19.
I'm riding the new Grail.
Sit for 1 minute. Which bike you ride?
So it's my gravel bike. Super comfortable geometry for this. It's really, really nice. I had my time trial bike on the trainer for a little while. Yeah, the gravel bike's the move. This is sick. Web Sissy, I'm sorry that you're sick. That's no fun. Isn't that weird that humans get sick? Like, that's such a shitty thing that happens to everyone, right? Like, why haven't we figured out how to cure the common cold? Yeah, so Stevens, it's a rocker plate. It goes side to side and forward and backward. It's awesome.
Maxime Hoffman likes to watch
It is the best way to ride indoors. Okay. I gotta post one more time on Instagram. And then I gotta focus, dude. Like, man, the smallest little lapse in judgment, like smallest little, like to stay on this group, dude, you just have to be like so focused. I can't believe that Matthew did this kind of watts for 24 hours. Now he stayed super, super steady. Like he never, you know what I mean? He wasn't sprinting. But still, I'm at 255, he did 266. Oh boy. Oh boy. Boy. We're good. We got it. We got it, dude. Okay.
Kyle McDonald is paying $10.
Thank you,
To
Kyle.
watch you suffer. Sprint
Appreciate
for 10
you.
seconds. Been following
Let's
you
hit
for years,
700.
my guy. Thanks for all the endless
There we go.
motivation. Keep
Bam.
digging.
700 for your boy. Hey,
Team Action Dad says you can
There's
suck
Team
it for
Action Dad.
$19.99. And now you
Ryan.
can sit for 1 minute. Who's your
Love
pick
that
for
guy.
A1? Let's smoke
so
him
he's asked,
soon.
who's your pick for A1? A1 is Anaheim 1. It is, even though it's round 1 of Supercross, it's often spoke of as the Super Bowl of Supercross. Like, it's one of the biggest events of the year because everyone's so hyped. And A1, round 1, I always take my son. We've gone 5 years in a row. We also make like a boys riding trip out of it. It's so sick. It's like a really special time with me and my son. And my son has been getting steezy on the freaking moto. Like, absolutely blows my doors off, dude. I got nothing for him. And so A1 is really special because everyone's even on points. Like, everyone thinks they have a chance to win, and it often has a very weird winner. By the time the series gets like halfway through, there's essentially 3 guys that are gonna win, and often it's down to like 2. So A1 is like super, super hyped. And my pick, I mean, it's hard to not pick Jet, Mr. Jet Lawrence. Jet Lawrence, if you're not following the sport, it's like a Michael Jordan, but better, which is insane. Think of like,
David
Burrito.
Alamo says eat a burrito for $4.99.
Thank you, David.
Love the content. Been following for years.
So think like, so I'm gonna reply to this guy. So, oh man, there we go, getting dropped again. This guy Jet Lawrence is like changing the sport. He's so impossibly, insanely amazing. So it's hard to bet against him. But also, they say you can't win the championship at A1, but you can lose it. So a lot of the title contenders, they kind of don't go super hard. So it's like really exciting. And I can't wait, man. Me and my son, we're gonna go down to SoCal and ride Fox Raceway, Glen Helen, Katia Creek. You know, my boy, I'm gonna get like weird here as a father, but what I've learned with my kids is that you have to strike when the iron's hot. Like, you can't just do things for your kids, or like you can't mold them into who you want them to be all the time. Like, there's just some times where it doesn't matter how much energy you put into them, they're not like receiving it. And some of the biggest mistakes I made as an early parent was just trying way too hard to like maximize every day of my son's life. And there was just times where it got super frustrating because it's like, dude, I'm putting so much time and energy into you, and it doesn't feel like it's going anywhere. It feels like we're regressing. But then he turned like 13, and then I felt like every day I spent with him just paid great dividends. It was just like I was making such a difference in his life versus when he was 6, 7, 8. I'm sure, like, obviously I need to be around, but I think I just tried too hard as a parent when he was too young. I should have just like kept him safe, kept him happy, kind of maybe be a little more hands off, because I think I tried too hard. But now, man, I swear every day I'm with him, I see so much change in such a positive way. And it's like every time I take him riding, he just becomes more and more of an amazing man. And he's been working out. He's been eating good. Like, he lifts almost every day. Little kid's getting freaking jacked, dude. He's been cleaning his room, which I know seems small, but right now I feel like I'm about to lose him to teenagehood. I think when he turns 16, I don't know how much he's going to want to spend time with me, and I feel like that's when it gets scary. So all my parenting, everything I've done, everything I've taught him, sort of will come to the test when he's out at a party, you know, has the option to drink and drive or something, does he make the right decisions? Was I able to install wisdom into him, where that he acts like a gentleman and a true man when it comes down to it? And it's like he's listening to me now. For so long he wouldn't listen to a thing I'd say. And now he like repeats certain things. He'll say to like my wife, you know, something that I taught him or told him. We just have a really ripping relationship right now. And I'm like such a fan of him. I wasn't always a fan of him. And that's like super taboo to say, you know, because you're supposed to like love your kids unconditionally. And like, obviously I love my kids as family. But when your kids do dumb shit and act like assholes, you know, you're like, dang it, man, what did I do wrong? Like, they're acting a certain way, and I sort of put that on me, you know. But dude, every kid goes through phases, and it's like, how do you parent the right way at the right time? That's what's crazy about good parenting, is you never know when and how. So how I parent my daughter is completely different than I parent my son. They need totally different things. And I have like just figured out my son. And it's just been like one of the most fulfilling and amazing experiences, going from like just being way too gung-ho of a parent. I taught him, okay, he was 2 and he knew all of his planets, right? Like he knew galaxies. I'd play like brain games with him. I was like just trying so hard. He started riding dirt bikes at 2 with no training wheels. I mean, I was just trying to jump the gun, man. I wanted this relationship, the relationship we have now, I wanted it so bad. And I think I moved too fast and then got sort of frustrated. And now looking back on it, I think, man, if I just chilled out and just like not been so aggro, would we have reached, I feel like we would have reached this position anyways. Maybe even sooner. So he's just like turning into such a good man. And I was so worried that he was going to go the other way. Like he was trending towards like not a good way. And I'm like, well, if he keeps going this way, this isn't going to be good. And I swear, as soon as he got a little bit of armpit hair, the dude like became just awesome. Now my daughter, on the other hand, I feel like I need to spend more time with her doing the things, like I don't have that thing with my daughter that I have with my son. You know, so my wife has a better relationship with my daughter than I do. And then I feel like I have a better relationship with my son than my wife does. But I don't want that to be the case. I want it with both of them. And so sometimes I do daddy-daughter days, and I take her out, and we get our nails done, and we like go to like an obstacle course. She really likes that, or like the trampoline park. She digs that stuff. But I'm like an action dad, and so I like doing things with my kids, not just like watching them. And so I wish that she has like dance class. I would like to do dance class with her. But that's like weird, you know what I mean? Like I can't really do that with my daughter, but like with my son, I can ride motos with him. Me and him do that. So I'd like to find something that me and my daughter can do together. She doesn't really like bikes. She's not into it. So maybe like drawing, arts and crafts, that kind of thing. That's what I need. Okay, how we doing here? How we doing on everything? I'm gonna try something here. I see that camera's still. That camera's still out or frozen for some reason. And I'm actually tripping balls to try to mess with it, because the other day I was messing with it and it closed the streaming program.
Sean MW
Thanks, Sean.
says you can suck it for $18.
Thanks, Sean. All right, let's stand. I like standing.
And now you can't sit for 1 minute. You're an absolute machine. Out of all the races and adventures you've uploaded to YouTube, what's been your favorite ever memory?
I was messing with the stream and it closed the streaming software, which for some reason closed Zwift. So I'm kind of terrified to switch and mess with that camera, because what if for some reason it shuts down the software and I lose this ride? Wouldn't that be a bag of dinglings? It's possible that the camera died, but I do have this angle. I just wish that the other angle was working. You're an absolute machine. Out of all the races and adventures you've uploaded to YouTube, what's been your favorite memory on the bike? Well, boy, that's a hard one, because each...
in a creepy way.
But what a fucking rip in life to say, like, what's your best memory? And it's like, bro, I got too many. What's your best adventure? Hard to say. Like, that's wild, right? So, I would definitely say this most recent one, the Great American Coastline, changed my outlook on life more than anything else that I've ever done. So I was so happy with how that came out. I was like really happy with what I found. inside of me, and I was happy with the physical effort. Yeah, perfect sprint time, dude. I need to get back on. So thank you.
To watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds, killing me. I can't be out there with you, currently sick.
Well, thank you,
Thank
MB.
you for the amazing content
Appreciate
and
you, man.
life lessons. You're an inspiration on what it means to live life to the fullest. Keep ripping.
So,
cheers.
The Great American Coastline is probably my favorite memory of
Russell S. says eat a carrot for
Of all time.
$1.99. Love your recipes, have tried most of them.
Oh my goodness. What is going on?
Two Rismo says eat a burrito for $6.36. Just got back from a 77 kilometers ride and not a single burrito hand
Carrots
up.
and burritos galore.
Such a letdown, smiley face. At least I didn't have a $15 helmet on this time. Winking face. All the best from Australia. Adrian.
I gotta get back on. One sec. Dude, it's so friggin' hard to stay on this damn pacer. If you just look down for a second. Okay, we got it. We're back on. Okay. But I will say, outside of the Great American Coastline, that was obviously very
John
special.
Winterstein says you can suck it for $20. And now you can't sit
But
for
that
1 minute.
only was
Hope
special.
You and the family had a great
Thank you so
Christmas.
much, John.
Thanks as always for the honesty and inspiration. Keep
I appreciate
smashing.
you, man.
You got this.
Man, John's always been so good to me. So, outside of this most recent one, because I would say that what happened was this one was special, the Great American Coastline was special because of all the other ones. You know, the phrase is like standing on the giants, standing on the shoulders of giants. Like, that's when you accomplish something. That's when you accomplish something, but really, you did it only because of what came before. And so, outside of the Great American Coastline, Death Valley was probably the one I reminisce about the most. I mean, I tattooed it on me. Because that was like the first real project where I felt like a professional. You know? I felt like a real boy. You know? Like we had a crew. We employed people. That was what was so insane. Is that I had a payroll. The memories from Death Valley, you know, the behind the scenes of that one was just so special. It was like night 5. We were at what's called a racetrack, and racetrack is a special spot in the desert where, look it up, it's kind of crazy. There was this phenomenon of rocks that somehow moved across the land, and no one knew how. And it was like, bro, are these rocks alive? Like, they would leave these trails, but no one would see the rocks move. And they only recently found out why it does that. But it's totally a trip. It's like a dried up lake bed. And it was like 11 o'clock at night. We had an absolute monster day. And it was just the whole crew. Travis, Jeremiah, Bijou. Fuck, dude, I can't remember the other three guys' names right now. God, that sucks. My brain is fried. I'm sorry. Anyways, we
TC
had
likes
3
to
other
watch
guys with
from
us,
the
and we all were
bushes.
just chilling, looking at the stars. And it was like you're floating through space, like Wall-E. I mean, have you ever seen so many stars that there's more stars than black space? It was wild. And then that night, I don't know if you watched the film, that night is when the wind picked up so hard that it like blew our tent, and it was like rolled me and Jeremiah over together. Dude, it was so funny. And Travis had to like block the car, or block the wind with the car. I just remember waking up at like 3 in the morning and I was like, bro, are we in a tornado? Like, this is insane. R2 Bang 23. I really appreciate it, man. I have quite the backlog. So it's kind of cool if you found me now, because man, I got a lot of old stories. The next time I take a pee break, I'm going to try to fix that whacking. It's just the front arm needs adjustment. Fabian, you know, I told the story of Jeremiah earlier. You know, never say never. I think it would be cool to do a reunion project at some point. We just got to figure out a budget, to be honest. Thank you, Chris. That was a very special project for sure. Really something that, yeah, changed my life. What else should I eat? I've eaten so many burritos that I'm not really that hungry. But right now I'm at a 1,200 calorie deficit. I don't know what my average speed is. It's got to be in the 20, low 26. Hour 7:30. At hour 7 hours 40 minutes, we need to be at 206 miles to be on track to break the record. There's not much more I can do, to be honest. Oh no, dude. Okay, so I was worried about this. It's 4 o'clock. And this, no, okay, so every day at 4 o'clock, the pacers get slower. So this was a ripping group, but the next pace group is going to be slower. So I just, I should have done this Monday when the Pacers were on Tempest. So now in 10 minutes, unfortunately, we will no longer have this group. I wonder if I can get all these people to go to Tempest with me, and then we all just rip. Let's try to rally some troops, dude. Okay. Okay, hey crew, anyone to keep this hack rolling? We should all dip to Tempest and keep our group together. That would be so sick if we could do that. Yeah, let's switch to Tempest. The bot leaves. That would be awesome, dude. Because if we could get this group rolling, like if we get a good group on Tempest, we could break this record. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's every day at 4 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. The pacer groups have just gotten slower and slower every day.
Nathan Jones says eat a burrito for $5.
Yeah, man, Nathan,
Why
like,
are you a glutton for punishment?
take a bite of a burrito. Won't pass that up. I love this. I love suffering. There's just something about going into the dark, facing these demons, because like, bro, I mean, my life rips. I don't have a lot of demons to face, you know. I don't have a lot of hard things in my life, and so I have to sort of manufacture those hard things to make sure that I appreciate my life. And I truly believe that that's the secret to life, is to control your dopamine and your happiness, and that all comes with perspective. And so if you never do hard things, easy things seem hard. Thank you, Steve. I appreciate you, man. All right, let's dip. I'm gonna dip to Tempest. Let's dip. Dip by dippy dip. Put your hands up on my hip. Sick. All right, I'm gonna post on Instagram real quick. Cool. Hey, all right, so we're right on the verge of doing the record of the fastest Festive 500. I mean, we're just under, but I'm at 7 hours and 30 minutes. The problem is the pacer groups are too slow. I need your help. If anyone can jump on Zwift, find me on Tempest Fewett, and give me some draft, I'll tickle your winkle. Find me on Zwift. Dude. Okay. Do you see, like, the pacer? I mean, I wasn't even doing anything and we just broke away from it. This is what we need. This is what we need right here. We need this crew. We need a sick crew. Thank you, Lewis. I love big stupid rides. And they're so good. It's going to make... So, just real quick. My wife made me 15 burritos, breakfast burritos, soy rizo, sweet potato, golden potato, like a vegan tempeh bacon kind of thing. So good. So good. See, this is where it's not great. Before, we kind of just sit on that pacer group and ride it into the wind. And now we got to work. We got to work for this. So let's hold 275. Let's hold 275 and see if we can. Dude, we're just all by ourselves. Poopy pants. Nathan, how does your stomach handle? I don't know, man. I mean, I don't really have a lot of gut issues. I've worked through a lot of that. You know, I've had them in the past. But I've sort of figured out what to drink, what to eat, how to eat, when to eat. But also I've had a lot of practice. You know what I mean? I've done this a lot where I eat a ton and expend a ton of energy. What does that 91% do? So this is this right here is your bias, and it moves your FTP up or down. So I can adjust my workout. So like say you've got a workout going and it's just way too hard. You can adjust your bias. So like look, I can put it down to 265 or I can go up. And so this is erg mode where it's just like, it just kind of locks the trainer in it that wattage. I'm not on a TT bike because you can't draft on a TT bike. And the drafting is a big deal. But look at my average. My speed is gone. Gone. So I don't, unless I get a group, man, we're cooked. What's that meme? We're cooked, chat. GG. And if I switch to a TT bike now, I have to come to a complete stop to switch the bike. And so it's almost not worth it. No, I'm on the Wahoo kicker with a rocker plate. So this Saris M1 rocker plate is so amazing. It goes side to side, forward and back. It's amazing. Okay. Okay, so 204. So we're 2 miles down on the record. Which is like pretty amazing, to be honest. I didn't really think I was going to do this well. So I'm pretty pumped with where we're at so far. But if I can collect some homies, dude, if I can collect some homies, we can do this. I think I can get this record. Okay. Nice top, yeah. So ridebikes.com. Now, I cut the sleeves off on this. But this was from our spring collection. I really dig it. I got to get some new stuff in for ride bikes. I got to get in some new stuff. That would be sick.
Enjoy the suffering cycling likes to watch in a creepy way.
Okay, Matthew says the Pacers are back, but what course is He on. She on. Constance. I guess I can look that up, huh? Oh, no. Because I'm in erg mode. I don't know. This is actually a solid group right here. I think my camera is off. I think that this front camera turned off. And that is why we are having... Oh no, not this one too! No! No! Okay. I got real scared there for a second that I was going to lose a second camera. Yeah, dude, this group is rolling. This group is rolling. They see me rolling. Okay, Matt said Volcano with Constance. That's a pretty good one. But I'm telling you right now, dude, this group is killing it. This group is killing it. $26.8 average. Oh yeah, dude. How old am I? I'm 39. I turned 39 this month, December 2nd. I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that. On one hand, I'm really, really proud of the things that I've accomplished in my life. And being 39, and I've been with my wife my entire adult life, that's insanity. That is something I'm the most proud of. So, turning 39 is like, you know, obviously I'm no spring chicken. But, I got to imagine if I didn't have a family and I was turning 39, that'd kind of freak me out. Or say, if I didn't manage my relationships really well and my wife was pissed and we were talking about divorce, that wouldn't be great. But all the things in my life that you can't buy, like love, time, health, your boy's balling. Your boy's balling with love. Now, I will say that I do feel sometimes like I'm such a kid. I don't feel 39. I feel really immature sometimes. And sometimes that bothers me. Sometimes I feel like, bro, get your shit together. Like, I don't know. Like, I still play with motorcycle toys, dude. Me and my son, we play with like dirt bike toys. And we'll find new toys and we're like, oh bro, this one's sick. Or oh dude, these ones are lame. Like, me and him bond over freaking toys, dude. We're like dig in the dirt and build tracks. Sometimes I just don't feel like an adult. But on the other hand, I'm kind of stoked that I've been able to keep that wispy, childlike mentality while also being somewhat of an adult. Like if I lived in my mom's house and played Call of Duty and, didn't do anything, okay. Maybe that's not ideal, but yeah, I'm not. Like, I think I have a good balance between a playful, childlike demeanor and the right amount of responsibility. Dude, this group is seriously cooking. I honestly feel like if we can get this a little bigger, I think we could run this whole way through. Like, what are we at? 8 hours? 9, 10, 11? Bro, we're only 4 hours away from being done. Yes. Yes. Thank you, sir. I will stretch my legs out.
Says you can suck it
and
for
stand
$15.
for a bit.
And now you can't sit for 1 minute. Stretch your legs out a bit, brother.
Okay, so you have a very unique name. Theopolis. And when I read it, it reminds me of Leonidas. And I have a funny story about that. So, my son's name is Athen, but it's spelled Athan, but it's pronounced like the city. And it's a Greek name, and the full name is Athanasios. Athanasios is Greek for the immortal one. So I named my kid Athanasios because he's my firstborn son, and he's gonna like have my name live on. Sick, right? So we're at like a family function for my wife's family's really huge. They do a lot of cool stuff, and they really their family's big. And I've kind of never really fit in very well with their family. feel sort of like an outsider a bit sometimes. But so, we're at this big Easter thing, okay? Big group of people around. And she had some like cousins, all right? And they had a newborn. And someone asked me, how did you come up with the name for your son? So I tell him this story, you know, and I say, well, I wanted a really strong name for my son. I wanted something like Greek mythology. But, of course you can't name your kid Leonidas. Like, that's ridiculous.
Taco
And everyone
likes to watch in a
gasps
creepy way.
and looks at the couple next to me with their newborn 6-month-old kid. And I go, oh, fuck. And so then I turn over and he goes, our son's name is Leonidas. And I thought it was like, oh, he's just wanting to like be funny. And so I kind of laughed. And then he didn't laugh. And I was like, oh shit. It was so embarrassing. And so I basically told this guy to his face that his son's name was stupid. Like, and I didn't say it was stupid, I just said, how can you name your kid Leonidas? Like, that's giving such a huge role to fill. Like, how is your kid ever gonna live up to Leonidas? Dude, it was so embarrassing. There was nothing I could do. So I just stood up and I walked out. I was like, well, there's no coming back from that one. And now when I see that guy at every family function, I actively avoid him. Yeah, so like Leo, okay, like my son's name is Athen, short for Athanasios. No one's ever called him Athanasios. We just call him Athen. That's sick. If your son's name was Leonidas and you call him Leo, I could get that. But dude, that's such a powerful name. Like, that's some big shoes to fill, bruh. I'm not Greek. We just did the 23andMe thing, and I'm Italian, Irish, a little bit of German, and Egyptian, which is kind of sick. I got a little bit of Egyptian in me, dude. And isn't this weird that my whole life I've just been into like the Egyptian stuff, you know? All like the Egyptian theme is sick. I like it. I've always gravitated towards it. You know, if you had to say, like, pick a, I don't know, decorative theme, Greek, Western, Egyptian, I don't know, it's kind of a bad analogy, but I've always really thought Egyptian was cool. And then that was weird to find out that I have a little bit of Egyptian in my DNA. So is that like past life stuff? Bro. Jazz. We're on burrito number 7. We put down 7 burritos. So that is, if I put one more down right now, that will put us at a burrito every hour. Bro, I gotta tell you this story. Okay.
JT Bike Adventures
Shit.
says sprint your
Right.
balls off for $50. Please.
Sprint time.
Now
Ready?
sprint for 30 seconds. I
I
would
don't wanna
love
blow
to
up this
see a
group.
video where you ride the East Coast Greenway from New Hampshire to Florida. Smiley face. Anyway, we can see a video like that in the future.
This is a weak sprint. This is a weak sprint. Weak. I just don't want to, I'm going to go a little extra long. I just don't want to blow up our group. Okay. So JT, someone had suggested I do the same thing as like the Coastline Project, but on the East Coast. And I'm so into it. I would love to do that. Like Maine to the Keys, the whole East Coast. Man, the only thing is I'm a little afraid about trying to replicate something that was so amazing. You know, like I don't want to take away from the Coast Project. I don't want to diminish it. So it's like it's really hard to like chase that, but I'd love to do that. Not next year because I have a really cool project in Norway that I'm going to put a lot of money into. But the Great American East Coastline would also be sick, dude. Okay, I got to tell you about this podcast that has absolutely consumed my life. And you are going to want to listen to this podcast. Gotta get back on here real quick. I know it's like suspense, but hold on. All right, I'm gonna take a bite of a carrot
Random
for you, man.
underscore HDP says eat a carrot for $1.99.
Thanks, bro.
Happy helpful bruh.
Almost ready. Bro, raw carrots are so hard to eat. Okay. Ready for this? It's called the telepathy tapes. Search up the telepathy tapes on Spotify. Now, I don't know how into like weird shit you are, but I'm into weird shit. And this woman fell down this rabbit hole of these Reddit forums of parents saying that their autistic child could read their mind. Okay. Mostly nonverbal autistic kids where they couldn't really talk at all. And so she kind of fell down this wormhole of this thing, or rabbit hole, and then she started doing like full-on scientific studies. Dude, it's a 7-series podcast. I don't know what this means for the future of humans, but it is basically proven they are 99% accurate. These kids with autism, like pretty severe autism, but dude, they say they can read the minds of anyone, anywhere. Okay. Shit.
Elamelis71 is paying $9.99 to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds.
And it is, you might think like, bro, this is stupid. But you just listen to the stories and the controlled experiments they're doing. And I mean, like this one kid, he could answer everything about Harry Potter, but he had never read one of the books. And they were like, how do you know? And he said, well, my sister read it, read it, and I would just listen to her in her mind. One kid said that there's all these autistic kids from around like the state, and they all just like go into this like chat room in their minds. Bro, look it up. Telepathy tapes. It's so wild. And I tried to look up like debunking it, because when I find like weird stuff, I always try to find, okay, well, what's the reality, right? There's obviously got to be some kind of catch. You know, is this just sensationalized story? I couldn't find anything. But they essentially like give these kids like an iPad, and they're, anyways, I'm sounding like a total idiot. But they essentially proved that all these kids had the ability to read minds. And then you kind of, like, this gets a little weird, but like, there is a kid in my wife's family that has pretty severe autism. And, you know, just the behavior, like, kind of sort of makes more sense if this kid can somehow pick up the thoughts of everyone around him. It was trippy, man. Yeah, 7-episode series. Listen to it. Get back to me and tell me, do you think it's true or no? Yeah, so the heart rate I put on the band, the watch was not working. We got this pear going. I love pears. My favorite fruit is a strawberry. Pears are close. Dude, I am absolutely tripping balls. My mind is all over the place. I cannot believe. So if you're just joining, go ahead and do a little refresher. The goal was to do the Festive 500, a 500-kilometer ride, in the fastest time possible. Okay? Originally, that was not a problem with the robo pacers on this course. But every 24 hours, the robo pacers have gotten slower and slower and slower. And so doing this became very daunting. And every day I didn't do it, the harder it was going to be. So we popped in this morning onto Constance, and it was a very difficult, it was fast, but there was a couple climbs. I mean, nothing crazy, just little kickers, but it was brutal. We've jumped around a little bit using teleport. Matthew tried to give me a pull because I need to finish 26, it's like 26.7 or something, average speed to set the record. We are just under that. And so I really need the help here from the group, which, dude, we're killing it right now, man. So if we can hold this pace for another 8, 9, 10, 11, 3.5 hours, if we can hold this pace for 3.5 hours, we got it. I think we got it. I do need to up my pace though. So like where I was when I started this group, I do have to go faster. So that means more watts. And yeah, we've been absolutely cooking it all day. We're 8 hours in. We've taken 2 3-minute breaks. Did you hear that? Real. We have eaten mini burritos. Dude. You know Jasper, Cycling Fanatics, he's just talking shit. What is a glizzy?
D. Alex K says,
Is that a
it's
hot
carrot
dog
for
or is it a
$2.
donut?
Someone get this man a vegan glizzy.
So what is the number? If we've done 7 burritos. Hey Siri, what's 218 divided by 7? 31 miles a burrito. Nice. Okay, another sprint. Here we go. I'm gonna wait till
Ride beside
we
is
click
paying
over 10.
$10 to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds, another sprint for you. Do you read it all for pleasure or are you too busy? Check out The Way of the Superior Man. You may enjoy it at where you are in life.
That was kind of a weak sprint. I'm sorry, but the legs are leaving me. Okay. We don't want to break up our group. VC, what's off the top of your head, what's your favorite ride of the year? I mean, definitely it's the Great American Coastline. But that seems sort of obvious. So I would say the other thing I really enjoyed was the Rattlesnake Gravel Grinder. That was so sick. Texas was so amazing. Such an amazing hospitality. David, who puts it on, just such a kind human. Yeah, it was phenomenal. Also, the Dust Bowl 100 was also a really cool experience. I got to cook dinner for the promoter's family. Made them tacos. That was sick. What was the best part of the coast ride? I will tell you the answer to that. So I did a road rating during it where I rated the roads. And the Avenue of the Giants was a spiritual experience. It was truly beyond bikes. It was just so magical. And if you ever come to, like, I think a lot of people, they travel to California and they ride LA, you know, or San Francisco. Yeah. There's so many better places to ride. And so I would have never recommended the Redwoods to anyone. I never did them. And now if someone was saying, hey, we're going to come do a vacation to California, what's the number one spot? Like, what do I have to do? And I would say, if you're going to go anywhere, like, you can do anything. Obviously, if you're saying, hey, I'm coming to LA, what can I do? Well, that's different. I would say, if you come to California to ride, the top 5 must-dos is the Avenue of the Giants, early morning, where the sun is poking through the trees, maybe a little dewy, a little bit of fog rolling through the trees. I would say my home away from home, the Central Coast, Cayucas, Cambria, the Highway 1 right now because it's pretty much closed to cars. I would say Bass Lake, my hometown, because you can also ride Yosemite. But if in the summer you can do the other rides that are so amazing up and around this area. Hey, look at that. I got the, that's so funny. I got the jersey. That's so funny. Avenue of the Giants, the Central Coast, Cambria, Cayucas, Highway 1,
Dominic
Bass
23
Lake,
likes to
Yosemite.
watch in a creepy way.
And then I would say, like Oceanside
Raymond Sonsisi is a peeping Tom.
is pretty sweet. There's some cool rides out that way. Monterey's pretty cool too, but yeah, you need Avenue of Giants. You just got to. Yes, ride it better. Ride all of Yosemite, just not the Mariposa Grove Trail. I don't know if anyone heard, so maybe I'll catch you up on that story real quick. But I got in trouble with Yosemite. I had to go to court, and I did this video called Secret Entrance to Yosemite. Now, am I an idiot for posting illegal activity on YouTube? Sure. But what the part that was illegal was so small that I didn't really think it was going to be a thing. I didn't think Yosemite would be looking for it. So obviously someone really kind of went out of their way to make sure that the federal government saw what I did. And then the prosecutors, they were like brand new. It was like their first case taking over the Yosemite area. So they were like gung-ho, dude. And the public defender called me. I got a ticket in the mail, said, you have to appear in court. And I was like, okay. I don't really know. I mean, what, like $100 fine? Like, I don't know. Then the public defender called me and said, hey, this is actually a really, really serious deal. The maximum punishment is 6 months in jail. And they are trying to make an example of you because they're saying it's not so much what you did, but how many people you showed it to. And they went through every Strava ride I've ever done, cross-referenced that with anyone who's done something similar. So they found a bunch of people that did a similar ride and said that I single-handedly promoted them to do that. So, oops. So then my public defender was so amazing. And I mean, I've never dealt with like the law before. So I didn't know how any of that was supposed to work. And it was just like, she was so amazing. She made me feel so safe and like that I wasn't going to go to jail. But she definitely was saying like, it's not out of the possibility. So we had to make a plea deal, which was really, really strange. I just assumed I would go in and say, I'm guilty. Thank you. Give me a fine. And she said, no, you cannot say you're guilty, which is such a weird like loophole. But I'm like, but I am. And she goes, no, you have to say not guilty. And then we enter in where you can talk. But she said, if you just went and said you're guilty, they would just give you a massive punishment without you ever being able to speak. You wouldn't be able to, it was so wild. So then we went back and forth, my public defender with the prosecution, just such a strange thing. Like I rode my bicycle for 5 seconds on a road, on a trail, whatever. And so then we slowly got it down. And so then I had to go to court. Even though we had a plea deal, the judge has the last say. So if the judge was having a bad day, bro, she could have banned me from life from Yosemite. She could have put me in jail, which is insanity. I mean, now, I don't think that would have really ever happened. I would have had to have, like, cut a tree down, you know? So, like, anyways, the prosecution, it was crazy how much time they put into this. And then I've already told this story a couple times, but the judge was super cool. She totally saw it from my side. And, you know, I really tried to like, okay, I didn't say, well, I'm not, you know, I didn't fight it. I just said, I truly did not think what I was doing was of harm. I was lost in the woods for hours and then all of a sudden popped out onto Mariposa Grove Trail. It took me a minute to sort of get my bearings of like, holy shit, where am I? And then in the video I say, I should probably get off and walk, which then I did. I got off and I walked. But that little 5-second window of not walking is, so I had to take down the Stravas, I had to take down the videos, I had some reels that I had to take down. Obviously I had to take down the video. And then I'm on 12 months probation, 3-month ban from the park, which originally it was 12 months probation, 12-month ban from the park. And, you know, I said, like, I'm fine with the probation, but, dude, I mean, I raised my family here. Like, Yosemite is a part of who I am. Like, I call this my home, you know? And so, I really feel like she saw that I care about the forest. Like, I'm not trying to hurt the forest. You know, I feel like I'm an ambassador, a steward of the forest. So, like, it really hurt. That was what was weird. It really hurt that I potentially brought harm to Yosemite. That's not me. So I got to be really careful with my Strava rides, because what's funny is that the property line of Yosemite actually comes into a lot of the riding that I do. So it like overlaps onto the Forest Service roads. And so I don't know if they would, but like if you see the little line dips through a corner of the property, technically I entered Yosemite. You know, I gotta be careful with that. But I'm not gonna be, it's all gonna be under snow, so it's not a big deal. Joey, I don't know how to add you. Find Zwifters. What's your name? Ayo? Joey? I don't see ya. So what you can do to find me is to just get on Tempest and just ride around, and you'll see me rolling through. Should be pretty easy to find this group. I'm gonna post to Instagram real quick. Hello. So we are, can you see? You can't see. You can't see. Nah, that's not working. Hello. So we are, can you see? I gotta do it like this. All right, we are at 8 hours and 30 minutes, 225 miles. We are proper rolling. Things are looking good. We've got a sick group. Look at all this food. Look at all this food I got. Yeah. I'm live streaming. Come check me out. Whoop. Okay, right now, if you join the, because we're lapping the group, the pacer. You could jump into the pacer and then I'm right there. Dude, I didn't crash into anyone on my phone. I don't crash, bro.
Chris Wineorple says eat a carrot for $1.96.
Yeah, dude, let's crush
burrito
it.
to lift the spirits.
Let's finish off a burrito, huh? Thank you, Chris. This burrito rips, man. Breakfast burrito for the win. Come on. Come on. Get back on the group, bro. What you doing? What you doing? What you doing? AU, you can donate on the super chat. And here's the supper menu. You don't have to make me do this stuff, but you know. We have had 2 people donate $100 to do the ramp test. Both times I got to 580 watts. It was quite quite amazing. Let's get up. Oh. Let's get up in this burrito. Okay. Oh, I can, okay. If you follow me on Zwift, I can just follow you back. So that's what I'm gonna do. I didn't know I could do that. So if you follow me, I will follow you back, and then you can come ride with me. Yo. Man, there's just something about the community support.
You says sprint
shit,
your
for
balls
30
off for $50.
Okay, alright.
Please.
Okay.
Now sprint for 30
I got it.
seconds. Keep crushing.
I got it, I'm gonna
A
do it.
man.
Let's wait for the top of the hour here. Ready? 30 seconds. 30 seconds. I really appreciate it. I'm on. Hey man, I'm on. Dude, look at that. My sprint is so weak. My sprint is so weak. My sprint is so weak. Oh, dude. What a pitiful sprint. What a absolute tragedy. Okay, Reed, I got you. I followed you back. I know. I think I could crack 700. All right, let's just do it. Look, bro, you donate. I better fucking put in the work, right? So I did the 30-second sprint, but let me hit 700. Boom. There we go. You nailed it. Okay. Well, Chaz, 12 hours, I'm definitely on track to go sub 12. Like, I don't think 12 is an issue. But going 11:35, yeah, I don't know. My taint is all good. No taint issues. Why? Because I'm wearing $400 bibs, dude. These Eliel Del Dios bibs are absolute magic for your balls. They are very expensive, but boy, do I love them. Okay. All right.
Tom Burleycamp is paying $9.99.
We sprint.
To watch you
Gotta
suffer.
turn off erg
Sprint
mode.
for 10 seconds.
Okay, all right, here we go. Okay, so my camera wasn't working, my front camera. So if I go here, yeah, sorry, my camera right there is not working, but I just wanted to hit up, look at these beautiful kits that you could get at Eliel Cycling. We have the whole collection, every kit that I've put on, the flannel, the fruity, the arcade, the 90s, the 80s. Bro, what up? Sick, huh? Absolute amazing. And again, they are a little expensive. But I've always said this from the beginning, is that if you buy something from me, I would rather you be pissed that you don't buy it because it's too expensive than to buy it and it be shit. And so like everything we sell, like the Ride Bikes merch, it's all the best quality we can source. And Eliel just makes, in my opinion, the greatest kits in the world. And so, if you wanted to, there's the link. So we've got like 5 collections. The 90s, the flannel, the Fruit Fondo, Fruitopia, the flannel, the 80s. And again, if the bibs are too expensive, you know, dude, we have base layers. And the base layers are, dude, who doesn't want a base layer, you know?
Justin Armstead likes to watch in a creepy way.
Is there any way for someone to find out what my pace is? So, 8 hours, 40 minutes, 3. Okay, we're 2 miles down on an 8:30 pace, or I'm sorry, an 11:30 pace. So, well, I don't know what that is in time, but I asked ChatGPT to break down in 20-minute increments this graph. That's what it spit out for me. So every 20 minutes, it tells me if I'm to hold a 26.9 average at 8 hours and 40 minutes, I would have to be at 233 miles. So we're now 3 minutes over and 2 miles down. 26.5 right now. So the game, the kit unlock is you have to earn it through a fondo, and unfortunately, the person I had behind me at Zwift left, and so they kind of dropped their support. So I've been unable to get them to do any sort of events with me. I used to do these 100+1s, which was so sick. Just is what it is. You know, they're busy. They got a lot of people doing a lot of things. But technically you can't get this kit unless you do one of the fondos. But I can't get one of the fondos in the game. I think since Chaz is in here, I think Chaz holds the record for the fastest 100+1. He joined, and I think they did like, and it was on the TikTok course, so it had the little climb, so it wasn't 100% Tempest Fewett. And he did 3:30 something. Him and like 5 dudes just flew. It is crazy. Okay, so I'll know when the miles tick over. When the mile ticks over to 233, then we'll know how much time we're down on the record. Okay, 5 minutes, 40 seconds. So, okay, technically, the record is 11:36. So right now we are at 11:35 pace. We're right there, bro. We're right there. We're just on the tip. Just a little edge right there, huh? Is that gross? Okay. I really got to focus on hydration and fueling. I think I'm out of everything. I'm gonna have to fill up my bottles. I can use my my coffee break and fill up some bottles. I think that's what I'm gonna do. Fill up some bottles, take a whiz, come back. Eric, I'm using the Wahoo kicker. I also have the Saurus, but the main thing is that I have it on a rocker plate. So the rocker plate goes side to side, forward and back. It's quite amazing. Chaz said he's coming out. Sick, man. I leave for a boys' trip with my son on the 5th, so I'd love to ride with you, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, something like that. Dude, Steven, jump on, bro. Look at this group. We're rolling. We're motoring. Absolutely killing it. Yeah, Jordan, man. The Ironman Chattanooga was a comedy of errors. I was really bummed. I really was excited to do an official Ironman. And, you know, I mean, there was zero way I could get. Thank you, TJ. Or Stella. There was no way I could get to Chattanooga. It was just not possible. My flight got canceled. So you had to be there Saturday to check in. Okay, by Saturday by 5. Well, my flight got canceled. And so even if I jumped in the car and drove all the way to Chat, there was no way to get there before it closed. So I had zero options to get to Tennessee for that Ironman, which was a real bummer. Because I'd been running, man. I put in some running. I was running, man. I was excited. I was doing what was called these Forrest Gump runs, where you just kind of go and run for no real set distance. You just take off and start running. And I would routinely do 12 to 16 miles. It was sick. Mr. Porter, I thank you so much. I'm gonna smash some blueberries, then I'm gonna take this pee break and fill up my bottles. Blueberries. Oh. What an absolute hero of a group I got here. Okay, I gotta fill up my bottles. So, just keep it rolling though, boys. I'm gonna take my coffee break, but let's just keep it rolling.
33 on 8. Mr. Porter 81 says sprint your balls off for $49.99. Please. Now sprint
real
for
quick, I have to
30
do a sprint.
seconds. Long time follower, first time donor. Thanks for all you do.
I'm gonna sprint. 1 second. Just I didn't want to tell these guys. So this is the suffer menu, and Mr. I can't read the full name. But he donated a hefty chunk of change, which gets a 30-second sprint. We're gonna go ahead and sprint right here at the top of the hour, about top of the minute. Okay. Oh, this hurts. Oh, this hurts. Okay. Oh, ouch. Okay. That's... Okay. All done with that. Time for coffee. Yeah, I know, dude. My sprints are Mr. Porter. Okay. There we go. All right. Okay, I'm gonna put it on. It like covers the screen, so because when I pee in one of these bottles, I don't want somehow one of 3 cameras to super zoom my wiener on YouTube. So I press a button and it plays like a little song and just kind of goes on a blank screen for a second. So I will be back in 3 minutes. But I gotta make sure I hit the coffee break with my group. Okay, here we go. Ready? Okay, I'm gonna eat a burrito soon. Well, you know what?
Andrew Buffington says eat a burrito for $4.99. Burrito now.
Burrito. All right, I'll be right back. I think I fixed... Dude, the camera's on, so why is it not... Oh, look at... That's so funny. That like paused on the... Yeah, I don't... This nice camera, for some reason, I even made sure it should be good. I don't know why. It's like it totally went out. We are super close to the record. Dude, 9 hours, man. We are killing it. No big deal. No big deal. 9, 10, 11, 2.5 hours left. No big deal, dude. We got this. And I'm telling you, I was truly... Heck, I woke up this morning and I thought, would anyone notice if I just didn't do this? You know? Like, what if I just did it? Because I was doing the math, and I was just like, because of the pacer bots being so slow, I was like, I don't know, man. I just don't think this is possible. And so I just wasn't very confident, man. And I kind of felt like, okay, you know, when you go do a climb, or you're gonna do your best 20-minute power, it's like this. You're gonna go out and do your 20-minute power, and the best power you've ever done is, say, 280 watts. Would you, and okay, it's like, well, we got to go out and to not get embarrassed, because everyone's going to be watching you. Everyone's going to watch you live. To not get embarrassed, you have to do 320 watts. And so you'll just be like, well, bro, if my best ever is 280, how am I just going to wake up and be awesome? Way more awesome than I should be. Like, maybe you do 285, maybe you do 290, but to make that big of a jump, and so you can see my average right now is 252 watts raw, but I've done 2 FTP ramp tests. I've sprinted about 8 times. And the pacer bot, the Constantine, dude, was so hard to stay on. So like right here, we're rolling smooth, dude. This is no problem. We are absolutely rolling smooth. because this course rips. Okay, but when at the beginning, the first, whatever it was, 7 hours, 7 hours, dude, it was so difficult. And I just knew, like, man, I'm gonna crack and I'm gonna look like an idiot. And people are gonna laugh and point. You know? And so, I just didn't think this was gonna be the case, man. And right now, because of all of you, I have just summoned the legs of Zeus. I've summoned the legs of Tade Pagacha. You never know with something like this, like a big ride like this, you could feel so good and then just all of a sudden, okay, your adventure videos motivate me.
Wosh Tansky says
Still not
sprint
fast,
your
but I can
balls
go
off
far.
for
Now
$25.
Dude, that's
Please.
awesome, bro.
Now sprint
I'm
for
gonna
30
sprint.
seconds.
I promise you I will.
Your adventure videos
I just want to answer your
motivated me to
question real
get
quick.
into 100 plus
So-
mile gravel rides. Still not fast, but
It-
man, I can
don't
go
ever
far
think
now.
about, like, I'm
now
not
planning,
fast.
Prepping for Pittsburgh.
Everyone's
to
different.
DC,
Everyone's journey's different.
333 miles. Ride next spring.
You can have the same experience I can, despite that we're going any different speeds. All right, I'm gonna sprint. Ready? Give you your. Okay, I don't want to blow up the group. Planning to prep for Pittsburgh to DC, 333 miles. That's so sick, man. 333 miles is a good distance. That's one of them, like, you're gonna talk with God, as they say. You know, there'll be some points in there where it's pretty rough in your mind. But I said this earlier on the stream. Someone asked, how do you mentally get through the boredom and the pain and the suffering? My wiener's like chafing. How do you get through when you don't want to do something? How do you push through? Especially like a trainer ride where you're just going nowhere. And so, Milos, what I would recommend.
Jason 2K is paying $10 to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds. Great work in the family, and I love watching your content. Awesome
Thanks,
motivation
Jason.
and doing my first
So what I'd
century event
recommend
in 25.
is
You
getting
decide
into
which item on the suffer menu.
getting your
No
mind
carrots,
right, getting your mind in the
smiley
best
face.
spot possible, to where, one, you accept that this 333 mile ride you're going to go on is already done. When you signed up for it, you already finished it. You just have to go through that experience now, right? When you decide to do something, it is already done. Most of the things that we fail to achieve is when we never truly decided to do it. We would just be like, I don't know, we'll see what we can do. Well, that's like a mindset of, I don't really know if we're going to finish or not.
Brandon likes
So
to
you
watch
go
a
into
creepy
it going, I finished. I don't know when I finished. I don't know how I finished. But I finished. And what you'll do is you'll build this future version of yourself, and you visualize every detail coming across the finish line. What's that feel like? What's that look like? What are you going to do immediately after? How are you going to celebrate? Build that celebration. You're going to go out to dinner somewhere? Is it a steakhouse? Think about every detail. Who are you going to spend the time with afterwards? Build this whole reality post-event. And then when you're deep in it and it's 270 miles and it's dark and your legs are absolutely protesting and your stomach is turning and you're cold and you've had your third flat, there's going to be a little part of you that says, you know what, man? 270 miles is pretty good. We'll come back next year. No, dude. This is just all part of the story. When you say you finished the 333-mile ride, it's not a matter of, oh, well, dude, nothing went wrong and I just breezed through it. There's going to be a story. So you just go, cool, okay? This is a part of the story, and we are just going to go through it. And you put one foot in front of the other, and you just move, and you just keep moving, and you just keep moving, and then all of a sudden, dude, you're done. And you just, like, again, you think about that future reality. Down to the smallest details. So let's say you're going to go out to eat afterwards. Where? Where are you going to sit? What's that chair going to feel like? Burrito time.
Christine Hummel says it's a burrito
time.
for $4.99.
Breakfast burritos
Burrito
for
time from
me.
my 7 years / show.
Yeah.
Brett Staz is
Okay.
paying $11.04 to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds. Love your content, so inspiring. Your old school Just Breathe video is a much watch for everyone, so inspiring.
Thank you, Christine. Thank you for the burrito. I have a 7-year-old daughter. She is the light of my life, man. This is burritos. This is burrito 7. 8. We've eaten 2,000 calories in burritos so far. Oh, sick, dude. It's part of this soy rizo top. It has a little piece of metal. Thanks, babe. Dude, my babe crushed it. She cooked me 15 amazing burritos. Breakfast burritos. Because for whatever reason, that's my jam.
AMB 2929 says
Yeah.
eat a burrito for $4.99. Pay attention, Ty. You often drop mile per hour from what you need to average from this point on to make the goal. Distracted now equals hell later. Focus LG, flexed biceps, smiley face.
Eight. So we have 7. That's a good question. Is it more challenging being vegan and doing the impossible routes? I don't think so. I guess it's a little challenging when you're in the middle of nowhere. You know, France was a little bit difficult during the rides because there was a lot of like hams and cheeses. But I've been doing it for so long, I don't see it as a hinder. And honestly, at this point,
RMB thinks
Thank you,
you are
dude.
a weak veggie boy and gave you 70 cents for carrots.
I don't see it as a I see me being plant-based as a performance enhancement, because my stomach at this point can handle a ton of food. If I brought in meat and dairy, I don't know what that would do to my stomach. And I'm telling you, man, yeah, I was not doing high protein during the impossible routes. I was pretty undernourished. So, because some of them, like the one in Texas, dude, we could only stop at that one Mexican restaurant. But Jeremiah would say, like, a lot of times when we would eat vegan together, he would say, man, I actually feel way better. I feel like my stomach totally digests everything. And when we did Texas together and we stopped at that Mexican restaurant, he had like 30 steak tacos, dude. And then his stomach was wrecked. He was like, he was even saying, I probably shouldn't have done that. But again, like, okay, the word vegan, and this is why I ditched it, is that it triggers people because it puts you in a box. Like, we all want to put people in a box. We have an instinct to, like, stereotype and understand you as quickly as possible. And when someone hears you're a vegan, they immediately attribute all of these characteristics to you that didn't fit me, right? They would just say, I know who you are as a person. Thank you so much, James.
James Potts says eat a
I got
burrito
one
for
more little piece of burrito here.
$4.99. Your tenacity and heart is what we need more of in this world. Thank you for being such a rock star.
They were just like instantly, yeah, put you as this person that I hate. I know everything about you. And it's like, well, I mean, you don't really. And so people would never really give me the chance. A lot of people would see my name. There was a guy on here earlier, and someone said, I don't know that vegan guy, but I know he's annoying. It's like, okay. Like instant, I was like, such a perfect example. This guy doesn't know me at all, and is instantly like, I know I hate that guy. But that's not really, like, I'm not an activist about it. I don't push it down anyone's throat. Literally, my family is not vegan. They are pescatarian. So, but actually my wife, she gave up dairy recently. And she says she feels so much better. She was really having a problem with dairy. And she gave it up, and dude, she's like, she used to bloat a ton. And now her stomach's like super flat. She's digging it. But my family will eat fish, eggs, and a little bit of dairy. But for the most part, they're 99% plant-based. Because they'll eat what I eat. But like, if we go out to a restaurant, you know, they might get salmon. Thank you. Thank you, Cameron.
Cameron Stevening says
Oh
you
yeah,
can
boy.
sit for
Love me
$20.
some standing.
And now you can sit for 1 minute. $20 for 1 minute out of
And
the
like,
saddle to
I don't
help
want
with
to
taint
make
of
it
yours.
taboo for my kid. Okay, this is actually a really funny story. I'm going to tell you here in a second. I don't want my kids to feel like they missed out. Because like food is sometimes beyond food. It's beyond health. It's more than just eating. Like Thanksgiving dinner, that kind of goes beyond what it is you're eating, right? And so if my daughter's at a birthday party and they have cookies, I'm not gonna tell my daughter you can't have that cookie. Like that's not the battle. That's not the point. So I don't really push it on them, but I do encourage them to eat, to understand what they're eating. And like, I teach my son how to cook, and I cook for my family, you know. And so I try to show them what it's like to live, you know, with a clean diet. But again, like I don't stress it. But okay, my son, he does not have a food problem. He's like my wife. He can eat or he can't eat. It doesn't really matter to him. He's trying to get big. He's trying to get muscles. And it's so funny because it's the total opposite of me, where he doesn't want to eat. He's like, I don't want to eat. And it's like, bro, if you want to get big, you got to eat. And he will just like eat a cracker and be like, I'm done. He just doesn't have a thing with food. So, but he does not eat meat. And like really kind of, I've seen him act on his own and do things that kind of made me proud. Because like I want him to make his own decisions. And I've said like, dude, if you want to try meat, like if you feel like that's something you're missing out on, like, you know, we can look into that, you know what I mean? Like you want a burger or something, like, I don't know. I don't want you to rebound when you turn 18 and leave the home and eat nothing but fast food. And like, he has no desire, no issues. I've seen him around his friends, and he just like, it's not even a thing to him. He'll just work around it. And it's really cool. My daughter, on the other hand, though, dude, she has a food problem. Food is her love language. And so this just happened.
Jeffrey Borgelauer
My
likes
daughter,
to watch in a creepy way.
She was born when we were fully plant-based. So she's never really had
Ferdinand Gutsch likes
meat.
to
My
watch
son
in a
had like a
creepy
little
way.
bit of meat when he was 1 or 2. Because we went plant-based when he was 3. But so We were talking about the oh my chicken pie. What is in my eye? And my daughter goes, what is a chicken pie? And I go, well, Mom makes like a chicken pot pie, a fake chicken pot pie. It's really good. And she goes, I don't really like it. I like the fake chicken at school. And I was like, they don't have fake chicken at school. And she goes, what do you mean? And I was like, yeah, like we have fake chicken nuggets here, but they don't have that at school. And then she deads goes, I'm sure it lived a good life. I was like, oh my God, dude. Dagger into the heart. So I don't see my daughter sticking with that as she gets older. I think she's going to forge her own path. And it's totally fine by me. I hope that she can still eat clean and not like fall off a cliff and eat a bunch of fast food and stuff. You know, that would like, I really try to parent that way. But yeah, she's not going to be plant-based when she gets older. I can tell. I can follow you back. Let me see here. Okay. Here, I'm going to follow back everyone that followed me, so you should be able to teleport to me. Here we go. Jeez, your boy's popular. Okay, should be good now. Okay, let's look at the time bar here. So I asked ChatGPT to make me a chart. Okay.
Bob Remika says,
Thank you
sprint
so
your
much,
balls
Bob.
off for $49.99. Please. Now
So here's
sprint
the-
for 30 seconds.
Here's the supper
too.
menu. I'm not sure
I'm a
if you
big fan of all of your content. You are inspiring me to hit the
meant for me to
bike
suffer,
next
but
year.
I will
Get
do it. Sprint for 30 seconds. I appreciate you, Bob. You're the man. Okay. You've a little dizzy. Through the spokes. It just takes experience. I promise you, if you came and ate with me, I would cook you a meal that would blow your wig off. And it would be so simple. So simple. But when you haven't messed with plant-based cooking, it can be a little daunting. But just think about it like anything else. The food is just a medium. Season it, cook it like the right way, you know, plate it up good. Just takes time. I cook a lot. I cook almost every night. I love it. What is recovery going to be like tomorrow? Well, This is kind of a douchey thing to say, but this is why I really like ultra stuff. I'm not gonna be. I could ride tomorrow. You know what I mean? Like, I've got a family thing. We're gonna do like my wife's brother and his wife were out of town for Christmas, so we're all gonna get together with her family tomorrow. But if the weather's nice, I'll probably ride from my house to their house, which would be like 30, 40 miles. After something like this, I find it's really, really good to move, even though you don't really want to, maybe, and you kind of just want to be like, oh, I'm done. It helps with the recovery to at least go for a walk, like a big walk, like a 2-3 mile walk. You know, exercise for 30 to an hour. And it just like really pushes the blood through and you know, again, we were kind of talking about plant-based stuff, right? Look, there's some downsides to it. People say that the protein is low quality or whatever, but I recover like Wolverine, man. I just recover so fast. So tomorrow, a normal day like any other day. Yes, you can get a follow back. Justin, yeah, gotcha. Followed. Okay, so I asked chat to break me down. If I'm going to do 11 hours and 30 minutes, I have to average 26.9, which is yeah. And so, since Zwift doesn't have an average speed, like I can't see that till the ride's over. I asked it to make me this chart. And so at 9:30, no, at 9:40. At 9:40 we need to be at 260 miles. At hour 9:40, if we're at 260 miles, we are on pace. Dude, this group is absolutely motoring. It's gonna take a while to try to pull back the time. On our last time check, we were down 5 minutes, or up on 5 minutes, but we were still 1 minute ahead of the record. So on our last time trek, we were technically still in it. So let's see when we get to 9:40 if we're at 260, and if we're not, then we'll count back the time, you know, and see if we're less than 5 minutes down. What other food? I think I'm gonna rip another pear, dude. Yeah. the record okay, I thought the record was 11 hours and 45 minutes because the guy who said it, he just said it this Monday. He was on a super fast pacer group. It was the one I was trying to do. They've since changed the pacer groups, and every 24 hours it's gotten slower and slower. But I believe his actual time was 11:36. I set out to try to do 11:30. But if I get anything less than 11:36, then, you know, and dude, how like prestigious, it's not like I'm gonna frame this on my wall. This is just a cool challenge to do with cool people and to do something cool. And, you know, watch as I absolutely turn myself inside out, because it's one thing to just jump on here and ride for 12 hours, but to tell you how difficult it has been to maintain this level of output is crazy. Why does your power fluctuate so much? I mean, this is just how it is. I think when I first got a power meter, I thought, oh, it's going to be super steady. But that's not how it works. You know? Now I can set it to erg mode, and I can smooth it out a little bit. But what I do, because drafting is a thing here, is I just push on the pedals. When my legs start to hurt, I'll ease off just a little bit. You know, just kind of dancing on those pedals, just keeping it smooth. The pedal stroke's smooth, but the power's always going to fluctuate. That's just how it is. I think some people do 3-second average. I just do raw power average. Uh, 28 miles an hour would be, that's way faster than the record. 26.9 is the 11:30 goal, I believe. Right now says I'm on 11:36. The record is 11:36. So but I think if we can keep this group up, I'm telling you, if we had that other pacer, this would have been a bit of a no-brainer. Like it would have been difficult, but wouldn't have been that hard. Today has been very hard. Yeah, at the end, because I kind of want to make sure I don't blow myself up, but I think in the last hour, I'm just going to empty the tank. And I think I got some left. I got to start eating more. I'm at a pretty big deficit. I have been tracking everything. I didn't track those pears. Let's put those in. I also need to add in the fluid scoops I did. I did 6. All right. So far we're at 824 grams of carbs, which we need to bump that up. 165 grams of protein, 191 grams of fat. Let's get some carbs in. Oh, I didn't do that muffin. Hold, please. Dude, I cannot type. Oh my goodness. All right, 920 grams of carbs. So that is very close to 100 grams of carbs an hour, which is quite nice. So I use thanks. I use an app called Macros. Thanks, Carl. Carl texted me. Yeah, I don't know if I should say this out loud, but like, my phone number is readily available if you ever wanted to say what's up. I do not hide it. So, this is Macros. That's what I put my stuff in. Then I have this app called Athletic. So then that shows my CECO, calories in, calories out. And so what Athletic does is it takes the burn on my watch. So my heart rate it's tracking calories, which I know I had a ton of issues this morning with the watch connecting to Zwift, but the watch absolutely reads super accurate. Like if I have a chest strap on, it's almost identical to the watch. So what I do is I track my food throughout the day. My watch tracks my burn, and then Athletic with a Y crunches the data. And so then I have this this really cool interface with Athletic that shows my weekly trend. So I'll show that in a second. But JK Coda hit me up with some support. And
Steph
now I gotta
Wilson
stand
likes
for
to
a
watch
minute,
in a creepy way.
which is actually quite nice. Apple Watch. Dude, I was so against the Apple Watch. So against it. I thought it was so dumb to have a screen in my pocket and then a screen on my wrist. But I am telling you, it actually reduces my screen time, because how many times do you want to just check the time? You grab your phone, you see a notification, you start scrolling. So the watch has actually reduced my screen time, but if I can show you here, see that little, so stupid. On my watch, I have the real-time calories in, calories out. So I can look right now, and I'm in a deficit of 2,700 calories. I'm negative 2,700 calories. That's not good. So I've got to eat. I think I'm going to eat a bagel. And then what's cool is that, do you see that on the bottom right here? So that's my weekly calories in, calories out. So the past 7 days. So right now I've been trying to cut. I've been trying to get my six-pack back. It's very difficult. It's very hard. And I've been trying to go really, really aggressive. Really aggressive with the cutting. So I've been shooting for 1,000 calorie deficit every day. Now, I'm still getting in my macros. I'm still getting in my protein. So like I have to hit my protein goal of 200 grams for the day. So like I'm not starving myself, but I definitely want to eat more than I'm eating. And so I've been doing about 2,500 calories in the day, eating. I eat 3 times a day. And then I will use exercise to just make sure I'm 1,000 over. So if that means riding for 2 hours, if that means walking for an hour, whatever it is, I will just move until I have burned 3,500 calories, which will then put me at around 1,000 calorie deficit at the end of the day, like at midnight. So sometimes I'll eat dinner and I'll be sitting around 700 deficit. But by the time I'm like in bed, you know, sometimes 2025 unbound, 200
Do
fire
Work
timer.
Cycling
Any
says eat a burrito
tips,
for
nutrition, training volume?
$4.99. 2025
And do I need to do 200 miles
first
before?
timer.
That's actually
Any tips
such a
re
good question.
Nutrition, training volume.
I love
do
that
I
you
need
asked
to
that.
do 200 miles before?
And I'm gonna throw this bagel into the air fryer, and then I'm going to answer it. Dude, I love these bagels. The Dave's bread, like protein bagels, dude. What up? Okay. Do cycling work. I'm gonna answer your question here in just a second. Okay. Dude, that made me dizzy. I was like upside down. Okay. All right, so 200 mile first timer, and you've never done 200 miles before, I think it's totally fine. And actually, I think a lot of people get in trouble by thinking they have to, and so then they try to go out like, a week or two before and then just wreck themselves. A lot of the really big things I've done, I do not train endurance, I train intensity. Because if you can do low duration, high intensity, that's going to be your best bang for your buck. You'll get fitter and faster on the like low zones. Your zone 2 will go up because your FTP will go up. So everything raises. So you'll be able to ride, zone 2 but faster. And you won't build as much fatigue. So if you go in and you're like, okay, I'm going to ride 70 to 100 miles 2-3 times a week to get prepared for this, and I'm going to do one 200-mile ride, I think that's too much. I think what you could do is do, 45-minute to an hour and 10-minute rides, but intense, and not like just go out and hammer for no reason. Do 3, 4, or 5-minute intervals with half the rest. So if you do a 3-minute interval, rest for a minute 30, that helps with your buffering of lactic acid. And so then what you're going to do is you're going to go into that event with the highest fitness and the lowest fatigue. Because at 200 miles, man, I'm telling you, most of that is mental. Mental and fueling. You could be the fastest. Matthew Vanderpool forgot to eat at a world championship and absolutely got flicked. Of course he's so fast and amazing, but he didn't fuel and he got dropped. So what you're going to want to do is try to ride super intense, short duration, but also try to dial in your fueling program. Because fueling is going to be so important, and with Unbound it's very challenging. You know what I mean? So you have 2 aid stations, and so you got to make sure to bring a ton on you. But what a big mistake a lot of people make is that they over consume. So what they'll do is they'll forget to drink for the first 20 miles because it's all hectic and crazy. And then they get really thirsty because it's hot and muggy. And then you'll drink your entire hydro and absolutely flood your stomach. So I'd recommend bringing a hydro pack that you can just sip on, and just sip on those calories every 10 minutes, every 15 minutes, take a little sip. Now, with that being said, doing one dress rehearsal is what I would call it, where if you have the time and you feel good, maybe go do a 120-mile ride nonstop with everything on you. Okay. Bro, you ready for this? My wife got me squeezable chia seed jams. Specifically for my protein bagels. So, someone asked, how are you fueling? How are you fueling for this? And it's actually primarily real food. Muffins, bagels, burritos. We've had 8 burritos. A lot of water and electrolytes, blueberries, pears. I've had a few people have donated, and I've had a few carrots. That hasn't been very pleasant. So now we're going to do chia seed jelly. Dude, I could not open this very well. All good. Oh, bro. And it's warm. A warm bagel. Oh. That is the ticket. You know? Yeah. What is my favorite burrito type? I've told this in the past today. In the past. It's been a day. For me, breakfast burrito. And my wife made soy rizo. So it's like tofu chorizo. Sweet potatoes. Golden potatoes. Like a tempeh. Like a bacon kind of. And a little bit of cashew cheese. That is the ticket. It's quite good. JD, let me eat one more bagel, and then I will tell you a little bit about psychedelic mushrooms and my experience with them. Actually, I've wanted to do a video on this for so long, but I wanted to do like a whole my history of drugs and alcohol, because people ask about that a lot, because I never talk about me drinking. I don't drink. I don't drink. And so I think, which is a really strange thing, right? That for some reason, if I said, I don't snort fentanyl, your response wouldn't be, really? Like, do you have a problem with it or something? Why don't you? But alcohol's like that. If you don't drink, people think like something's wrong with you. It's very hard for some people to to like consider or think that you would just willingly choose to not drink. But let me smash this bagel and I will tell you my whole drugs and alcohol story. Milos, seitan or tofu. I think tofu is a complete amino or a complete protein. I don't think seitan is. But I think that's really the only difference. Boom, dude. 10 hours. What up? Hour and 30 left. Well, hopefully. Hopefully. Okay.
Tragic happy
Bro,
hour
I would
is
love
paying
to do cyclocross
$10
again.
to watch you
I
suffer.
want to do it so
Sprint
bad.
for 10 seconds. Will you ever do cyclocross
Ready?
again?
Yeah. There's a night cyclocross race up in Sacramento. I would love to get up there and do it. It's just so far from me. But I haven't done cyclocross that much. But I would say that's my favorite discipline. It's the most fun racing. Feels like motocross. Okay. Okay, I followed everyone back on Zwift, so you should be able to find me and jump in. Okay. Big story. It's gonna be a long story. Because I gotta go way back. A part of people's tie to alcohol often comes from seeing their parents drink. And so then it kind of is like a symbol of adulthood. Like that if you drink, you're an adult. That you're, should be respected. I think for a lot of men, they see their dad drinking and they just kind of emulate that and be like, okay, I want to drink like my dad. But I didn't have a dad growing up. So I just had my mom and my grandma. And I never really saw my mom drink. Occasionally she would have like a Zima, which plays a role into how I started drinking when I was younger. But I never really saw her drink in excess. So that never really planted that seed in me, right? So then I never really like wanted to drink or smoke or whatever. Now my mom smoked cigarettes a lot and I really didn't like that. So then I kind of went away from that. I was like, bro, I hate cigarettes. That sucks. So, when I got older, when I got to be around 14, my mom kind of took a gamble on parenting me in a way that she thought would be the best. And so she kind of said, look, I think you're going to end up experimenting with drugs no matter what. So, if you ever want to, I want you to come to me and let's talk about it. So instead of me getting drunk at like behind some grocery store, at 2 a.m. with a bunch, like she kind of wanted to try to like offer up a safe space. Now, some people would hear that and be like, immediately no. You're going to tell a 14-year-old it's fine to experiment with drugs as long as it's with their mom. Okay, hold on. What that did is it made it not taboo. So then I never really felt like I wanted to, because I sort of could at any time. Do you know what I'm saying? And so where some of my other friends let's try to cook a little bit here, huh? So as over my other friends, their parents would say, if I catch you drinking, like I'm kicking you out of the house, like no way. So then it made it this kind of like taboo, risky thing. So at parties, kids would be drinking and smoking weed. And I kind of just was like, well, I could do that, but I don't really want to do that with my mom. And so it's sort of, growing up, I didn't really dabble in it. I didn't have like a pull to it. And then the first time I drank, I had half of a Mike's Hard Lemonade. And that was kind of like an introduction into like moderation. And so, yeah, it just was never that big of a deal to me. And then I kind of like had a real shitty period of my life where my mom was out of town on the weekends and I would throw parties and I would I would provide things to people, right? And so because I was providing things, I didn't really want to dip into the stash. So then that again sort of like, made things like where I just didn't really want to do it a lot. Now, after my business failed, I kind of started drinking a bit. And I remember one time, and I was drinking Mike's Hard Lemonades, okay? I'd have like 2 Mike's Hard Lemonades, like a blackberry. So like nothing crazy. And I remember one time I had 2, then the next day I had 3, and then the next day I had 4. And I was like, This is going down a path I'm starting to make this be a habit. And so I sort of just in that moment just shut it down and was like, well, I don't really, I don't want to go down this path, so I'm gonna cut this out before it really even gets going. So I never really had alcohol like take a hold of me, and I just personally don't really like the high. I've obviously been absolutely smattered before, and I don't like it. I don't like that feeling. I don't like what it does to me. I don't like what it does to people around me. But I'm all for altering my brain chemistry. I do that through things like this and meditation and all sorts of stuff, right? And so I would seek out opportunities to have experiences. And so like psychedelics, I've had some dimethyltryptamine experiences, which were really, really crazy. DMT, or dimethyltryptamine, or 5-MeO DMT, which is the toad. That's what I did. I did the toad. It's like a secretion from a toad, and then they scrape it, and yeah, it's kind of gnarly. But that is like a rocket ship into another dimension. It's quite insane. Now, psychedelics they're not a party drug, dude. You're not like wanting to do them again. It's scary as shit. But there's a lot of really promising research about psilocybin, the active ingredient in magic mushrooms, and rehabilitation. Thank you so much.
Production says eat a burrito for $4.99.
I don't have a burrito
So
right
proud
close
of
to
you.
me, but I'll take a bite of
Thanks
this.
for sharing.
This pie. So, psilocybin, dude, has been shown to have so many benefits, done in moderation, in the right way. And so we farmed our own mushrooms, which was a really cool experience. I also, when marijuana was made legal, I had like a business idea. I was like, this is a long time ago, but I was like, dude, let's get into it. Let's get into the business. And so we did a whole grow room, which was quite an experience. One, it was super, super expensive for the power. It's crazy. But it was really neat to watch these plants. Watch these plants grow from nothing. It was quite amazing. I'll answer real quick. So I'm on erg mode, which means it kind of locks the power right around 260. And if I go over 260, it speeds up the RPMs. And if I go below 260, it lowers the RPMs, because power is force times rotation. So when to hold 260, I have to push on the pedals hard, but it doesn't really move the cadence. Kind of locks the cadence. So that's what erg mode is doing. If I took it off, you would see here. So do you see now that, you see how the RPMs go way higher and the power stays almost the same? You know what I mean? So now you see a more fluctuation in the RPMs versus the power. But erg mode is really, really smooth and steady. So I like that. Anyways, so then this is a true story. One time we microdosed and I macrodosed. I went a little bit more than micro. And I'm walking down the stairs, and all of a sudden the wall is gone. There's no wall to my house. It's just outside. And I was like, well, this can't be right. Clearly my wall didn't vanish. So I kind of sat there for a while, staring out into the forest, and was like, what is happening? And then I realized I was just looking out a window. And what was so wild is the peripheral vision, like blurred, it just blurred everything. So it looked like I had no wall. And so then we had a tree that fell onto our house during a storm. And my wife had some tree trimmers coming to cut it up. Well, I didn't know this, okay? And she obviously didn't know I was gonna go a little too deep on mushrooms. And so then I'm tripping fucking balls. I'm like, dude, what is happening? And then I hear a knock on our back door. And I was like, no one should be at our back door. And then I go up, and there are two men with chainsaws standing in my backyard. And I was like, okay, well, that's probably not real. And so I stood there thinking, they're just going to go away and vanish. But they didn't. And then they knocked again, and they said, hey. I'm like, whoa. Dude, my eyes are wide. And I just opened the door and I said, boys, I took too many mushrooms. I don't know what this is, but I'm going to go inside. And so then I just closed the door and like went into my bedroom. And can only imagine what these two tree trimmers are just like, bro, what was that? The other thing is cannabis, fully legal here. You order it online. Some hippie chick in like tie-dye pants brings it to you. My wife was very into it. I wasn't so much. I like more stems, right? I like being up. So I like my brain firing. Thank you so much, Fett. I'm gonna eat some of this pie because my burrito's
for
out of reach.
$3.18. You're amazing. I've just joined the ride to try to help. Let's get it.
I also had a really bad experience with cannabis when I was young. And another funny story. I think I couldn't drive yet. So I had to be 15. And I succumbed to peer pressure. Had a bunch of friends. And then there was this girl I really liked. Sorry, babe. I love you. I'm like 15. And there was a girl I had a crush on. And she came over and she was into smoking. And so I was like, well, I gotta look cool. And so we all sit in a circle and I partake. I didn't know what to expect or what happened, what to do. And literally, like the next thing I know, like a flash, I'm sprinting through a field. I don't know why, but I am running full clip. And then all of a sudden, and I'm staring at a horse. I was like, bro, what? And then all of a sudden I'm at Subway. And she's like I'm ordering, but I don't know how to order. I don't know what words are. And I'm like, I want a 6-footer. I meant to say I wanted a 6-inch, but I just kept saying I want a 6-footer over and over and over. And so I hated that feeling, hated it, because I didn't feel in control. And so never really took part in it. But again, my wife, she uses it quite, not like during the day, but like that's just her glass of wine, you know? And so recently, in the last couple years, 5 years, I have used that to connect with my wife, very successfully, I might add. Now again, if you're young, don't do drugs. If you're not 25, your brain isn't even fully developed till you're 25. So everyone's different. Everyone's experience is different. Don't listen to me. But when our kids were younger, I was having a real hard time connecting with my wife because all day we would just focus on the kids. And so then at night, it's like, how do you get on the same page? And so we started okay, we're not going to get on our phones. Kids are down, kids are in bed. And we're going to go out on the patio and we're going to share some flour. And we're just going to talk. And it was amazing. It really gave us this moment to just belly laugh together, to be connected to each other. And so I used it absolutely to improve our marriage. So I drank very light in high school. Didn't really drink much as an adult. I don't drink at all now. Again, I don't have a problem with it. I just don't like it. But I do at night partake in the devil's lettuce, as they would say. Okay, so so right now we're at 11:41. Is that the okay. I think if in the next hour we can just smash. Dude, thank you so much, Prescott.
Prescott
Sick hat, man.
says eat a burrito for $5.
That's a cool hat.
Great job. Keep it up.
Your distance remaining at 10:36. What is the total distance? Miles? What is 500K? Hey Siri, what's 500 kilometers in miles? 310.69. Nice. Okay. I'm gonna empty the tank. In the last hour. Yeah, well, I'm definitely not going to average 31 miles an hour. The question, do you notice smoking affects your respiratory performance? No. But I kite, it's so small. It's such a small amount. It's not like I'm chain smoking or whatever. But I haven't seen any decline in that. Now, I think if you were doing a lot, that'd be different, right? Okay. Alrighty. Dude, I cannot believe we've gotten this far. It feels weird. I feel like I'm floating. We've burned 9,000 calories. I need to track those bagels. Booming bagel. Okay. I also have some fluid. I have fluid carbs in my bottles. So I do have some carbs coming in that way. I'm gonna smash a muffin here, a cinnamon toast muffin. We're gonna do 500K under 12 hours, but this group is amazing, but our pacer group was just the pacer bot was just not fast enough, and I knew this was going to be a thing. The record was set on Monday on this course, on this flat course, with a bot that was running 26 to 27 miles. So it's what I was going to use. The bot schedule is just not in my favor, but I don't care. We are still putting down quite an effort. And to be honest, if I had done that on the other bot, it's just like sit in the group and that's it. Today has been quite challenging. And I've really enjoyed today. I feel as if I've done a very strong performance. A performance I didn't think I was going to be able to do. And I feel as if I'm getting stronger. Like this was a good workout. Like this is in the bank. I don't feel depleted. I don't feel trashed. So and just like the Great American Coastline, bro, look at the love that I'm getting, man. This is awesome. This is way more fun than just sitting in a group, a pacer bot for 11 hours straight. To say that I did a record that, what does it really mean? It's just a way to do something fun. Oh, I don't think my heart rate is low at all. 144? No, that's not low. My max heart rate's like 195. I am actually surprised my heart rate hasn't climbed. It's kind of stayed steady, which is a sign that I have been pacing well. Even with the sprints, right? Yeah, dude, I've got my own pacer. It's so amazing. Matthew said when he did his 24 hours, his heart rate went down. Well, I mean, over 24 hours, your heart rate's definitely going to go down. You just get, so much fatigue, right? Like, how can you keep running them RPMs? But the intensity, I found an old weight training
Jeffrey
video of
Anthony
yours.
says eat a burrito for
Dude,
$5.
that was
I
like
found old weight training
my third
video of
ever
yours and my
video.
FTP went to the roof. Thanks for the information you share.
Jasper, Cycling Fanatics, actually told me one day, he goes, you should probably take that down. That's a really bad video. That video is actually the first video I received any hate on. So that was new. It's my third or fourth video I've ever made. And Nothing has changed. If you post a video about lifting weights in any way, bro, you could be C-bum. Everyone's gonna say something about how you're doing it wrong. Like, I'm low-key super into bodybuilding. I really enjoy that sport and wish I had a ripping body. And just like, guys are world champions, and someone will say, bro, they don't know how to squat at all. They're doing this and this and this wrong. So like, when I posted that video, bro, I was all feeling good. I was like, oh, dude, sick video. I was hitting some squats. And then like the first comment was like, yeah, you're doing that all wrong. I'm like, what? And then a couple other people are like, well, why are you doing this? Like, stick to cycling. This is dumb. And boy, that was an interesting feeling, because I hadn't dealt with hate online until then. And it was like super low, like it wasn't anything crazy. But man, if you've never had someone had multiple people hate on you online, it's a trippy feeling, man. I mean, you shouldn't care about it. People say don't care about it, but you do. I have not been very good at dealing with hate. I often will read 100 crazy positive comments. You know, people saying like, you've changed my life, you know, and then I come across one that's like boring, and man, it just like rattles in my head for so long. I just trip out on it, and I've really had to get better at that. I've really had to get better at just not reading them. And I listened to a podcast about it. I don't read. I listen to podcasts. I have a thing called hyperphantasia, and I listened to a podcast about this. And so there's like a scale between 0 and 5 of what you can see in your mind. Okay? Oh man, thank you so much.
Emalaki says you can suck it for $20. And now you can't sit for 1 minute. VC, you've sent me a lot of
Malarkey.
motivational messages on
Thank you.
Instagram that helped inspire
You're
me
amazing.
to be better. I greatly appreciate you and your mindset. Happy holidays and a healthy new year to you and your family.
So,
Crush this record.
0, if I asked you, picture a red apple in your mind, what do you picture? And if you're a 0, you literally see nothing. You see the word, like white letters, black background, red apple. And then you go up from there, where you might see a black and white like stencil drawing is 1. 2 is maybe like a cartoon picture. 3, you know, it's a little more realistic. 4 is like, it's like a 3D rendered, very realistic apple. And 5 is where your brain just goes absolutely haywire with the imagination. And I never really understood why I had a very hard time reading. Same thing with like tomatoes. I just didn't understand how people could read. And when I listened to this podcast about people with hyperphantasia, it made so much sense. Because I'll read a sentence. He walks to the door and opens it. Dude, in my head, I build this entire world. And all of the imagination just floods in, and I can't get past that one sentence. My brain just starts like popping off with all this these visuals, like a full-on movie. And so then I stop reading, I stop retaining the information, and my brain just goes insane. So it takes so much patience and control to read, and so I often don't read. But I like learning, and so I listen to a lot of podcasts. Really enjoy listening to podcasts. I actually have no idea where I was going with this. I swear I had an idea. There was a reason I was telling you this. Ah, shit. Nicholas, if you follow me on Zwift, then you can teleport to me. I'll follow you back here. Okay, we are cooking, boys. I'm kind of dangling. It's all good. I got it. Thank you, Kyle. You got me back on my track. I knew I had a point to that. Kyle with the win. So, I fixate on hate, and I listen to this podcast that says that when you read hate comments, it's sort of like it's sort of like you're telling that to yourself. So even though someone else is listening or someone else is writing it, when you read it in your mind, that's like you telling it to yourself. So then this podcast was talking about how people get hit way harder with reading comments, especially from anonymous stuff. And so they said if you just do like text to speech and you have Siri read it aloud, then it like doesn't spike your cortisol, like it affects you in a totally different way because you're not reading it. So when I read these comments, man, it feels like that person is in my brain. And then it just gets to me. I've had to work on that quite a bit. Our group split up. You can look up Tyler Pierce. I don't know. I mean, a ton of people are finding me somehow. Just did my first Zwift Century and watched your Canada-Mexico series. Love it. Well done. Favorite part is when you lost it thinking about your kids. Yeah, man, that was a crazy it was the part where I was crying. And I really debated on even showing that. But it was so powerful in the moment that, like, it just, I had no plans to cry. You know, I held those chords, and then, bro, it just poured out of me. And I feel like often I'm extremely emotionally numb. Sometimes to the point where I think sometimes maybe I'm like a psychopath. Like, why don't I feel emotion the way I think I'm supposed to feel emotion? And through the impossible routes and these projects, you get so fatigued and so tired that you kind of like, maybe I have this wall up. This is getting like therapist-y. But be my therapist. So I think sometimes to prevent getting hurt, I put up these walls. And I don't let myself get exposed. I had a cat one time when I was 18. His name was Tony. And I spent $700 on him. I was selling cars. I was balling out. I went and bought a Bengal. It's like a small, it's not like a tiger, but it's like a Southeast Asian Bengal. It was third generation, so it was like domesticated, but it was so dope. Okay? I loved this cat with everything in my soul. And I would come home from work, and little Tony would be like, just, you know, missing me. And man, me and him were homies, dude. Well, one day, somehow he got out. And he got hit by a car. And I came home, and he ran out of the bushes, ran up to me, and then just fell down, like collapsed. And you could see he was all messed up. And so I took him to the ER, or the vet, emergency vet. And dude, this was one of my first experiences with vets that just made me feel disgusted. Because they were like, we can save him. It'll be 16 grand. Or you have to put him down because he's suffering. And it's like, are you serious? Like, don't tell me that, you know? Oh, you can save him for 16 grand. Bro, I don't have 16 grand. So then I had to make this like fucking terrible decision to like, okay, if I was wealthier, I could save my cat. So then I had to put it down, which it's like, what the hell, dude? Now I have to kill my cat? It was just terrible, man. And boy, I mean, I know this sounds dumb, but like, I was 18 or 19. No, I was 18. And dude, it just like smashed me. And so then after that, it's very strange. I will not allow myself to like ever love a cat. I like became a dog person after that. And I don't know, it's super weird. So, it was just one of these things where like I just built this wall and I just don't get attached to cats anymore. Maybe I need to like fix that. But it's like for whatever reason, if I've been kind of wronged or whatever. So this is such a fucking long story to say, like, when I cried about my family in that series, it really was so joyful, and I was so like proud that I was able to that was able to come out. And then because it was like out of pure happiness, like not sadness, which is a totally different type of cry. It ripped, dude. That was probably the best part of the trip, was that I wept for my family several times out of just joy. And like that, dude, how fucking lucky am I? How I just don't understand. And like, it's so easy to take things for granted. It's so easy to just be like, they'll always be here, right? But on that trip, I thought a lot about death, because as cars blew by me. And I just, yeah, man, it was like, I just felt so incredibly lucky. And, man, that's a ripping feeling, dude. When you feel like lucky to be alive, man. We have less than an hour, I think. I don't know what that race is. Logan to Jackson Hole. Is that road race? The 200-mile road race? I appreciate you, Sean. Appreciate you. Appreciate all you. You know, the most special thing about the Great American Coastline series, what is that it was an accumulation or a culmination of my entire life. Because I had to dig so deep in so many ways. The writing, the relationship management, like the fact that I got to do this, the filming skills, the storytelling, the nutrition, like all these things, just, it was just crazy. And then all of the time and energy that I've put into YouTube, sometimes how can you quantify that? How can you put a value on that? 10 years of your life into something, what does that really mean? And bro, having people go out of their way to stand on the side of the road and cheer was unbelievable. And it really put into context like what it is that I've done over the last 10 years. And it's just like just seeing everyone come out and support was like just the coolest, most amazing thing I've ever experienced in my life. I have got to pee real quick. I'm about to pee on the floor. Dude, we're rolling. Okay. Real quick little pee break. And then it's the home stretch, man. Home stretch. 20 miles. That's all we got left. Okay. am back. It was a glorious pee. It was a glorious, glorious pee. Here we go. All right. Tom, how do you find a story to tell? Do you always have a story in mind? And that's a really good question. And man, sometimes there's just no story. And I try to go into things with like, okay, this is the story I want to tell. This is kind of the overarching story. And like try to control it. But that's really hard to do sometimes. So a lot of the times what I do is I just film everything and just experience everything and then sort of find that story in the edit. Because if you try to control it, if you try to take over and force it, sometimes it doesn't come across authentic. So it's hard though, man. There's been times where I've gotten done with a project and it's just not like, we just rode. That's it. And that's hard. That's hard to try to turn that into something. And so that's where I do a lot of the graphic overlays and like video game animations, all like the kind of the funny stuff. When there's no story, I just try to make it entertaining. Fernando, thank you so much, man. Marcio, he says, from now on I'll stop crying when I have to ride 3 hours on the trainer. Dude, I don't know what it has been about this one. It literally has felt like three or 4 hours. It does not feel like it's been 11 hours. It's really, really wild. I think it just has to do with everyone here. You guys have given me so much to like focus on and like be present, and the time has just flown by. If you guys weren't here, I'd just be slumped over the bars, disassociating and zoning out and going into future versions of me. Like I said though, man, the performance on this one with the sprinting and, you know, all that, I'm crazy proud of this ride. Like I didn't really think doing 250 watt average for 11 and a half, 12 hours was going to be doable. And yet here we are. What's for dinner? Well, to be honest, I've really been eating quite a bit. So, this is sort of unique for me, but I'm not all that hungry. I'm sure I'll figure something out. But, maybe vegan burgers and milkshakes. That sounds good. Maybe a pizza. Like a vegan pizza. That sounds pretty good. Probably fries, a burger, and a milkshake. That's what I'm going to go with. Yeah, Tom, I've really tried to work on the stream interface over the last month, and I'd really like to do more with like races, like live stream a Zwift race. So it's pretty entertaining. Because now that I have the multi-camera angle, I've got the cool little pop-ups, I have the different scene screens. Man, I think it'd be cool. To be honest, it's easy. You know, like it's really fun to create. But if like if I film this, I was gonna make this into just a 20-minute video. Man, I'd have 20, 30 hours of work after I got done with this. So, yeah, it's kind of cool. Like I like streaming because it's just done afterwards. Jennifer says they've got a recipe for pasta sauce made out of boiled carrots. Into it. I'm into it. DM that to your boy. All right, dude, Matthew is just on the front, absolutely smashing it. He is crazy. What a boy, what a man. Okay, 11 hours, 7 minutes, 295 miles. We're averaging 250 watts. There's the chat. Woof. Okay, that's for Instagrams. We got this. Dude, I mean, it's we got it, you know? I don't know if we have the record, but we've done something. Sorry. I know that's boring when I zone out. I'm just trying to finish this real quick. Okay. Got to get back to it here. Got to get back to it. Get back to it. Come on. You got this, dude. No biggie. I'm going to tell Matthew that he is a beast, because he is. Dude, we have like 13 miles left. Yeah, dude. Yeah. How am I feeling? I'm feeling I'm a bit floaty. The legs are feeling really good. Just my mind is kind of, yeah, floating a bit. Blueberries. Blueberries for the win. See, on Monday, the Robo Pacer on this course was doing 26:27. So this is not an excuse, but this was the plan when I was doing some testing was totally doable. So when I set out to do the record, but again, like, is it a record? You know what I mean? You're using sort of a loophole in the game. Like, I feel like a true record would be on the TT bike, no drafting. That to me is, I think then you could say that was like a true record because you could stack it apples to apples, right? So, this is really hard to compare these two. Because it's not quite the same. And so like I said, I probably should have just tried to do unassisted on the time trial bike the whole way. But just like the Great American Coastline, this feels way different than a record. The record was just like, I don't know, let's try to do something cool. Let's give ourselves a goal. But having all these people come around, like, this group is so sick, dude. So I ain't even tripping. I'm not a huge fan of bananas. I don't know. I guess I should have had some here with me. I could have put the chia jelly on them. Yeah, I'm not doubting. Alright, yeah. Let's empty the tank, dude. Whatever. Last 10 miles, huh? Let's light it up. Ooh. Yeah, there's a lot of snot. What's the plan for tomorrow? We're gonna hang out with the family, do some family stuff, and if I can ride to my wife's parents, I will. I don't know if it'll be raining. It might be raining. But I would love to go for like a 30-mile ride outdoors in the real world. I will definitely make sure I get my sleep. You know, that's some of the best recovery is sleep. So I'll definitely try to sleep in. But, because the other thing too is, when I get home, I'll be so like up, you know? And so it'll take me a while to sort of come down from all this. Dude, these guys, there's a touch of honey in there, so they're technically not vegan, I guess. They're so good. My wife was saying, she was like, if you live stream, I wouldn't put it past people coming to the warehouse and giving you a burrito. Like, knocking on the door. Burrito hand up. No, I'm not in Cayucas, I'm in Bass Lake. I love Cayucas. If I could figure out a way to live there, I think I would. Thank you, Bruce, man. I appreciate you, bro. Nathaniel, are you close by? Yeah, man, I'll take some company. Bass Lake to Burrow Valley. Viking. That has got to be the highest praise of all time to say that I am making indoor riding look good. I want to ride indoors, said no one ever.
John Gomez is paying $9.99 to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds, empty the tank.
Thanks, John.
Appreciate the stream today.
Oh, that's sick, Nathaniel. I'm not sure. Well, I'll start late. Like noon or 1. All right. I gotta dig deep and focus. Time to focus. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, no good. That's no good, Matthew. How'd you cut your hand, bro? I am blowing my nose just onto this rubber mat that's underneath me.
Braxton says eat a burrito for $4.99.
Thanks, Braxton.
Never.
I appreciate you, man. Oh, dude, thank you so much. It says that was your first ever super chat on a live stream. Thank you. Trey, I almost just gave you the whole rundown. That's so funny. Okay, that eat a burrito through the finish line. That does need to happen. I'm gonna get it nice and hot. Actually, I'm not gonna do that. I'm so worried that the air fryer is gonna like trip the breaker. Burrito number 9. Drabier. Is this the toughest challenge? No way. No way. This is on a scale from 0 to 10. This is a 6 or 7. The intensity is really, really hard. Like usually when you're riding super far, super long, like other than the how many coffee breaks did I use? 3? Other than the 3 coffee breaks, like there's no descending, there's no soft pedaling, there's no coasting. So that's been a real challenge. But as of mental strength, Bolivia was a 10 out of 10. Absolutely the hardest thing I've ever done. That last climb up Chocolataya Dude, I literally had to pull, like, reach into a swamp of black goo and drag myself out and force myself back on that bike. When I was on oxygen at 15,000 feet and I had another 2,500 foot climb to do at 15,000 feet. So we went up to 17.5 or 17.1, whatever it was. And I was just laying there. Everything was going black. And it was like, this is it. I don't think I have the strength to do this. And that was the hardest mental challenge. And I literally envisioned it like that. I envisioned just reaching into this black goo and just pulling myself out. That was and I'm so proud that I did it. Because if I hadn't, you know how shitty I would have felt to not finish that one? That just would have been terrible. And so I'm so proud that I got that one done. Okay.
Team Mad Cow Ramble is paying $9.99 to watch you suffer. Sprint for 10 seconds, finishes in sight. Attack.
Oh, thank you.
Earl
Thank
Dabbington
you.
says eat a burrito for
Thank you, Earl.
$4.99.
I'm not even sure.
Insane effort,
I
VC.
barely can read, dude.
You inspire so many. Keep it up.
Dude, 5 miles left. This is insanity. Yeah, my heart rate has gone pretty, like I'm just sitting right there at high zone 2, low zone 3. I just don't have the energy anymore to do anything more. You know? Like, I'll do like a final sprint and we'll see how high we can get the heart rate, but whoa, man, 100,000 kilometer lifetime. That is sick. Yeah, the Bolivia video, I think, like, film wise, technique wise, that's some of my best work, I believe. We are so close. I cannot believe this. All right, well, that was the goal. 11:30 was the goal. So we lost 5 miles. So I believe I'm 10 minutes from being done. Thank you, Polly. I really appreciate you. Yeah, dude. Let's go.
Padu1 says you
Let's
can
go.
sit for $20. And now you can't sit for 1 minute. Bring it home, Tyler. You rock, sir.
Oh man, I really appreciate you guys. I really appreciate you.
Big T's Cycling says you can suck it for $20. And now you can't sit
Big
for
T.
1 minute. You made my year at the free ride. Thank you so much.
Oh, you guys are pouring it on. Oh yeah, dude, I'm definitely doing. I'm not stopping it. Definitely going 311. Yeah, I'm on a rocker plate. It's the SAR SM1. It's so amazing. Yeah. Thank you, Will. We're so close. So close. I mean, a sub 12 hour 500K is still pretty sweet. What time is it? Jeez, 8. Bro, I swear it still feels like it's the morning. Thanks. Sugar Rides Bikes, thank you.
For $19.99.
We got it.
And now you can't sit for 1 minute. Let's go.
Yeah, boy. I am gonna sleep very good tonight. That is for sure. Jason, dude, thank you. I was wondering if anyone watched the whole thing. That's crazy. I hope I was entertaining. But I'll just say, like, what you guys have done for my mind, you know, the support here has just been truly special. Literally felt like this was no big deal. I mean, that's a lie. This is very hard. But never really did I have any doubt that I wasn't going to finish. Doubt about the record. Zero doubt about getting this done. Okay.
Charlie likes waffles.
I'm gonna
says
take
it a
one
carrot
bite
for
of a carrot.
$1.99. Got me on gravel, then Chipotle. Keep crushing. Flexed
There we go.
biceps.
Okay. I got it. I got it. No biggie. No biggie. Dude, if someone hits me with that FTP ramp test, that is going to be brutal. Shit. I didn't want that. Zwift has hotkeys, and then my stream has hotkeys. And so if I press a number on Zwift, it changes. So then it's like, I gotta make sure. I gotta make sure we're over here. That's why that does that. Okay. You. Whew. We got our burrito in hand to do a burrito smash at the finish line. There isn't really a finish line though. It's pretty anticlimactic, to be honest. Shit. Oh, no way.
Jeremy Clark
Oh,
paid
boy.
$105.36,
Okay.
which is
Oh,
their
my
entire
goodness.
life savings to watch you
Okay.
burn. So burn,
Okay.
baby, burn. Do a full ramp
Okay.
test. Yeah.
Dude, I think I'm gonna pass out. That's okay. That's okay. That's okay. All right. Okay, here we go. We're on it now. Erg mode engaged. Oh yeah. Okay. Dude, I don't know. I've done 2 of these so far. I've gotten to 380. Or I'm sorry, 580. I got to 380. I got to 580. I don't think I'm gonna get there. Oh boy, this is quite intense. Let's try to get to 500.
Paul Goatee says eat a carrot for $1.99. Go, 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 go.
There we go,
go,
310.
Go, 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 go.
310. Dude, my legs are like seizing up. That was 480. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is as best I could do. That's the best I could do. That was the best I could do. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Dude, I am like, no, dude, that's, don't do it. Don't do the test. I am done. I am done. I am done. I am smoked. 311. So what is that? 1140? Call it 1141. 1141. Sick, dude. What up? Now, technically, I was under the impression that the record. Thank you, David.
David Harwin
That the
says
record
you
was
can suck it for
$11.45.
$19.99.
Not 11:36.
And now you can't sit for 1
So-
minute. Stand up and celebrate, Tyler.
In my own head, I was able to accomplish what I was set out to do. Holy shit, dude. That is insane. Oh boy. I mean, we went sub 11:45. That's sick. Thank you so much, Ryan. I
Ryan
am
Mix says sprint your balls off
not
for
going to sprint.
$30. Please. Now sprint for
It
30
is past
seconds.
the time.
You're an animal.
Cheers. Ding. Cheers me with your burrito. Ding. Oh. All right. We're going to take it to 12 hours just to do that. What's crazy is we burned 10,000 calories in 11 hours, 40 minutes. I've done 3 10,000 calorie burn challenges. This is the third one. And every one, I've burned calories faster and faster. So the first time took me 13 hours or 14 hours. The second time took me like 13 or something. This one took me 11. So, man, the average power, the 250 watts, dude, that's crazy. Absolutely insanity. And we're catching this pacer bot so then we can just sit into this little pacer bot, cruise it home, spin down. And dude, I'm gonna go home and do the couch. Like, people ask, like, why do you do this? Why do you like this? Because my couch right now is absolutely going to pop off. Have you ever sat down? Dude, thank you so much, Philip.
Philip Gomez
Thank
says
you
you
so
can
much.
suck it for $20.
Have you ever sat down on
now
a couch
you can't sit for 1 minute. Congrats. You're a legend.
and just felt like 10 out of 10 joy? Because that's what's about to happen to me, man. And so it changes your spectrum. It shifts your spectrum. It shifts your spectrum. Dude, Jeremy,
Sackett says
thank you
sprint
so
your
much,
balls
man.
off for $49.99.
Dude, the love.
Please.
Fucking
Now sprint
insanity.
for 30 seconds.
Is
Get
insanity.
some more burritos. Thumbs up, thumbs up.
What
thumbs
a
up,
way
thumbs
to
up,
end the year,
thumbs
bro.
up.
I'm talking in circles. What a way to end the year. Dude, this group is like just out of reach. Come on. Yeah, I just want to get to 12 hours and call it there. And, oh, that group's not on here. I chased it for nothing. Okay. Thank you so much, Gavin.
Gavin Musgrove says eat a burrito for $5. Legend.
Yeah, Sean, what up, dude? Thanks. Okay, I'm gonna slow way down. So tell me honestly, was the supper menu fun? You know, did that add to it? I mean, that had to have been super cool. Dude, Henry, thank you so much,
Henry
man.
Renosa says you can
I will
suck it
stand
for
just for you.
$19.99.
I will do it.
And now you can't sit for 1 minute. VC, you got the dog in you.
Do you think it was fun? I know that FTP right at the finish. I was like, you kind of knew in the back of your mind it was coming, but you were also kind of like, no, that's not going to happen. I wish I went a little bit longer, but dude, my legs, like, there was just no muscle contractions left. That was everything she had. That was everything she had. I don't know what to do with this burrito. Okay. Oh. Thank you so much. Okay, do it again. Another 12 hours. Bro, that original 24-hour goal would have been pretty gnarly. If I streamed for 24 hours, I would have gone dark. I would have just fallen asleep. My son just texted me, and I kind of thought, like, what if he was watching the stream, and what if he's texting me to say, "Good job, Dad"? And dude, my heart would have just exploded. But he says, "When you're done doing whatever, can you grab Chipotle?" Yes, my boy, I will grab you Chipotle. Okay. Oh. I just want to say also a huge thanks to my wife, who went and got me all sorts of goodies that I really did not eat. I guess I kind of thought I was going to go way deeper on food. But what was really hard was just how intense this was. like how high the intensity was. And so it didn't really feel super comfortable to eat because you're like breathing so much, you know. And so I didn't really, I mean, I enjoyed eating, but not nearly as what I usually do. So we've got a lot of goodies left over. This is, it's in my warehouse. So, if you go back 2 years ago, so what's 24, 23, 22, in 22, I did a daily vlog series where we started ride bikes, out of a warehouse. We rented a warehouse, we stocked it, and I have a little office right here. So it's, I'm not at my house, which has been really nice for my wife to like pull all my bikes out of the house. And so I essentially have like a little mini apartment, dude, just for me. Like I have my office set up, my desk, my trainer. I have a little gym. It's sick. Yeah, dude. What if this turned into a mukbang and I just had to sit here and eat all this food? That'd be so funny. Which year was the Cliff granola? That was the very first one. So 2020. That doesn't feel right because that was like COVID, right? Might be 2019 or 2020. I'm not sure. Why is it so dark? Because it's nighttime, and I have this black, like, wrapping up. I think it looks cool, you know, like it's all lit up. Kind of silhouettes me. Yeah, I mean, it's either, Poke says, are you still packing the orders? It's either me or my wife. Okay. I don't think I really want to go to 12 hours, dude. Eating game ain't step. All right. Well, let's take a gander at what, let's take a gander at the final bit here, yeah? Together. So, pretty steady power across the board. So in the FTP test, my best hit, look, I hit, or that might have been one of the sprints. That might have been one of the 10-second sprints. So my best 10-second was 7:03. As you can see what my best is ever. I mean, on a 12-hour ride, 506 watts for a minute. Pretty sick. Yeah, I guess we should. That just feels weird. I don't like this, like 11:54. I don't like that. Oh, am I going to end it anyways? Cool. I was worried that it was going to end it. 4 minutes left. No big deal. Yeah, okay. I don't really know what else to say. I am absolutely shelled. That was a big effort. But in the first half, right, we had to put out a lot of watts to stay with that Constantine power bot. Dude, I'm like passing out. I had to put out a lot of watts to stay with that bot. That was really difficult. And then the second half, you know, Matthew was just drilling it. And that was such a sick crew. We definitely put out some energy today. But Happy New Year's to you and your family. Merry Christmas to you and your family. I wish you the best. My saddle is the SL, the Boost, SLMP Boost. I love it. You ever think about hitting the Lost Coast, that guy says? Well, there's a project that I have called the Lost Coast. It says, oh, up near the Avenue of the Giants. Never heard of it. But I do have a project planned called the Lost Coast in Kauai. I gotta make sure that I'm not gonna get in trouble for that, because that does have some like government land type stuff. But okay, I'll finish this. I have this really cool project planned in Norway. I watched this A24 movie that was super trippy. It was saying that in the summer up in Norway, it's forever, like it's the forever sun. Like the sun doesn't set because it's above the Arctic Circle. So what I'm trying to put together is an invitational 24-hour race in Norway where the sun never sets. How sick is that going to be? How sick is that going to be? So we'll invite like 20 people. We'll have relay. We'll have 2-man, 4-man, individual. Yeah, Midsummer. Bro, that movie was trippy. Anyways, a full-on invitational 24-hour race where the sun never sets. So like imagine the cool video.
Samuel Tolentino is a peeping Tom.
Super, super cool. Alrighty. I am going to... What if I use my coffee break right now? That's so funny. Okay. I cannot thank you enough. We are going to call it here. We are going to call it here. Dude, I'm losing my mind. What buttons am I pressing? Dude, I'm like super delirious. Okay. There it is. I can't, like I said. What should we call this one? Look. Okay. Okay. Thank you. You truly helped me achieve something outrageous, both in the Coast Project, but this, like, man, this was your energy. I mean, bro, I lost my voice somehow. That's weird, right? Your energy just gave me everything, man. Like, and it's so cool because when, like, there's support like this, quitting is not an option. It's just like you're just gonna do it. And I love you. So, as always, thanks for watching. We'll be back with some more proper videos in January. Happy New Year's. Love you so much. You.